لست بآثم إن وزر هذا العالم ليس لك وحدك. لست بآثم لست بآثم.
Keep moving on. Keep moving on.
And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
화이팅!
BFX 화이팅!
BFX 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the LCK Cup. I am Atlas, joined by Orcs today for some pretty incredible games. Perhaps it's going to be a shorter day. It looks a little bit one-sided on paper, but it's when things look one-sided that they become potentially the most interesting. Am I right?
A lot of that last year, especially our second matchup,
Right?
really demonstrated that multiple times. When you're convinced of the outcome, you'll be surprised. So
Let's hope that the bros can do it. We know so much of the fandom has jumped ship. They've lost the Lord towards the top side of the map. Unfortunately, their general is now a member of the broadcast crew, and it is looking dire, but they need to get a win for Group Baron. Right now, Group Elder leading 4-2, and this epic music is really making me speak in a more epic way. I feel like it's we could probably tone it down. I don't know. How are you feeling, Ox?
I think it's pretty good. I like it. It's important. It represents the gravitas we have. And someone mentioned Super Week, a win will be worth 2 points for group points. So even though Group Elder has a lead, Group Baron can absolutely catch up. But the thing to think about, it's not just points for your group, it's also your individual points. So yes, if your group does well, that's fantastic. But you also need your own points within your group. You're both competing for your group and within your group to get a higher placement.
Well, as you can see here with our points of the match, the bros did not do so well on their very first day. In fact, things looked rather one-sided, but they were up against DK, the team currently leading with back-to-back 2-0 so far this week, so probably the team to beat for now. We'll see whether we get a bit of a better test for the bros coming into this match against BNK Furex.
That 15-match loss streak against BNK Furex, it looks bad, but none of these players were there for that.
I don't think you needed the butt. It just looks bad, Orcs.
But
I don't know.
None of these bro players were there for that.
That's true. That's true.
You know, so they don't claim responsibility for.
Who claims responsibility for doing this graphic? Because it's amazing.
It's great.
Beautiful.
It is
Look
great.
at that. Vikler as Silas and as Ari looking absolutely unbelievable in BNK Furex's first match here of 2026. I was honestly so impressed by just Vikler himself. He was unbelievable.
If Vikler is in great form, then this team looks extremely scary.
Oh yeah, because they still have the bottom side of the map that is so incredibly dominant, now up against a newly, once again, greened Teddy in that bottom lane, bringing back the spirit of the Jin Air Green Wings, much like Umpty is for the broadcast crew, as we know. And I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to be able to do this time around against potentially some easier opposition, although, I mean, I don't even know, man. BNK Furex, having not changed their roster, just getting better and better over 2025. It could just be that they're just really good.
Yeah, they already had a good starting point. We had a lot of positive things to say about them last year. I do want to mention, though, Roma is playing again today, and I'm actually really happy to see this because he had a rough performance against D+.
Do you think that maybe he would just quit?
I think, we sometimes get this where you put a rookie in, they go up against Showmakers LeBlanc, they get blasted, and you're like, you know what, you're done. And it's like, that is so unfair, right?
It is, it's very true.
If you're going to sub out your rookie for losing to players like Showmaker or Chovy, then you know what, your rookies just aren't going to get experience, right?
Nope.
And I think Roma, he now has a second chance today. Vikler is in good form, but, I think potentially an easier time than he had in the previous match. So hopefully he can bounce back from that rough defeat he had previously.
And I've got some more hopium for you. It is once again a year where the World Championship returns to North America. And do you know what happened last time? It was a DRX down on their luck, headed up by a coach named Song. And guess where he is now?
Oh, there we go.
He is on Bro, ready to do the same thing this year. Already started off with the underdog status, right? After that horrific loss against DK. It's only up from here, Ox.
Yeah, I mean, no one, from this position right now, no one is expecting them to win Worlds.
Absolutely not.
So,
nope.
You're subverting very effectively.
And this is the thing, because now that DRX have done it in 2022, if you really want to beat that as far as an unexpected Worlds victory, you're really going to have to come from the bottom.
Yeah, well, okay, so losing a D+ is at one end. Now the other end is winning Worlds. I can see those 2 points in time.
Exactly.
In the middle, though,
Squiggles.
Squiggles. I don't
Definitely
know
squiggles.
I don't know where we're going there.
Yeah, well, it's like a spider web, you know. Sometimes, like, it looks beautiful afterwards. How does the spider even start that?
Yeah.
Especially when it goes like all the way across between buildings. How did the spider swing over there? We don't know, but it looks beautiful in the end. And that could be exactly what happens when Bro wins Worlds. Man, what an incredibly convoluted conversation that we just had just there, and we didn't even go into any of the other key points of this matchup. But honestly, did we need them? I don't think so. I think having a look at Teddy here, this bottom side of the map is going to be where a big part of the test is going to be, because that gentleman, as you can see right there, is just really, really good at the video game.
And especially with the emphasis that's been put on bot lane with the role quests, right? The fact that you're getting so much economy for your bot lane, priority is so important. If you get your quest sooner, you get that instant influx of gold, but just the fact you can now have a 6-item, and I mean real, actual 6-item, and then boots, you know, no longer selling your boots to get that. So much power in the AD carry role right now, especially in pro play when they are feeding their marksmen well. So Diablo, if he gets to the late game, will be an absolute menace, but we know Teddy, he is a player who definitely has carried teams at his back before.
He certainly has, and we'll see whether he can do it again here for the Bros down on their luck. As you can see, Coach Song there looking serious, looking ready, and we'll see whether he can topple the Titans in BNK FearX, already picking up their first victory so far here in the LCK Cup. There's Lyra as well. It was great to hear from him just the other day on the space. And back here in Korea alongside Team BNK FearX, try and pick themselves up a few extra victories.
I think as well, when you look at the teams in Group Elder, I feel like obviously Group Baron has Gen G T1 really strong, but I feel like on average, like Group Elder has just like, you know, Life, E+, KT all look very, BNK FearX as well. It looks like it's hard to pick up wins. And, you know, for Bro, like, DRX is probably your easiest opponent in Group Elder, but you can't afford to be giving up series against BNK FearX, or you're really going to struggle to pick up score.
Yeah, it feels like Group Elder is on average a little bit better, whereas Group Baron definitely very top-heavy with two of probably the best teams in the league. And I say probably, it's almost definitely in T1 and Gen G, although Hanwha did manage to take a game yesterday. I was getting very sleepy by the end of game 1. And I was like, oh, well, maybe Hanwha just wins. And I'm really glad that I watched the rest of the series, because that really did show that T1 are performing very, very well. We can see here as we dive into Champion Select, though, that the Malphite will be banned away. It's an interesting one, because I feel like BNK FearX have a lot of power when it comes to Malphite, because Vikla looks so good on the Sylas, but not going to take that risk.
Yeah, also Malphite yet to get a win.
Yeah, it feels like a trap, doesn't it? It's like the Kiana situation all over again.
Yeah, like we know the power of the pick, but just like it hasn't come.
The thing is, like, Malphite requires a certain level of mechanics. That's far below what our Korean players have. And so, like, this is part of the issue. They really need to dumb down their abilities in order to make the Yep Rock work. Is what I am assuming. That's why it's just not clicking. As the Jace remains permanently banned, I think he's almost been banned every single game so far of the LCK Cup. Rumble is very close to that as well, although we have seen him sneak through a couple of times. And speaking of sneaking through, we've got the Azir and Orianna trade, most likely, as Vikla is going to be picking up the Golden Pigeon to start us off.
Yeah, so Azir, one of our most banned, actually second most banned, and then third is Ori. So we'll see if that trade comes in, or maybe they lean towards something like the Talia instead. Ryze also an option. You're not pressured to take your mid right now, though. Could look to prioritize jungle instead, but they will just go for that Talia. All right. Happy with that matchup. We often see the Talia picked into the Azir. Last year there was a lot of that.
Talia Pantheon? Just go just like it's easy. Let's just do it.
It is very straightforward.
Do the stun, do the flick back, you know, and get the kills. That could be something that they go for.
That being said, with this Sion and the Rumble and Gwen, a lot of top laners trimmed out from the pool, so maybe there's something they want to get their hands on and prioritize here, like Ambessa open and available. But no, they're just going to go.
Ooh,
I mean, Vi Talia, very powerful. We saw HLE win that game 1 with that.
Yep.
I think it makes AD carry have a difficult role, especially Diablo. Like, you think about stuff like Lucian, which is strong on the patch.
True.
Feels borderline impossible to play that into Vi, Talia, just point and click with the follow-up. Will just be Pantheon there for Raptor.
And Renekton as well.
Renekton, yeah.
Very Shuriman as far as our solo lanes are concerned. Let's see what casting is going to be taking into this Renekton. He might just pick Cassante or something like that.
We've seen a lot of Kennen into Renekton.
We have.
On this patch, especially, I think, with the Gunblade as well being an option.
Yep.
Gnar also fine to pick into it. So we'll just pick that one up. Both teams haven't picked up that full top side. We assume, I think the only thing that can be flexed here is that Pantheon, but I don't think we will see that. And now it does go towards the bot lane.
Yeah, and so now probably going to be seeing a fair few of these support bands coming on through. You can see the Nico has already been taken away, but maybe the Alistar being looked at and stuff like that. I do think Alistar is somewhat of a trap, just because winning lane has been so important. And so banning away the Bard, things like this that can be a little bit more dangerous within the laning phase, could be a better option as Poppy taken away as well.
Yeah, I think the thing with the Alistar is, like, you have to really weather the storm and then find that value in team fights and be in a situation where you really can just deliver in the 5v5. But I think in this situation where Bro are on red side, if you pick like a strong marksman on 4 and then you have that 5th slot, you can make sure you're picking, you know, if they take something like an Alistar, you can punish it. If you, in reverse, can just take the Alistar yourselves if you know what the matchup is. They do ban the Lucian. Personally, I think Lucian would be really hard to play in this composition, but Diablo is very proficient on the champion.
Yep.
And Yunar are going to get taken away as well. There's still Corki open and available, which has been pretty high priority and could be picked up here. You know, Aphelios has seen a lot of play. Ezreal, definitely a different comfort for Teddy as well.
Yep, could be one of those. I think there's plenty of things, but I think Teddy wanting to go for his pick does make a lot of sense. And the Ezreal, like you were saying, feels pretty good, especially for a player like Teddy. And it will be locked in.
Yeah, and I think you have a lot of options for support. You know, you can go definitely a more teamfight oriented pick and just have a pretty stable lane, or you can go something that can punish heavily like the Karma, depending on what BNK Fearx pick. And that is the big question. You know immediately that you're going to be under pressure from the Vi, so they opt to go for the Xayah. Have a bit of an out. Could just be that Xayah Rakan, yeah. And then here, for the side of Bro, you already have Vi to lead the charge in terms of engage, so maybe you opt to go for something to punish the lane with that Karma. I think this is the right call. You know, you outrange the Xayah. If you add engage, you know, there's a lot of disengage on the side of being Fearx. You can kind of just harass from a distance and never really play into the Xayah until, you know, you've already landed that poke and it's just cleanup.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. I think this is a composition that we've seen, like, at least the archetype of so many times on BNK Fearx's side. It looks very much like something, you know, T1 used to play over and over and over again a couple of years back. And on the Bro side, certainly feeling a little bit reminiscent as well. So not exactly a whole bunch of surprises. Going to be some honest League of Legends. As you mentioned, the Karma would have made a lot of sense as far as lane priority, but instead they do decide to go for the Leona to add a little bit of extra engage potential here for this squad. It also feels like for the Bros, they need a go button. They need an ease of getting in there and starting a scrap. And Leona will be adding to that. Yeah,
I think as well, Leona Ezreal is a pretty strong 2v2. And I think compared to other engage supports where you have to engage with your body, you can kind of throw the ult out.
Yeah.
You can force either Cleanse or Featherstorm from the Xayah, and you don't have to commit fully. You can kind of hold on to that for later. So still have that option there and wanting a bit more engage, a bit more tools. But it does mean they don't have as much pressure in the lane compared to if they'd gone for that Karma. So trading off some of that early pressure in return for having a bulkier support and a bit more frontline in this team comp.
Yep. Not to mention the fact that, I mean, Leona has always matched up relatively well into the Rakan, so in theory that is kind of okay, even if you don't necessarily have the same level of pressure in the lane like you were talking about. But we'll just have to see how it is going to go as we get ready to load onto the Rift here for game number 1. All right, Bro fans in full voice here today. It looks like It wasn't everyone. It was only Dagon, really, that abandoned them. Everyone else stuck around, and plenty of fandom still here for the Bros. We'll see whether they can utilize that in order to get themselves a victory here.
Yeah, the Bro fandom is eternal.
It is. It is.
We should have told Dagon that.
Well, I
thought he was aware.
Sometimes you're just a fake fan, and that's okay. I don't judge. All right, Vickler and Roma will be just laning it out. It's so weird to see the mid lane. We're normally just watching bot lane forever at this point in the game. And I believe there is somewhat of a tussle, as we can see here. Going in, does find a little bit of engage onto Kellen.
Oh, and also, Namgung has actually gone Aftershock as well. We've seen a lot of Spellbook on picks like Leona and Alistair, who can kind of you're still quite bulky without having like a combat summoner, but opting to go for the Aftershock, so this will be a very durable Leona in comparison. Personally, I think there's still like a decent argument for the Glacial Augment, just on the fact that, you know, even if the cleanse comes in, you still have like the slow field. But
We are throwing out a lot of skill shots and not quite finding too many targets here.
calibrating.
Yeah, Gleaming Quills and Zenith Blades and things like this all just flying to the wayside. As clear, this was one of the champions that he really terrorized Challenger with when he was well at the tippy top. Him and Thanatos were really running the league a few years back, and this was one of the ways he did it. But casting, I believe, was actually there too at the same time, and playing stuff like this Gnar as well. So we have gone back in time a little bit with some of these picks, especially with Gnar creeping his way back into the meta. Kind of fun that we are taking a bit of a trip down memory lane.
Yeah, I feel like with the new season...
Bit of an engage here as Namgun goes in, does get knocked up, and will take a fair bit of damage here. Has to blow the heal just to get himself to safety.
Yeah, not the best angle for an engage, just because there was a big minion wave, and your Ezreal can't really follow up with the Mystic shot, so ends up burning the heal just to get out of that and not get rooted by the feathers, but not ideal, I would say, in that situation.
Was 80 carry health in trade for support health. Maybe that's a good thing for the Bros.
Yeah, I think the problem is into a Rakan, there's just so much sustain. You know, he just hits a Gleam and Quill, and your 80 carries back to full. So I think I'm going to just kind of trying to find the right angles in lane. Oh, Vickler looking aggressive.
Yeah, speaking of finding angles in lane, Vickler doing a whole lot of work. All just needed one more auto, but decides not to overextend. Flash was available there for Roma. Could have looked very silly if he flashed under that turret. And so is going to just go back to base. I'm going just trying to hold the wave here. Does have the Eclipse to help him out in that fashion. But it looks like BNK will be able to get themselves a pretty comfortable reset here. And with all of these feathers, yeah, we'll be able to just get this wave to crash and head back. Gideon looking for a bit of an angle here, though, as casting comes on over. Flash comes out to avoid the wallop. And that is good summoner spell gained.
Yep, nice pickup for the Renekton. And again, not much committed to get it. Just a little time spent there. Doesn't really interrupt Gideon's clear either. I feel like, you know, coming in the new season, you always expect things to be really wacky, really crazy, really different. And obviously a lot has changed in the game, but I feel like the comps we've seen have generally been quite, you know, reminiscent of times past.
Yeah, and I feel like it's not necessarily comps that have been, like, super recent, but we have seen them a lot over the last couple of years. So we haven't really seen a big evolution. It's not like Zahan every game or anything like that. Although we did see him in the season opening. So there we go. There's at least something. Faker did play it. Maybe we'll get him back, but we'll just have to see.
I think that can sometimes be the awkward point with champions who are released in like the downtime, is that you miss their like OP cycle.
Yeah,
and they get nerfed down the normal levels.
That's why we didn't get Briar. It makes so much sense.
Well, Zahen was so OP when he actually was released, and then they toned him down massively, and then now he's just a normal guy.
Yeah, he's just Aatrox.
Yeah,
kind of. Or is he Rost? Where are you on the, like, which champion is he?
I kind of feel like he's kind of old Aatrox vibes.
Yeah, a lot of old Aatrox vibes, but definitely a lot of like the thematics of Red Kayn, you know?
Yeah.
Just without any of the having to get to Red Kayn.
And technically he's Xin Zhao, you know, in lore, so...
Oh, there you go.
We're kind of a lot of direction.
So many different champions in one.
Yeah.
Perfect. A lot of value there for your blue crystals if you do decide to go for him. It's okay. Clear looking for an angle here towards casting, but the hop is going to be able to get casting out of there. Very frustrating is the mini Gnar, but you can see Clear dealing with this wave quite nicely. As Kellen bouncing around the wave, and they will be able to get another shove in. 10 CS the lead here for Diablo so far in this laning phase.
I think Teddy should be able to pick up a lot of that from that wave.
Yeah, true. Vikler deciding to go in when perhaps he should not have, but did have Raptor in wait.
Yeah, I think maybe Bro didn't fully anticipate the prospect of Vikler doing that, because he... That was
them by surprise as well.
Yeah, that was a move I think should really have been punished more, but ultimately Vikler playing very aggressive right now and not really paying for it. Azir definitely a pick that he lent on massively.
Oh yeah.
And was often just denied from him last year.
No. Oh, Raptor. A huge blunder. And we'll be able to finally pick up. Imagine if casting had picked it up with a boomerang. Oh my god.
That would be a tilter.
Yeah, we would have seen a pause. And Raptor would have just left, I think. That's probably what would have happened. That's all right, Clear. Just dashing around this wave and we'll be able to pick this one up. Actually, Renekton having a pretty good time, as we can see. But casting now with Mega Gnar coming up. We'll be just chasing him down as best he can.
It's not very
the Bros were really ready to kill him.
It's not very subtle, though, when he's about to hit Mega and he's running at you and, like, giving up the entire wave to do it. It kind of gives away the intent when mid lane's missing as well. So Clear plays respectfully, doesn't let any opportunity happen. And the game's been relatively slow so far as a result. There's been, like, little moments push and pull.
I feel like that probably benefits B&K. With the fact that they have a Xayah and an Azir that just very happily want to get towards the later stages of the game. Of course, Clear is going to spike more in the mid-game, but I think that they're not going to be too worried about that one. Azir and Xayah scaling going to be largely what they're looking for. But we'll just have to see. The Bros want some mid-game fights, get those skirmishes going, and they will be able to lock down a target of their choice with that cease and desist. And so we'll just have to see who that is going to be. A little bit difficult when Diablo does have his Featherstorm available. We've seen Xayah still get targeted pretty comfortably by things like the Vi.
We've seen the bot lane just Diablo and Calm having the pressure, able to get... I just think whenever you have the prior on bot lane, you can push in and just consistently proc the crystalline overgrowth, get a bit more of that plate damage, get the plate progress as well for your quest. Put you in a great spot. And again, Bro opted into this lane matchup rather than having the Karma. So... just been a little bit on the back foot as a result.
Yeah, I wonder what it's going to mean for a dragon fight or something like that that is going to be coming up. An Infernal Drake, even just one, is going to feel pretty nice to get in this early stage of the game. But with both Grubs and the Drake up and available, certainly a smorgasbord of options as far as neutrals to fight over as Diablo takes a fair bit of damage from that True Shot Barrage. Teddy actually finding that Mystic Shot as well, so half health on the Xayah. We're now looking for a bit of a reset anyway. Ooh, back towards this top lane is Gideon for an angle towards Clear. But I think he's just going to deal with this wave and then once again back away.
Yeah, I mean, Gideon's really been trying to make something happen at the top lane. Just hasn't come through other than getting that flash earlier, which is back up now.
Yeah, that's the problem. They haven't been able to get enough done, and now Clear just has it again. And let's see whether they can actually kill him, though, as he does have the Dominus available. He will need to press it, and he may not be able to. He doesn't! He's just chain CC'd and taken out. That is a beautiful first blood to be picked up here by the Bros.
Doesn't get to play the game, but the counterpoint is that a lot of time spent overall by Gideon. The Grubs were picked up by Raptor, and he is ahead in farm, so it's a good kill, good pickup there. Execution was good on the play, but B&K FearX, I think their jungler making good use of the time otherwise.
Yep, casting now, sacrificing half of his health bar in order to try and get that plate. Didn't quite get there, but the Renekton does have to walk all the way towards the lane. He is booking it with the home guards, but may not quite be able to get there before that wave is crashed in and that plate is taken.
Vikler just grabbing the cannon before he dipped away there.
Beautiful.
Yeah, he had his priorities right.
No -1s for Vikler in 2026.
얘들아 이거 용 바로 맞대는 거보다 유충
Oh, and there was some coach voice here to start us off. So letting B&K know exactly where they need to attack. Yep, and use Renekton Prior to make the Grub fight work out. Well, Renekton prio was definitely there, but the priority was on killing the Renekton and not the Grub. So I guess they did kind of get what they wanted, but sacrificed a bit more than I guess they were otherwise planning to do, as Teddy has to flash, and in goes Namgung once again, as the Bros look to try and fight back, but still not exactly making ground, as Raptor does have this Drake down to below half as Gideon comes in and looks to try and capitalize. Roamer is over here, and you can see Vikla down there as well. Solar Flare comes through. True Shot Barrage, a lot of damage as the Drake is taken by Gideon. Raptor trying to get out, but he's unable to do so, and now Diablo has to let those feathers fly. Pulls them back, and now Gideon, oh, the gorgeous Vault Breaker flash to pick up the kill onto Kellen, and the Bros with 3 in a row and no answer from BNK make that 4.
Such a good fight there from the Bros. I think BNK FearX, very split. Vikla didn't really have access to the fight, very disconnected from the rest of the team, and Teddy getting so much value off his ultimate there. So Dragon picked up and a ton of kills as well. Exactly the start they need. You can see here, so Diablo and Kellen are trying to like force Namgun and Teddy away in this situation. But notice that Talia's already coming down. And look, Kellen moves to help his AD carry. They take that massive True Shot Barrage. Their jungler's almost dead already. And there's no support from the mid lane yet. So they just have to disengage, run away. And it's just cleanup time for the Bros. That Gideon get a great flash.
Yeah, that was very, very cute. You can see now, we're going to try and kill Diablo as well, and he will be able to do so very comfortably. Gorgeously played. All right.
Yeah,
so having a good time.
So Sundered Sky was already completed for Gideon. You saw it in the replay, had that available, so was really strong going into that.
Oh, now I'm looking a little bit aggressive as well here, as you can see Gideon making his way back down towards that bottom side as well. Solar Flare is going to be avoided, at least for the stun, but Diablo, no Feather Storm, no chance, and he is just taken out once again. 5-0 here for the Bros, approaching a 3,000 gold lead.
Yeah, and that was such good timing because you burn everything from the enemy Xayah, and that is exactly when you want to start a fight. So the ult from Namgung doesn't connect, but it forces him backwards, which allows Gideon to get in the range. They land the CC, and now things are really heavily in favor of the Bros. 2,600 gold lead. They're in a great spot.
They are certainly in a very good position. This is why you don't take Gideon grubs from Gideon. Because he will just destroy you elsewhere on the map. Maybe that's something they can look at for game number 2, because this game number 1 is looking pretty dire. Let's have a look at this one more time, as Namgung actually really has stepped it up from what was a pretty disappointing performance in their first game.
That was a great Zenith Blade. Gets the Q down, the stun onto the Xayah just as the knockup was going to come in, just as he was going to leave range. And then the ult forces him to walk back into his team. And I think a bit of a mistake as well from the BNK FearX bot lane, walking up so aggressively without any sums, without any cooldowns. And now they are playing aggressive again. They do have ultimates back though this time, so a bit more to play around with.
Yeah, the scary thing is that Teddy has a Trinity Force, so any fight is just not going to feel exactly even, as Kellen just going to walk in here. They do have full information as to what's going on. There's a double knock-up as the Feather Pull is going to get Teddy out of there, but now I'm going back in once again. True Shot Barrage, big value one more time, but Kellen's able to walk his way out, and it looks like the Bros not interested in a fight, as Casting is interested in picking up some plates.
That looked a little spooky, the Zenith Blade that took him backwards. It looked like he was nearly in a bad situation, but the ult was good, and Teddy getting the damage down meant that they didn't want any of that. 2v3 and they forced him away. Just kind of shows how scary this Ezreal is already, and you know, this mid game is going to be a great place for Bro to really take control of this game. I mean, they're already in control, but really push it further. Yeah,
this is the scary thing. The snowball is beginning to roll, and when you've got a champion like Vi, they can just decide to kill you. It just makes it very, very hard to stop said snowball from its rolling down the hill. And let's see whether there's going to be a way that BNK can make that happen or not. Maybe some more coach voice going to be necessary. Try and get Edo in there to help them out.
Yeah, we just had all of the role quests kind of rapid fire come in. A minute or two ago, we only had a few, but all of those are now completed across the board. Summoners are starting to come back up as well. In that last Dragon fight, basically everything was used. So you can see Diablo's flash and Teddy's flash are like the last two major ones we're kind of waiting for. We do finally have the Essence Reaver first item for the Xayah coming through, but that Dragon in 40 seconds, Herald coming up as well on the map, so big objectives to play for. This is really a critical point of the game. Bro, 3,000 gold ahead. This is where they can accelerate that lead and really take it to a point where you might not be able to claw it back at all. But for BNK FairX, this is like do or die. Or the question is, do they just give it up and look to scale a bit longer? You're already in a big deficit. Could you try and trade sides of the map? Could you try and sacrifice an objective? Or are you going to fight your way back into the game?
We'll see whether they do decide to do that. 10 seconds until the Dragon is up and available. Right now, Diablo eating a few extra plates as Namgung making his way down towards his bottom side once again. They get the information. Battle Dance gets Kellen out of there. As Gideon goes in, Vaultbreaker doesn't quite connect, but Roma makes his way over immediately. Flash forward from Namgung as they lock down this Pantheon, but he absorbs so much of the pressure. There's the grand entrance as well as Clear makes his way amongst it. They're looking for that shutdown, and I think they're going to get it as Gideon very barely going to go down as they trade it for the Renekton. Big shutdown money, though, over to Clear, and it's BNK that actually come out on top 2-1 as Kellen makes his way out as well.
Exactly what you want for this situation, and Raptor going to be able to back off and heal. Has the ult. We see Vikla forced away here, but a trade up to BNK FairX, and
so much money, man. Look at that.
Yeah.
They cut the gold lead in half with that play. And with this turret going down as well, that is first turret blood going on over. So that is just going to even things out almost entirely as we move to about 1,000 gold lead, which means next to nothing at this stage of the game. Still very, very close.
So much committed here onto the Pantheon, and so much time was bought, right? The stun initially, and then the perfect timing for the Aegis to block all of that combo. Kellen then comes in and Clear is so hard to deal with at this point of the game. Dives in, and even though Gideon survives for a long time, doesn't change his fate.
Yeah. It's
a great trade from Clear, gets the 800 gold shutdown, only gives over his life in return. And in the meantime, his team was cleaning up that kill onto Leona as well, so very favorable.
Yeah.
Does mean they've given up a bit of control around the Dragon, but they're trying to push in now.
Yeah, it's like Vikla and Raptor looking to try and take this crab, but the Dragon is just taken away in front of them. It's a Hextech Soul as well this game.
Okay, I think it's honestly okay to have given up the Dragon if you've lost. Oh, Clear.
Clear needs to decide not to die, I think, as we are just going to peek to see who's making their way up, as there's the flash and the big Nara into the wall, and Casting just grabs the solo bolo. Nothing Kellen could do to help him with that one.
Yeah, not great, and the Triforce movement speed just letting him run him down. Clear's Dominus was like 2 seconds away when he got ulted, but a pretty big flub from Clear, who had such a good team fight just before. Gets ran down there, and Bro picking up that Dragon pretty much for free. You saw, Rakan on the top side of the map here, Kellen hovering here. So like this should be BNK FairX's strong side of the map. They have more members here. Like Pantheon was even, coming over. The fact that Casting gets this solo kill and gets away is a pretty rough look for BNK FairX.
Just looked kind of odd. But sometimes you just get mini-nod, and it's a problematic case. That is precisely what happened there. 2-0-1 now for Casting. I mean, in his side lane, he's going to be so scary.
That's the thing, is like eventually the nod just runs away in the side lane, but the fact it's happening already, he's got like a 2-level lead, and it's not going to get better. It's only going to get worse.
Yep. Well, Clear is going to see what he can do here with Raptor now in tow. Casting just narrowing them both into the wall. Kellen making his way down now, though. And Gideon's going to get on in here. And I don't think he's going to be enough to save Casting. That's a great Vault Breaker, though. And they might be able to get one. There is Kellen falling down. But now Gideon is in trouble. Vault Breaker with the double knockback as the Aegis comes through one more time. But cease and desist says goodbye to the Pantheon. It's a double as Gideon is angry after falling down earlier on. And now Clear, can you actually stay alive? As Namgung is delivered to the turret, but down will go the Crocodile, and the Bros back on the horse once again.
So well played there by Gideon. It felt like his ability spacing was so good throughout that, and so much was committed by BNK FairX to take down this Gnar, and they paid heavily for that kill.
And it means now 2.4k, the advantage once again here for the Bros. We'll check it out one more time.
Look at the fight, so the ult comes in, into the wall, gets the double stun, and then here when all three are together, Gideon's waiting, gets the double stun, ends up with a triple stun from the Gnar, and then the two-shot barrage comes through. Again, another double knockback. Ults gets to the other side of the Pantheon to finish him off quickly, and then chases down Clear, gets a bit more damage, and then Namgung with this max range Zenith Blade to follow him after the dash.
That was sick.
Just felt like all of Bro's abilities were just perfectly placed for the most part. And once again, pulling back to about that 2,600 gold lead, and Gideon monster fed on this Vi in this game.
Yeah, gorgeously played here by the bros. One thing I am scared about is the fact that Diablo has made it to 2 items, seeing him here on screen right now, and he got so many plates and that first turret, which means that he actually has a gold advantage over Teddy, who is 1-0-4 in this game. Was actually pretty fed earlier on, but is now at a bit of a deficit as far as his lane is concerned. That is being made up for by everyone else. As you can see, 2,000 gold in the lead is Gideon. This Vi is massively problematic. But Diablo has done some pretty amazing things in the past, and we'll see whether that is something that can actually get done here today as well. And it's a lot of pressure because things are looking a little dire.
Especially at this point in the game, like this is a great spike for Xayah, don't get me wrong, because you get the Essence Reaver procs alongside the just almost zero cooldowns, it feels like, when you're just autoing freely. But you're into an Ezreal on this 2-item spike, which just feels like so much power.
Oh yeah.
The Talia as well is in a great position, so Bro are in a position of power right now, and BNK FearX have to kind of just stabilize the game. Dragon in a minute, and again, as you said earlier, it's Hextech Soul. If an Ezreal gets a Hextech Soul, it's kind of just a done deal, it feels like, so.
Not a whole lot of fun. Roamer as well, I think Talia can really make use of Hextech Soul as well, being able to throw out those volleys and slow people down, hold them into position, and of course it's them running away from your abilities that's problematic, because now Vikla going to be the target here of Gideon, charging up that Vault Breaker, but Vikla does not take the bait.
Yeah, I think was waiting for him to maybe walk in close enough to the brush so he could just Q him or ult him, but there was a ward in the tri-brush. I think he was spotted heading over. Not able to find a pick before the objective, and now 15 seconds of the Dragon. Both teams kind of leaning more towards the Baron side, wanting to consolidate vision there before they move down. But if we look on the bot side of the map, that's all Bro vision. You can see the double control wards in the river, a bunch of wards through the jungle of BNK FearX, so they just don't have any vision there. Oh.
Right. Roamer is now taking a lot of damage, though, as Vikla is just going to flash over the top towards him. Gideon down in position, though, now as cease and desist comes in, but Gideon may actually be overextended. Namgung's making his way in, but there's a teleport from the Crocodile Weaver's Wall to deliver this Talia back into the fight, and down goes Vikla. Raptor in trouble, tries to pick it up, and he does manage to take down Roamer, but it's a 2-for-1 as now Clear looking to try and get on top of Teddy, as Kellen looks to get over that. That arcane shift was absolutely insane, or was it a flash? They both look pretty similar, and Teddy makes his way out.
I was certain he was dead in that situation. He had the flash, had the arcane shift, but, you know, Kellen was ready for him, and the charm does end up clipping him, but the timing, it felt like, was perfect for him to get out. Teddy just evades Kellen there.
And BNK looking a bit silly after that, Ox.
Yeah, and now with Raptor dead, this should just be an easy dragon pickup for the bros. 3 dragons in pocket, gotta feel good. I mean, Diablo's so low as well. This is a done deal for this dragon.
Oh yeah, that's Soul Point over to the bros as well. And one more Drake away from Hextech Soul is just kind of ridiculous. As we'll check this one out one more time. It did look like Vikla had a decent angle here onto Roamer, getting the full combo down. But the buy with the inside track is just so dangerous.
You have the Pantheon, you think you have the advantage, but it's a great flash down from Roamer to get to his team quickly. And Namgun with this ult, max range basically, to get the stun on the Azir, allows Gideon to clean up the kill. And then the squad's there. Raptor does clutch it and get that kill in return. But then here, I want to see what happened with Teddy. We don't get a chance, unfortunately, but that timing, I felt like, on his flash was flawless there to get out.
Yep, beautifully done.
And now, bro, you're 3,000 gold up, you got 3 dragons in pocket. You're feeling very comfortable in this game.
And that's a Guardian Angel now done for Gideon as well, so even more difficult to take down this Vi. I think eyes even further glued towards Diablo, who will get hit by that True Shot Barrage, and so does Raptor. So high value there from Teddy, getting a lot of damage with his ultimate so far this game. As we'll just have to see. Still waiting for a good, honest team fight here. There's been a lot of getting picks here for the bros.
When you start getting a lead in the jungle, because of the quest changes, getting the extra golden experience from camps, you can just really ramp it up. And Gideon has like a 40 CS lead over Raptor, so he's so far ahead.
Well, there is a Nard to come out here from casting. Gets back to Mini Nard to try and boost that speed. Has the boomerang. And in comes the Pantheon. There's the stun, and down goes casting. Good pick off here by BNK. But where is the cross map for the bros?
Yeah, this was a you know, a risky timing with Baron being up and available. But remember, they made neutral objectives so much tankier, so much harder to take down. And the fact that there is a ward on the Baron, and they kind of got the sense that Bro just wasn't in a position to rush it. So Raptor goes for the bot side play, gets the kill, and manages to get away with it without any real cross map. Now they'll look for the mid tower, but that True Shot Barrage is going to force them away. So no objective translation from BNK Fear-X, but a nice kill pickup.
Yeah,
with no chance of a cross map.
Yeah, it does feel like the timing on the kill just not quite working out there. Could have otherwise been a dragon or something like that, but instead unable to actually leverage anything, not even able to get that last plate in the mid lane to try and open up the map here for BNK. But still, I still feel like we just haven't had that honest-to-goodness 5v5, you know? That's what I want to see. I feel like that's what a, you know, Xayah, Rakan, Azir-style composition wants to look for the majority of the time.
I feel like a lot of the fights have been very split that we've had in this game.
Yeah.
You know, it's been, oh, there's a fight starting, we're going to join it, we're going to get over there. And I feel like this next Dragon is going to be that structured 5v5, or at least an attempt at it. So we'll see. Surprisingly, both teams maintaining their mid-tier ones throughout all of this.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
Especially with the crystalline overgrowth, it kind of means that if someone just gets up to it and autos it, that would break it, but both teams have been running full defense to try and make sure that doesn't happen.
And that is continuing here as Diablo does at least get up to it.
I mean, if the wave comes in and he autos, this should be a gone.
All right, and yeah, basically one shot.
Finally gets it down, so I can push that wave a little bit deeper and try and get some vision towards this topside jungle.
Does feel like BNK have somewhat stabilized this game, though. A little bit worrisome here for the Bros. All right, there's a grand entrance, but an engage onto a Leona is not exactly the best thing. He gets exhausted, and they're still looking for it. And Namgung's going to go down, but the rest of the Bros not actually opting in for anything, as Roma will get tagged here by Clear, but he just slices his way out of there.
Yeah, this Crocodile feels very weak. Like, you think about the fact that the top lane quest gives you extra experience, and you're the same level as your AD carry and lower level than your mid laner.
He's lower level than the enemy jungler, Orcs.
Yeah, it's not been going so well for the Renekton, but this was a good pick onto the Leona. That's the thing with Leona compared to Rakan, is you don't have that easy way to get out. Was flashless. They kind of just chase him down in the situation. It won't translate to much, but it does force him down. Then Clear, you know, he walks up to Rome, and Roma's like, "What are you doing? You're not a crocodile. You're a gecko at this point."
Yeah, he kind of is. A little bit of a shame. That's all right. At least he can walk up walls.
That's cool. That's nifty.
Geckos are pretty nifty. They're nifty lizards, but they're not as scary as crocodiles. It's absolutely true. As Kellen and Namgung, once again, some supporter combat, but you can see Gideon making his way in. Kellen will find the quickness there to charm up both of them, and Gideon's going to go down to his GA very, very quickly. Namgung now going to be the next target as Diablo. Free hitting is there. Shots wide, it finds two! As Vikla gets the angle, Teddy's taken down, and BNK cannot be stopped! Everyone getting taken out of this fight, and it's only Roma left over. BNK, they should be able to take themselves a Baron, take themselves a Drake. This game is flipped on its head.
And that's the 5v5 they were waiting for. Vikla with that beautiful shuffle coming in and clutching it. And now Baron in pocket. Dragon's coming up soon. They will be able to move over to that. They've got time. Everything is just turned around in this game. We'll see the replay. And Gideon, he's trying to go for this trade on Kellen, but, you know, with the Celestial opposition and the quickness, you don't have the follow-up to burst him. One of your strongest members in this Vi kind of just wasted the GA, and then Vikla, this angle, catches him after the arcing shift. Beautiful
Teddy was
play.
so close to being out of that, but Vikla finds the perfect angle. We're going to have a look at it from his perspective here, as he's letting everyone know that he's coming, he's ready. And, oh, what a beautiful flash. Man. Okay, we talk about, like, it was the year of Dudu yesterday on the casts, what we were hearing about. I think maybe it's actually the year of Vikla.
I mean, the thing is, like, I'll be brutally honest, I feel like there were times where BNK Fear-X was successful last year with Vikla underperforming and just not being that solid, and it felt like sometimes they really had to work with him when he wasn't having the best performances. But so far this year, he has been smashing it. And if he's playing at this level, I don't know what the limit's going to be for BNK Fear-X. Like, this level of form for Vikla just really puts another level to this team entirely.
And we were talking about the Bros potentially winning Worlds. Maybe it's actually B&K.
Maybe.
Maybe it's their time. That's if we don't have, T1 trying to go for 4 in a row. But I think, 3 in a row was pretty good.
It was enough, right?
We can chill out now. Maybe give someone else a shot. Maybe B&K Fear X.
But I just think as well, like, clearly with B&K Fear X, right, we saw a lot of strong points last year, but, one of the few teams to keep the full roster together for 2026, and we're kind of seeing, what is the evolution, right? You've stuck together for that long time, you're now deciding to continue, and where is the evolution from there? And it seems like Vikla stepping up in this way is really going to take them to another level, and now they're the ones with about the 3,000 gold lead that we saw Bro kind of have throughout this game. But to be able to push down this tower as well. Oh, Diablo, a little bit chunked.
He has taken every single True Shot barrage into the backline. Does go Gideon as Diablo over the wall, pulls back the feathers, and keeps himself alive. Another gorgeous shuffle as Vikla comes in to save the day. And somehow, Diablo is still standing, and I think the Bros are not after that one, as it looks like B&K are looking to push down mid lane for the win.
Must be so disheartening for Gideon. Comes in on the flank, finds the 80 carry so close to taking him down before he uses that ultimate. But it does come through, the feathers come in, and B&K Fear X turn it around, and now a huge gold lead. The state of the game, blink and you miss it, because Bro was so far ahead for so much this game, and now it looks like it's just over.
Yeah. It's looking pretty doomed here as Casting in a lot of trouble. Vikla looking to finish off a couple of extra kills as Namgung desperately trying to hold them at bay, but it's not going to work out as Casting, I don't think he's going to get much of an R here, and he does not. It's a double kill for Vikla, and well-deserved. Moving to 5-1 and 8 here as they look to take down the Nexus here in game number 1. And man, the Bros, to quote Skara once again, they were winning until they lost.
It's so, it's game 1. There's still the series, but losing a game like that, that's a heartbreaker. That is a hard one to bounce back from. And I think, honestly, there was so many games last year, where Azir was banned against Vikla. And I think that was a reminder why, because that was an insane Azir performance. That shuffle dictated that entire game. I feel that was a turning point. And Bro, you can't help but be frustrated at the outcome, given how they were just setting the pace for the whole thing. Gideon, I think, had a phenomenal game. One mistake, and then that was it. But that's how it goes.
Yeah, Casting doing a lot of damage in this game. In fact, the most out of anybody else on the Rift. But I don't think it's the damage numbers that really tell the story of this one. It was when B&K were actually able to get their team fights in order, and the coordination was just that step ahead of the Bros. And it's understandable, right? This is a squad that have been together for an entire year prior to this, and the Bros are still trying to figure things out with, the Lord leaving, Casting making his way in, Gideon as well, back on the team, but not there last year. So we'll just see whether this is going to rattle the Bros or whether they can use this to fuel the fire for a Game 2 victory. We're going to take a short break. When we get back, the space is going to break that one down, and we'll have game number 2. See you soon.
계속 미드에서 쳐내려 하고
저기 보였어.
탑에 바위 찍히면 이즈도 강
바위 보였어.
바위 미드 아래
아이러 나 탑쪽 압박 줄게
이쪽으로.
똑같이.
우리 미드 타워 치는 중 얘들아 미드 본다 얘네
미드 맞아. 가는 중.
바위 막을게 잘 봐줘야 돼
대거 유지해봐.
나 이제 더 그냥 이제 봐줘. 이제
뿌려.
나 나를 바꿔줘.
나 큐래.
야 끝내자. 나 나를 바꿔줘.
아,
셀카
탈리아 노플이거든.
나 펄떡 돼.
لست بآثم إن وزر هذا العالم ليس لك وحدك
Welcome back to the space here at Chichik Lol Park for day number 4 of the LCK Cup 2026. D-Gon here, and joining us today is a unique combo. It is the Valdanalist here to break down that last match. But, Valdez, we're not alone. Joining us, finally, we revealed it at the top of the week, our special secret guest here on LCK Global. He has 645 games played. Who's behind that silhouette? It's none other than Umpty. Umpty joining us, spending... Umpty, what was that face?
Hello guys, it's Umpty. Nice to meet you guys.
Umpty, again, an illustrious career, 645 games played, multiple different regions played in, international events. We're so happy to have you. Look at that. There's the career. Jin Air Green Wings, KT Rolster, time on to Breon, and of course, most recently, a TL.
Yeah. I think the TL's memories was really good, and I'm still in here. And the TL's memories are helping me that working at the Global Analyst Desk. I'm so happy with that too.
Yeah, we're so happy to have you. As we dive into this last match, as it was BNK FearX battling back against Breon to get a Game 1 win.
Why do you say it like that, D-Gon? What did he mean by that? What did Breon mean by the draft as well? Because we were looking at this and we were just not happy, Umpty.
Yes, I think I was not quite happy because they had the goal to like counter the Azir, but they just picked the Vi too fast and they gave them Renekton too easily and they just counter with Gnar. But it's actually not a combo with the Vi, Gnar, and they had the Pantheon. The Gnar is going to have a trouble in the early side games or like early games, and then Renekton is going to lead the early game too. So I think the draft was quite hard, and then if Breon made one mistake, one single mistake will lead to the lose.
Well, that's not what happened. Early on in this game, highlight number 1, 10 minutes in, it was a little slow, but then the Bros found their fight around the Drake, and it started off of maybe a mistake by Azir in the mid lane on Vikla.
Yeah, I think that the good play was Roamer just canceled the Azir's tempo about the base timing, so he should back off and then TP later. And then, but the big last mistake was that he TP'd mid. And then the Talia just like called that, oh, he TP'd mid, we should fight right now. And then they just walled it and they just win the fight like that.
Yeah, I think forcing this fight is the biggest thing. Like, the TP wasn't great, but then you're going in here and you're like, okay, we can go on to the Leona. Meanwhile, they have Talia that's always going to get there first, and then, you know, we see the Azir walking back and forth. Vikla's like, well, now I'm too late. So the coordination there from BNK was not great, and Bro easily capitalized.
Yeah, I think the most of the difficult thing is like BNK just did not have to do it, but they were just too overconfident about the 3v4 and they can earn the time, but Breon played perfectly about it.
Yeah, again, a one mistake game, as he said earlier, did Umpty. And here comes said mistake. Highlight number 2, 27 minutes into this one. BNK FearX find the angle and punish the Bros very, very difficultly.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. We saw a lot of mistakes out of BNK, but they were still always in the game, and that was the biggest thing. They kept it close, and then Bro were like, hey, there's a Rakan. We can take him down. Nope, just immediately turned onto, and Gideon goes down, and that's kind of lights out for this fight.
I think the so sad thing is just Gideon was playing too well in this game, very, very well, but he just did one single mistake to just going on the Rakan and he get one shot, and then he just had to lose the game because of the Azir's Rakan of the value. And then, like, you know, we had 3 dragons. We were losing with 1 Q. It's like sad.
Yeah, pretty tough here. But Valdez, things to build upon for both sides. For BNK FearX, they showed some resilience. For the Bros, they were able to take an early lead.
Yeah, I think just for the Bros, it's always been something that plagues some of our lower level teams in the LCK is that you can get early leads, but actually playing through the mid game and playing into the late game and not losing your step somewhere along the way is always a big trouble. Also, the draft, I think, was a big issue for them where they didn't give themselves a lot of outs. And as Umpty said, it was just one mistake and the game was over.
I agree with that. And then I think they were not very proactive when they were like in the good spot, like not playing at the enemy jungle side and like pressuring them. So I think they will figure it out of the second game, and then we can expect that they can win the second game too.
Who's your front runner for POM so far if you're BNK FearX? Because again, they were on the back foot for a while and found their comeback.
Okay, it was Gideon on my on me, but it changed to FearX, right? So I think it's a big law.
It has to be Vikla, right? Big plays, he got them back in the game and made the team fights theirs.
All right, well, Vikla and BNK Fearx up 1-0 against Brion. Will they be able to close it on out? Let's find out as we send it back on over to Atlas and Ox.
Thank you so much, Digon, and welcome. Umpty, the General is on the desk. It's absolutely fantastic to have you here, my friend, and hopefully he can give a little bit of power to the bros to allow them to fight back and maybe pick up a Game 2 win.
I love how he was talking about Gideon having a great game, one mistake, you know, trying to put the team on his back, one mistake, and then they lose. I'm like, I'm sure he has been there before.
Yes, he has. But also, he was there, like, 94 minutes, 90. I never know whether it's 92 or 94, but he was the one that made the game-winning play in that moment on his Kha'Zix, killing Faker's Kassadin in the jungle. I remember that. That was very, very cool. So maybe you can give some of that energy over to the bros to allow them to pick up a victory here in this game number 2. As we can see, BNK Fearx 1 win away from putting another one in the wins column for Team Elder, putting them at 5 versus 2. Oh, man. Elder Drake looking pretty powerful here in comparison to the Purple Worm.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about it, it makes sense.
It does. An Elder Dragon can fly. I was actually thinking about this earlier on today, and I was like, but Elder is just way better. Like, you can also just fly away and grab your buddies if you want to. Baron's just stuck there.
I mean,
it's
also,
like a pop plant.
I was thinking more the buffs.
All right, yeah, I mean, there's that too.
But
I
also, like, you did just see the cinematic, right, with the Elder, and it was all like, it was pretty cool.
Yeah, it was very, very cool.
So,
although a bunch of rocks in front of the mountain was all they really needed to stop that one.
So they need Malphite.
Oh, true!
There's the solution.
All right, another solution is breaking the draft, which is seemingly what just happened. So we're going to do that, and that means that we will be able to analyze, you know, further, which we think is going to win in a fight between an Elder Dragon and a Baron. Baron is a Void monster, and so maybe like you can utilize some of the Void tactics. As I think we're going to the military.
I mean, the thing is as well, when you think about, because that was something when I was watching the cinematic, like the Elder Dragon looked so cool in the fight, right? But pretty much like every champion that isn't a support can solo the Elder Dragon. Like, it does no damage.
True.
It just kind of sits there as well. Like, they amped up the Baron and it has lots of cool attacks and stuff. I
Where
feel like
are
they
the
should
Elder
make
Dragon's cool attacks?
Exactly. They should make it like if you think how strong the buff is, like it's supposed to be like a game ender. They should really give it some OP attacks. Like put some burns on the floor that are like the Elder burn. So
maybe because the cinematic did actually have the Elder Dragon starring in it, maybe that means that this year is the year that we're going to develop some of the Elder Dragon's abilities.
That's the pitch.
Maybe we can work on that. I could probably send Maddie a message or something, just ask him to see whether, you know, you can put the word in to the design team, figure something out there. But we'll just have to see. We are here into the draft once again as Nico Jarvan this time going to be taken away, and there is a Rumble banned one more time. I imagine Jace is going to find his way to the ban list, and we'll see whether that Malphite is once again going to be something that we will see.
Yeah, so last time it was the bros with second pick, and this time they've gotten first pick, so a little bit of a switch up in terms of like draft order and things. But you see the Orianna being banned away this time, and you can understand Prior Rising with like the Azir and the Talia being gone. Also kind of shuts out the chance of like Ori Nocturne, which would be very strong.
By the way, I'm really digging this draft music.
Yeah, it's
I'm
a good vibe.
Big fan. It's got that like sort of Tron vibe, you know, like some of that sort of retro.
Yeah,
like I'm really into it.
Oh,
the Rock is going to be taken away.
Yeah, Malphite still not going to come through. Gwen was one of the ones that was banned last time by BNK Fearx, so we'll see if they opt to go for that again. Then again, they are on second pick this time. I was about to say Red Set. They're on second pick this time. They win on second pick before.
Yep. There is
and
Jace.
Jace, yeah, is gonna get taken off the card, so that makes sense. So yeah, Gwen and Sion being let through, which were taken away last time.
I do want to shout out to chat as well. The bro tax is coming through thick and fast, and we appreciate that here at the LCK. Keep that coming if you do want the bros to be able to bring us to a game number 3. That it doesn't only mean that the Bros win a game, but it also means we get more LCK today.
Yeah.
Which is exactly what everyone wants. So the Rise going to be the first pickup here for Roma, and as someone called Roma, having a champion that roams very well is certainly a good thing. This is dangerous though. That's Yunara for Diablo.
Yeah, that's a scary pick to deal with. I mean, Actualizer Rise does just look bonkers, if we're being honest. But Yunara very powerful. Also, Yunara being second pick, you could leave support till later and kind of secure a good matchup. But they're just going to lock the Lulu here and now. They're like, we are sending this. We're confident.
We did see this work out very, very well yesterday. I feel like Wild Growth is so good at not only being appealing tool, but also just to layer on to engage, especially if you have things like Wukong and stuff that can really get in there. That's likely what we're going to be seeing them augmenting this composition with. So already a pretty dangerous start here to the draft. You can see Teddy looking unfazed as they lock away the Ambessa.
They opt not to match bot lane. They opt to go for the Ambessa, which, I mean, technically is a flex still, although we've seen it more in the top lane. Will they pick jungle here, and will they just say we're going to pick bot lane after the next rotation of bans, or is it something they want to prioritize now?
Ooh,
looking at the Nautilus
pick again.
Yeah, did see this in the jungle before, but essentially saying, look, we want point-and-click CC as an answer to that Yunara to deal with her, because they know obviously the threat it can be. I think that can make a lot of sense, just being able to shut down. Champion is obviously very mobile, but quite short-ranged.
Well, in goes the Xin Zhao. Pretty comfortable here for Raptor. Going to be playing that one. You can audaciously charge in, get that wild growth, and Lulu Xin Zhao is a tale as old as time. We've seen it many, many times, and a very strong 1-2 punch, especially in the mid-game. They can play around one another, so expect to see Raptor towards that bottom side of the map as early as possible, as now we're going to see some AD carries being banned away here, trying to protect this Yunara pick, as already the Corki is going to be taken away from Teddy, so not as many of these Trinity Force options now available, with Ezreal fearlessly banned.
Yeah, I think Corki, obviously with the Nautilus as well, you have a lot of lane pressure. Can kind of keep the Yunara down a little bit, and then you're pretty self-sufficient in team fights, so Nautilus goes, engages, you can do your own thing, assume it is a Nautilus support. They are going to ban the Cassiopeia, so trimming some of the mid laners for that Rise matchup. I wonder if they take away the Gwen, because Gwen's and Zhao, I feel like, pretty potent combo.
Yeah,
true. I've seen Fellows is going to come out as well, a pick we've seen a good amount of, and obviously matches a good amount of scaling of the Yunara individually, although Yunara, Lulu, hard to really match for any AD carry.
Yeah, the Karma is still available, so maybe that is something that they can look towards as far as, like, at least being able to stand their own in lane, but it is still pretty frightening.
Yeah, like if they wanted to put the Nautilus in the jungle and they went something like Jhin Karma, they could just like bully out the lane, but it really just depends what the rest of the composition is for BNK4X. Could have a little bit of a difficult time cutting through, like, if they have Xin Zhao and then a trickier front line.
Ooh, Galio.
Okay, they are heavily investing into the Diablo basket here.
Yeah, and already we saw Vikler in game number 1 going for the Merc Treads because the upgrade is kind of broken at the moment.
Yeah.
And Galio, theoretically, a champion that abuses that even further, although has not necessarily been the most powerful on this current patch. We'll see what Vikler is going to be able to make of it, though. Into the Rise, something that shouldn't be too much of a worry here, as Teddy on his Varus, something that he has found a lot of success on in the past.
So, are we going to see any flexes? That's the question. Or is it just going to be a Nautilus support? And it looks like we aren't going to get flexes. So it's going to be Nautilus support, Ambessa top. And could it be... I actually really like the Zed.
I kind of like Trundle, just because it does a number to Xin Zhao, and then you can use it against a very tanky Galio. And it was sort of like they were going for like one of these pseudo Juggermore style compositions that we remember the Rocks Tigers sort of debuting a million years ago.
Yeah.
Where you can just play a whole bunch of tanks and a hyper carry. Not going to be the case this time, as Clear is picking up the Aatrox. I feel like we haven't had Aatrox at all so far this season.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this is our first one of the LCK Cup.
Yes, it is. First time we're seeing Aatrox. I think I was talking about the Gwen earlier, but maybe the matchup and the Ambessa can be a little bit tricky. but definitely some extra damage as well for the side of BNK FearX. I still feel like the composition is going to be very reliant on the Yunara, but you know, this is not the first or last time I think BNK FearX will put their eggs in the AD carry basket.
Yep. I think it makes a fair bit of sense. Diablo is a prodigy, and so you may as well utilize it as they are walking their way back. Coaches shaking hands, and we are getting ready to get onto the Rift here for game number 2. The Bros, I like where this composition's at. With the Nautilus there on beside the Varus as well, does that mean that we're going to be seeing some on-hit, perhaps? Because oftentimes when there is a Nautilus, the on-hit comes out a little bit more. But we will just see. It's been only lethality so far.
Yeah.
But you can have some fun moments with the extra attack speed. Just have to find out when we do get the keystones being shown. But looking like a pretty stock standard composition on the side of BNK FearX. And Trundle hasn't been around so much more recently. So we'll see what Gideon can do on this champion to potentially bring us to a game 3. All right, Bro fans in full voice once again as Clear just throwing out some abilities, casting not really being too bothered by it. And Gideon will find Raptor. This is, it's not quite a troll under the bridge, but he is in a pretty scary position.
I mean, he should just be able to mangle him level 1, so...
Yeah, he just sort of like walks around the corner and eats the Xin Zhao. Is that not just what happens here? Yeah. In he comes. Chomp. And yeah, Raptor just has to vacate the area. There's not a whole lot that he can do about this. And so Gideon now with just full control of the jungle. And this is what we were talking about. I mean, Trundle, like, there's not a whole lot that Xin Zhao can do to a Trundle.
Yeah, he's going to try and go for the Wolves instead to hit level 2, but Gideon is like forcing him out.
Yeah, I think he just has to go to the other side of the jungle.
Yeah.
There is just nothing he can really do. So could be some vertical jungling here if Raptor is able to actually head over toward the enemy blue side. Or it could be some shenanigans here as Gideon clears out his side of the jungle as well as heading over to his blue side as well. So,
you know,
a tough time here for Raptor.
Xin Zhao just generally doesn't do well into Trundle, but I think level 1 is just like the worst case scenario.
Yeah.
The fact that you're losing your AD and he has such a short cooldown on the Q. It is going to be the lethality Varus, which...
Oh, is that a turret shot on the Kellen? Yeah, he does have to flash his way out, and the heal had already been used.
Yeah, that wasn't ideal. Looks like they used summoners earlier for some heavy trades, but yeah, so we've seen more of the lethality Varus, and I feel like on-hit hasn't been as...
Some crazy things happening here in this mid lane as Flash Justice Punch does get Vikla to relative safety, but he has to use his flash, as Roma only having to invest the Ghost to get that one out. Already things just happening here in this game number 2. As Clear taking a lot of damage as well. As casting great trade.
Game looking a lot more heated than the last one, if we're being honest.
Just action all over the place.
Yeah, and I think, you know, on-hit builds haven't been super favored by some of the changes we saw in the new season, but my only concern is that for Bro, you know, lethality Varus into some of the picks that BNK FearX has, if you don't kill like an Aatrox or a Xin Zhao, or you like pump your damage into them when the Xin Zhao has his shield up, or like there's a wild growth that comes through, you do just run out of damage as the lethality Varus, right? Compared to on-hit who can just keep autoing, so...
Yeah.
That is a little bit of a concern, but you do have other members of the team with some sustained damage, like the Rise.
Yeah, we'll have to see how fed Roma can get in this game, whether he can make it to those 3 items that have looked incredibly broken so far this season. As Vikla looking to try and make his way in, but hits kind of nothing on
Yeah, that was a nice root.
Well played, but Raptor is now going to make his way forward, gets the flash up, an immediate follow as Wind becomes lightning, and Vikla, can he find some Winds of War? The Justice Punch will do it, and First Blood goes to the Galio as the year of Vikla continues.
Yeah, I think Roma just too heavily focused on the 1v1 and, you know, had some vision from that ward, but kind of, you know, went in a position where you were just so easily dove on. Like, I think he'd seen Raptor already here on this ward, right?
Yeah, I guess not.
Because he was, like, round the corner before. I think I'm not sure if he'd seen him. It looked like maybe the ward wasn't deep enough in the brush or something. But, yeah, I think just too close to that wall where he can just be jumped on from over it. I think if you stay a bit more central in the lane, you're a lot safer. But considering the success he was having in the lane, the pressure he had on Vikla, the fact that he forced that early flash, and now to be down sums and having died, not ideal for Roma in this one.
Yep, I'm going to put that in the cons column. Absolutely. As Clear and Casting continuing to battle it out here towards this top side of the map. Interesting that we were talking about Zahin, and we do get just the old version of him in just regular Aatrox here in this top lane instead. But Clear just wanting to play something a little more familiar, perhaps. And we'll be locking this one away. Can still do some pretty ridiculous things in team fights against a whole bunch of champions that are largely melee range, and there are 3 of them that certainly fit that bill. As now Vikla with the phase rush is looking to try and make his way out here as Gideon throws down the pillar, and Vikla could be in a whole host of trouble. There's the Rune Prison. Does get the Justice Punch down, though, as Gideon does pick up the kill, but now Raptor gets his way in there. Let's see whether he can actually make something happen. 2 versus 1, though, and it's not looking good, as Roma will find a lot of damage onto this Xin Zhao. No flash, and Roma looks to find a good sidestep, and Raptor will keep himself alive.
So close to going down. There was a nice sidestep at the end, but it was a little concerning when Raptor went in there to try and save the play, especially given the low health member was Gideon on the Trundle, who obviously got a bit of heal when Vikla went down. So a good pickup there from Gideon to punish Vikla's lack of flash.
Yep.
But heavy focus around the mid lane in this game so far.
Yep, everything very, very even in this game, though. As we can see, only 100 gold separating these 2 teams. As Vikla back in it once again.
What's crazy, we've seen Gideon like constantly invading, but the jungle is pretty even in farm, despite that.
Yeah, ignore this as far as the year of Vikla is concerned. It's still the year of Vikla, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, he just got ganked, you know, it's not fair.
Yeah, it takes a while to cut through him. And Raptor actually does quite a lot of damage up front, but then kind of runs out of cooldowns and has to just run away.
Clear. Having picked up his first plate, was looking for another one here, as the crab is likely to be taken here by Raptor.
Yeah, Casting actually hasn't reset yet. He's going for it now, but you know, Clear's already reset and come back to lane without teleporting.
Oh wow,
So
I didn't even notice that he still has teleport available, okay.
Yeah, I think just has had Prio in that lane and had complete control so far.
Certainly been able to shove waves in over and over again as teleport towards the top side for Clear will come on through as he is getting closer and closer to item number 1. Gideon has now hit level 6 though, so we'll have that subjugation up and available. We'll probably be saving that one for Vikla most of the time, so he will be building the most tanky stats, but it looks like not going to be starting with a tank item.
Namgun has gone Aftershock again. Actually, wait, he's on that side of the Trundle. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, could have been Aftershock Lulu.
Yeah,
that have seen Aftershock Nami win a game as well.
Oh, that could have been.
So we really could have had some extra Aftershock stuff.
Yeah, unfortunately not the Aftershock Galio that you're really hoping for.
True. Vikla almost able to use his phase rush in order to save his life earlier on as well, so already getting some value out of that keystone theoretically. It's Casting. Doing a bit better in these trades now with the core fields put together.
I do feel like I'm liking the supports leaning back towards like the normal summoners away from Spellbook, because Spellbook did get nerfed a little bit, and there is still some Spellbook usage on certain champions who are like less reliant on those combat keystones and also just don't have as much synergy, like things like Bard or Rakan, who don't have as much specific synergy with any one keystone.
Yeah.
But I think like Nautilus having the Aftershock does just make you so much tankier when you are one of the squishier engaged supports.
Oh, Roma just making his way out of taunt range, and Gideon grubs happening once again as he does take away the first one. Should be able to grab the second as well, as Raptor is busy dealing with Roma here in this mid lane. Casting going to get chained up, but does manage to break those pretty comfortably. Namgung is going to get his way out of this Tribe Rush. And Raptor with a bit of an invade.
Kind of a slow game once again. We had those illegal scraps and then it's just slowed down, but they are now looking for a clear, so he's just dead, I believe.
I don't know what he's going to be able to do here. Let's see whether he can actually find an angle. As Casting gets himself out of there, the World Ender does come on through. And I believe Vision was given over, and there it is. So the ward goes over the wall. Gideon is just going to vacate.
Honestly, a good ult and clear the wave out and able to mitigate it. I thought, looking at the wave coming in, looking at Gideon being there, I thought they were just going to dive and he was going to be down, but able to survive and create some space, and now a dive on the bot side.
Yep, see whether they can take down Teddy here, as there's a heroic entrance as well, as Teddy now trying to turn it on to Kellen. Winds of War come in, that is going to be Vikla grabbing that kill, as now Namgung is just going to flash to get on top of Raptor. Does manage to take him out, but it's a 2-for-1 in the dive on the bottom side. So B&K looking all right there and now have themselves a decent little advantage as well.
Yeah, especially the kill ends up going to the Nautilus, so I think B&K FuryX pretty happy with how that one panned out. Teddy trying to focus damage down onto Kellen here. As you see, Kellen ends up getting aggro first. Flashes away from the ult from Teddy, though.
Yeah, and he wild growths himself and doesn't get hit by the Chains of Corruption because he flashed it.
Yep, so that was well played by Kellen to avoid that immediate focus from Teddy. But honestly, it was a good eye from Teddy to see who was grabbing aggro. Just unfortunately, Kellen was a little bit faster on the trigger. Well, not faster, just reacted well.
Yeah.
All in all, B&K FuryX, I think, happy with how the dive panned out, but Gideon instantly responds and picks up the Dragon as recourse for that play.
Yep. Clear has now got his Sundered Sky complete. In fact, that is the only thing he has in his inventory.
Priorities.
Yep, certainly knows exactly what he wants, as Vikla with his dash cannon now complete as well.
Oh, now casting has Eclipse. I feel like that's just the point where Ambassador just becomes obnoxious, that one item.
Yep, already has a decent CS advantage as well after everything that had happened towards the top side. So casting's in a pretty good position, and honestly had a pretty good game number 1 as well on the Gnar. Of course, we mentioned did the most damage in the game. And he has some big lordly shoes to fill, as we had to say goodbye to Morgan. Was picked up by Team Liquid. So incredibly sad, but I can't be that upset about it because at least he's hanging out with my boy Jake. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah,
I guess.
Just seems like the Team Liquid thing to pick up bros.
Yeah, yeah. We can ask Umpty about it.
Yeah, and
Umpty's probably pretty happy. I know that when Spawn came to Korea as well, Umpty and Spawn hung out as well. While he was here for the boot camp. So pretty cool stuff as they were here for Kesper Cup as well. Hopefully they're going to be back next year as well. It was a whole lot of fun having a few extra special guests. But I digress. We're having a look now at B&K pushing in this bottom lane with some support by Raptor. He's going to clear out this control ward so the bros know exactly what's going on. They have a troll making his way down. And it is just going to be a trade of a bunch of wards. Subjugation up and available. Roma and Vikla in position, both of them with their globals at the ready, or semi-globals, you could say. But now just going to be moving back to lane, so a bit of a stalemate. Going to be broken just yet. All right, bit of a, finally, stun landing.
It's just the Galio thing. You just dash up to him, combo him, run away with phase rush, just on repeat.
At least this time he has dash cannon, so I feel like he can actually close the gap.
Yeah, yeah.
A little bit.
It was a little awkward before when he got rooted and he just kind of stood there.
Yeah. Well, some high value with the free boots as well. We've got 3 of them.
Speaking of high value, the double control ward in that brush just...
Gotta get that vision, man.
Gotta really make sure there's no wards in that brush.
Mm-hmm. Works out. Quest completion here for both of our top laners already. Going to be the first ones that have been put together, as there's public execution towards Clear. World Ender does come on down, Sundered Sky to try and get that health bar back, but Gideon makes his way in, and I don't think Clear is going to find a way out of this one. Heroic Entrance comes in, though, and maybe I spoke too soon. Great knock-up, and Gideon will be taken down. And now casting, I don't know whether the Alcove Gaming is going to work out, because now the Bash Bros make their way in to defend their Aatrox, and it's a double for Vikla.
It's just his year, isn't it? It's just the year of Vikla. He's just on form.
Watch out, World Championship. Vikla's coming back to North America. As all right, Namgung now going to start a fight up against Diablo once again. The Wild Growth comes in as there's Roma with the ulti, and that is going to spell the end of both bot laners. The year of Vikla continues, though, as he just dives on top of Teddy. Wipes out a fair bit of the damage. I think Vikla will be dead now, but Namgung's in a bit of trouble. Justice Punch. Oh, the dash cannon missed. Oh, it could have been another kill. That would have been so sick if that had happened, but it did not. It just shows.
You know what?
Vikla isn't a god. He is human after all.
Room for growth. Room for growth. That's what we can establish there. But Clear buying a ton of time here. I mean, Aatrox is the champion to do that. You see how much he heals off that first auto. Keeping space from Gideon, and then, again, gets a ton of health from that auto with Sundered Sky in the passive. Vikla comes in, Gideon gets eliminated, and then a little bit of running around the alcove, but just a huge fight win. And then immediately Vikla ends up recalling buying boots to get the tier 3 boots and just zooming straight in here, whereas bot lane are getting engaged on.
And you can tell he asked for that. He pinged to the ward he's teleporting to. He's like, guys, start a fight, I'm coming in. And they started a little bit earlier than they probably wanted to, as Vikla was a little late to that one.
And he's so close to getting a second kill.
Look at that dash cannon, man.
A couple more abilities here and there.
Yeah.
Could have been.
As Gideon also not going to lose his grump.
You know what's hilarious? We're talking about how strong like the upgraded Merc treads are and the shield, how good to be on Galio. No. Upgraded Sorks for the Galio. We're doing damage out here.
So wait, hang on. He builds Merc treads on Azir and then Sorks on Galio.
Galio already has
deny subjugate value.
Galio already has a magic damage shield, right?
True. You know, it's redundant, isn't it?
He doesn't need another one.
Yeah, that would be absolutely silly. I completely understand. And why would I doubt Vikla? You know, it's his year, as we know. All right. Akbaron come through here from Diablo is then now continuing to look for this fight. Diablo's looking very worse for wear, but the wild growth to keep him alive. As Vikla comes down, he still wants more. As Teddy going to get killed by the Winds of War, but it is doing a fair bit of damage given the build that Vikla has gone for here.
He is going one-shot build, you know. I feel like we've seen so many of these, like,
this is something that Faker used to do last year, right? He was the one that didn't build like a defensive item first. He's like, no, we're just going Glass Cannon Gargoyle.
It's so fun, to be honest. You know, I think part of the logic is you're into the Trundle, right? You don't want to give him a target where you're just going to get all your stats drained immediately. But also, you do so much damage. Like, Galio has really high AP ratios. When you do go a build like this, you just kind of explode people, especially if you're this fed.
Yep.
So I kind of respect it.
And it is going to be first turret going over to the Bros. They should be able to claim themselves a gold advantage. As you can see, it is teetering back and forth, but finally, 600 gold in the lead here for the Bros, as they do take down that outer bottom lane turret. So nicely done. Get them a bit into the coffers. As Gideon has gone for the Trinity Force build, not going for the Sundered Sky Ultra Sustainy type build here. A little bit more damage for the Trundle.
To be fair, I think it's one of those things where, like, when Sundered Sky was, like, really strong, we saw a mixed bag with Trundle. Like, some would go Sundered Sky first, some would go, like, the Triforce. And then Sundered Sky got nerfed, and it's still really good, don't get me wrong, but, like, the crit is weaker, right?
Yeah.
So I think it makes sense to be going default into the Triforce.
Might still pick it up, but I like things like just running faster.
Running fast is pretty good.
It's pretty good for the Trundle.
Well, if you speak of running fast, it is a Cloud Soul.
Exactly. And so maybe he doesn't need any items that are going to bolster that, because we do have Cloud Rift as well as a Cloud Soul. Very happy to have that in our very first series of the day. As all right, possible dive onto clear once again. Difficult to dive in Aatrox now that he has an item or two put together, and now he's looking for an angle here. We'll be able to chain up casting and gets not tagged by the public execution. Now the World Ender does come down, finds a good double knock up there with the Q, and this is the danger we were talking about. They do take him down, and Namgung successfully tanked up that turret, and then they take it down. The trade will be the outer in the mid lane, as now Teddy could be in a little bit of trouble here, and by a little bit I mean a lot, as Diablo grabs his first of the game and augments that with this turret going down as well. Triple grubs though, and an inner turret on the docket here for the Bros, looking to try and grab that one at the same time, as there is the Realm Warp, but it was a little bit of a fake out there as Roma decides not to take it. Casting moving in as Diablo now might be the target, but Raptor does have now a big circle around him. Gargoyle comes in to try and help them out as Casting hit by the Winds of War and taken down by Diablo. Make that 2 for the Yunara.
And I think that was a little unnecessary from Bro. Like, they were doing the trade. They got top lane tier 2, and I think they were going to be able to defend the tier 2 in the mid lane, even without the teleport from Casting. It was a bit of an overstep, to be honest.
Let's have a look at this one more time, though. This was nicely tanked by Namgung.
Yeah, I think Namgung has aggro for such a long time, under no real threat of going down, and the Aatrox, not much you can do. Here, this first tower's going down for sure. Teddy in a bit of an unfortunate position. But right now, it's 1 kill each, 1 tower each. But here, like, the wave's gone, and maybe the threat of Casting teleporting was the reason they had to back away, but it ends up being a bit of an overstep, and he goes down. And it just makes you question, like, maybe if he just zoned them off, could have ended up better off. I don't know. It's hard to say. Either way,
hindsight is 2020.
It is 2020, but we are in 2026, so...
That's true. Hindsight is not 2026.
Yeah.
That's too many numbers.
We do nearly have... So Dragon coming up soon in about a minute and a half. Teddy's nearly got his Mirana fully stacked. We nearly have the Rod of Ages stacked for Roma, and he's about to level up to 14, so he'll go like straight to 50. Actually, he's at 5 stacks, not 9.
Yeah, he's still a ways away.
Okay, it did look like a 9 for some reason. Maybe I'm just losing my eyesight as I'm getting old.
Your eyesight might be 2026.
Yeah,
which is wrong. You want it to be 2020, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, he did say. That
was a good year.
Something like that.
Damwon fans are also, they want it to be 2020 as well.
Yeah.
It's all right. BNK continuing to clear out vision, as we can see here. The Bros backing away as the Baron just spawns now. The Bros still with a bit of a monopoly as far as the Drakes are concerned. We'll see whether it's going to be BNK looking for this next cloud that's going to be up in 35 seconds right now with a lot of control of the area.
You know, it's a 6 now, which is an upside down 9, so...
Hey, there you go. Getting way closer. You just have to spin it upside down and get one more stack.
Yeah, there you go.
Come on, Roma. Why is it still up the right way? We need a graphics team that can just put the icon upside down for us. That would be very, very helpful.
TP coming in. Looks like Bro very focused on trying to make this happen, but they are being pushed in the mid lane.
All right, Gideon wrapping around, looking for Raptor.
Oh, he's going for it.
I didn't say wrap for that reason, but it did kind of work out. It's got a teleport to bring the Aatrox in, and let's see whether the Bros can keep themselves alive. There is the Crescent Guard. But a little bit of a disengage here by the Bros, and a bit invested at the start of this fight as Vikla gets himself out of there. And now the re-engage, the Quadra taunt from Vikla as he looks to make his presence known. Vikla trying to get the work done, but already the Lulu goes down. Raptor dead as well as Vikla's so close to going down. And Diablo falls, but clear is massive. They should be able to take him out, though. The CC is too much, and the Bros stand tall and wipe out BNK.
Should just be able to pick up the Baron off the back of this. It looked like a huge engage from Vikla, but I think they just didn't have the follow-up to finish out the fight. So here, this was a bit of an anti-synergy from Raptor, because he goes in and he ults them away, so the Galio ult hits no one. And now you don't have your Xin Zhao ultimate, and also, Diablo and Kellen are really low HP already. So then when this big ult comes in, it looks massive, but there's so many low health members, the Nautilus ult gets massive value, Lulu immediately dead, Xin Zhao immediately dead, Diablo gets hit by a piercing arrow and then dies. And I think even though it was a hype moment for Vikla, understandable because it's his year,
yeah,
I think there was just too many missing resources with regards to the lack of Crescent Guard and the lack of health that let BNK Fear X down in that situation. And now...
And so much of the power budget of this composition is around the heroic entrance actually doing something.
Yeah.
And in that last fight, it certainly was not able to do much of anything at all.
And also just Yunara being able to auto-attack and not being half HP.
That is certainly good too.
Yeah, so now...
Well, we got another one. As the Baron still around the Bros, as now Raptor caught out. Good pillar position here from Gideon as Audacious Charge gets Raptor out of the way. As in goes the public execution. Casting though going down so incredibly low. Down goes Vikla though. It may not be his year after all. As the snipe from Teddy's too good. Double kill here for the Varus, and Diablo, not a whole lot he can do, and the hook is gonna land. Namgung having such a better day here today compared to their first day out against DK. And they're looking to take this inner turret at the same time.
Namgoon's just been on fire. I feel like getting so much value in these fights, but the target selection is so good here. And bro, I mean, this game looks firmly in their control. I mean, last game, it felt like they weren't able to push their advantage, but now with an 8,000 gold lead, look at all these towers they're picking up.
Oh man, it is going to be 10K by the end of this. As Kellen, oh look, the little Lulu that could. Not quite able to even deal with a minion wave here, as BNK looking a bit worse for wear at the end of this one as we check out this fight one more time.
Just getting so much damage on a Raptor, the poke from Teddy as well. He's trying to hold the Crescent Guard and back away, but he's chunked out. Diablo again is like half HP at the start of the fight. And then Vikla goes in to peel for his jungler, dies. We get Raptor sniped by Teddy. And it's 3 members already down, and then Namgoon just goes, yep, I'm grabbing that 80 carry.
Yeah, beautifully done. snipes him with the anchor, and the Bro fans go wild here at Lol Park. And I'm looking forward to seeing what we're going to be getting out of the Bros to finish this one off. But right now, a fight has started. Gideon looking relatively low, but he is Trundle, so doesn't feel too worried about it. Heroic entrance comes on through, but Vikla just melts like butter. And Teddy's untouched in this fight. Hit by the Infernal Chains, but he just takes the Aatrox down. And Raptor and Kellen just left wondering where their teammates have gone. The Bros looking to break down the front door, and they may just end the game right here. 10,000 gold the lead. And we felt like maybe after that comeback victory in game number 1 for B&K, the Bros would be broken. But no, that is not what the Bros stands for in the Bros. It stands for brotherhood, and it stands for winning game 2 so that we can have as much League of Legends as possible. Nexus down, on to the next.
A much more convincing game by the fact that they won it, right? Game 1, they were ahead, but they weren't able to push your advantage, weren't able to really get further than that 3K gold lead. And then a sweep by Vikla put them behind. But this one, some great team fights, and Vikla again was strong, but just couldn't do enough. And I think Teddy was just finding these great snipes on the Varus, really just putting the lethality Varus to work, had the Serpent's Fang as well, working to great effect. Diablo on the Yunara, an early pickup, first picked for them, and just didn't really get any value, wasn't able to play the game. And Namgoong on the Nautilus was phenomenal.
Yeah, he was absolutely amazing. And man, the Bros pulling it together after a disappointing game 1. That could have been heartbreaking for some of our teams, but the Bros, they repaired it and they came back even stronger. Teddy doing a massive amount of damage in this game, but I feel like Casting also having a fantastic one, and maybe he is a worthy replacement to the Lord. If Morgan was the Lord, maybe Casting can be the Commodore. Commodore Casting.
You know, I've
a bit more of a nautical theme.
I've asked Egon, have you thought of new names for the new lineup? And he keeps stalling, and I think it's because he's no longer part of the Bro fandom, so.
Maybe it's Umpty that has to come up with it.
Yeah, I think Umpty, you should ask Umpty.
He certainly qualifies, as it is now time for us to take a short break. Speaking of Umpty, he's going to be back after this break to break down the Bro win, the first of 2026. We'll see then whether they can turn that into a series win. Could happen. We'll see you after the break.
흘리지 말자 이거.
나 본라인 가져올게.
아 미달게.
야, 레드
핑크
할게.
돼, 핑크 돼.
레드 싸움하자 바로 얘들아 여기서.
나-
볼게.
아,
맞아.
나도
야, 여기 짜부터 내가 괜찮아.
공 3초야.
괜찮아. 야, 오케이. 야, 보자.
봐줄래?
아, 맞아.
유나.
자, 유나.
한번 빼고. 아 봐줘.
맞아.
아트.
가자, 노플. 야, 끝내자. 미드. 얘들아, 미드. 라인.
And the Bros battle back to go 1-1 against BNK FearX and tried to get Group Baron another win. Very, very needed here in the LCK Cup standings. Digon here alongside Valdez and Umpty in the space to break down that last one. And let's start in the draft where we thought it was a little bit of trolling, but maybe not.
Yeah, I think the draft was like BNK wanted to win with the both side with the Yunara Rulu start, and then Brion thinks that there's no Renekton. Actually, Rise Ambessa might be OP. Let's win with our top side, and they send Teddy to the 4-5 pick, and then can you just like defense the bottom? But the game went really, really different. Actually, Teddy was playing defensive, but he just carried the game too with Namgung.
Yeah, just ended up having a pretty nice front line, you know, a couple of bruisers in the front with the Ryze and the Ambessa, and then you've got Trundle and the Nautilus as well. We weren't so sure about the Trundle rather, because it just felt like Trundle's not that strong in this meta, especially compared to Xin Zhao, but it has been a classic answer to the Xin Zhao, and he ended up having a pretty strong early game, so the Trundle wasn't as bad as we initially thought. We were thinking about other picks, like other tank junglers, like a Sejuani could have worked, even though it's not that meta. Could have been pretty good with the Ambessa, but thought that Gideon was playing pretty well this game regardless.
I agree.
Yeah, again, proactivity by the Trundle to be annoying to kick things off. But it didn't start so great for the Bros. First highlight here, Galio getting popped off at 12-25 because you're picking a fight when your mid lane isn't ready yet.
Yeah, I think Bro was quite rushed because their Ryze was just came from base and the Galio had the first move, but they just thought that they could one-shot the Aatrox and leave. But, you know, the Clear just played so well about the surviving, so they couldn't leave.
Yeah, there's a couple of champs that you don't always have the ability to burst down. Aatrox and Renekton in our LCK meta are those two, and as you mentioned, Clear just did a very good job with his movements and stuff, and then at least Bro were able to turn it around down on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, but the other side up there, Teddy and Namgung just played well, and Roamer has a tempo now about to playing the game. And then, you know, I think BFX right now is overconfident about they can win everywhere, but I think they should accept that Bro is not that weak.
I would hope that you just saw the Galio make a play on the top side of the map, but you know, Diablo makes those types of plays, and a lot of last year, that Rookie of the Year was able to make those plays work. Yeah, so you kind of think, oh, the smart play would be wait, but Diablo gets away with it sometimes.
I agree.
Yeah, I think especially BNK, they're always like trying to make the big play, especially Vikla on this Galio. There are multiple times where he's like trying to be the big man and he's trying to make the YouTube highlight and stuff like that, but ends up going a little bit too far, and Diablo and the rest of BNK are just the same.
Yeah, well, with our second one, the big play came from the Bros, and it didn't start really clear. It was just a hands fight, and you're thinking, if you're Breon, here's an opportunity for us to win, and they're able to do so.
I think the first thing is like Trundle is like very fat in this game, so he's pushing the Xin Zhao, and then the fight happens with the Xin Zhao ulti and Galio ulti, but it didn't actually hit anyone, so they have to retreat at the first fight. But I think after the after the engage goes in the bars with it, Galio Lulu just came in, but Teddy survived with his flash, and they got sucked in.
Yeah, just using so much before the fight even really began, and then you get this really big knock-up as well from the pillar, and once that front line goes away, you see that Diablo, he's on the Sunara, and he's beginning to snowball, but everybody's so low, and they don't really have any momentum. They use so many of their ults earlier on, and again, they just kind of sent Vikla in with the Lulu and the taunt, and it was a nice engage, but you had already used so much, and it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, it was just not enough to kill Teddy and the Ambessa. So it was like, actually we engaged well, but we didn't kill anyone.
Yeah, and, you know, the best part there, though, for Breon is that they get themselves the first win. You get some confidence going, especially after a very, very tough first day of matches there. And it goes to the best of three. BNK FearX select first pick. Breon select blue side. This is what we've seen a lot of. You get first pick, but now you're on red side here, Umpty.
Yeah, I think at the first pick, red side is more OP though, because I think these days the red sides are actually not that losing hard to the blue side, but first pick matters, I think.
Yeah, it's a big one. I mean, we've seen some teams try to go for second pick just because they want to get that final, you know, R5 counter pick, even though a lot of times it is on the blue side at times.
Yeah.
But yeah, a lot of teams have been playing with it with our new system.
All right, well, Umpty, I'm feeling a little nervous. Do you think you got something for me that might make me a little more confident?
Yeah, sure.
That's right, baby.
Digo.
Come on, Breon. Bring it home. 1-1. Let's send it back on over to the casters for game number 3.
All right, just don't check Digon's Twitter. Let's just say that.
Yeah. Do not go on Digon's Twitter. There was... I hate breaking bad news.
Yeah, we don't need to. I'm sure all the people who care have gone there anyway, and they've seen the bad news. It's absolutely fine. But I trust the general, and once we revealed that it was Umpty in the space, the Bros started fighting back, and maybe that means we are going to see a better performance out of them moving into this game number 3 to bring the victory back. You saw before, first pick does go over to BNK, but they will now be on the red side for the first time in this series. as of course the Bros started off with first selection, but they decided to take second pick. And so blue side went over to B&K, and they got first pick as well. Not going to be seeing that too often, I don't believe, because I do feel like first pick has been quite powerful, as Umpty had already iterated. So let's have a look at what's going to happen here as we dive into the draft for game number 3. A bunch of Fearless bans coming on through already, and we'll see what's going to be taken away already. The Malphite, I believe the Jace. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, I don't think bans are going to change that much, unless, you know, maybe you want to let something slip through and try and grab that, try and prioritize that. J4 was banned last draft as well.
Oriana.
My question is with Fearless, where we start to move with some of the pools being thinned out a little bit. You know, jungle, I feel like pool's been a bit interesting, right? Wukong hasn't really gotten a looking yet, but that's been pretty high priority so far. So I wonder if that becomes something these two are looking at.
Yep.
Nocturne as well, like Oriana's still open, so if Oriana gets left, Ori Nocturne could be really high prio.
That could be a dangerous one. See what is going to be banned away here last. I think Oriana does make the most sense.
If Ori is banned here, though, Nico is open and available, which was banned before. So difficult decision for Bros here. They go Nico, so Ori open. Does it just get first picked for Vikla here? That is the question.
And the dangerous thing is that now they've banned the Nico away. They could have actually elected to not ban anything as far as those two and then take the other one. But now they give the Oriana over. They don't necessarily have that OP counterpunch unless they have something up their sleeve. And let's see what the Bros do have prepared for us with their couple of picks here to start us off in this draft, because Oriana already representing a fair bit of power.
The question is, do you try to deny the Nocturne, or do you have a way to deal with the Nocturne, or, you know...
Just slam Nocturne Twisted Fate. That would have been the coolest, but instead it's just Scion.
And something with the Lucian, so I do think Lucian's strong on the patch with Essence Reaver changes, being really powerful. But if you look at the picks that have been taken away, right, Talia's gone, Vi's gone, Nautilus is gone. Like, if you look at the picks that have been removed from the pool, a lot of these picks that hold short-range carries accountable have been trimmed out. Solution with a bit more freedom. Now, Wukong was something we're talking about as being quite high priority. And it looks like that's going to be secured instead of the Nocturne. I say they're going to go for the Rek'Sai into the Scion. So we have seen be quite popular ever since Worlds.
Yep.
Are you going to go Nocturne? Are you going to go Wukong? Looks like they might just cement the Wukong. Still very good with the Oriana. Obviously not that combo that we often see, but yeah, they will lock that one in. And the question is, for Bro, do you take a jungler now? Do you want a pairing with the Lucian? Lucian Braum has been quite popular, but there's plenty of options in Lucian Nami, Lucian Melio. But it looks like they are going to lean towards that Lucian Braum. Braum with the Bandle Pipe, super strong. Saw like in Champions Queue and stuff, Braum was like permaban, but hasn't seen as much presence in the LCK Cup.
Yeah, not so much. I feel like it's been one of those big lacking picks that was considered pretty strong on the outset, but not going to be happening this time around, as Diablo not going to have access to his Kalista this time.
I think another factor is some picks are a little bit uncomfortable for it in lane, and lane prio is really important, but you know, Rakan's been taken away, Lulu's been taken away, so I think they're feeling pretty good about that. The Akali, we saw Doran have an absolute masterclass on that in the top lane, of course, but just the power of the pick with that Gunblade is a little bit absurd right now.
Yeah.
Right hand, so that one will be denied.
So not going to see it. One more ban and probably more protection for the Oriana. It will be the LeBlanc. So Roman not going to be able to give Vikla the Showmaker treatment, which I think is probably for the best. As let's see what Teddy is going to be locking away here, as we're looking for a mid laner or a jungle. And Silas going to be the consideration for the moment.
Yeah, I think Syndra's fine though. You know, has that CC for
Orbs.
Yeah, the CC with the stun is quite effective against both Wukong and Rek'Sai, disrupting what they want to do, and also just a matchup into Oriana we've seen for a while. Obviously, since they changed the Q way back when, it's not as punishing as it was once upon a time. I think Oriana does way better than she used to. But you can still hold your own.
Yep.
And look to scale up with all those cool passives you now have.
I wonder whether Kellen is going to risk an Alistair or something like that, as of course Silas could still be played in the jungle, in theory. It will be Diablo on his Kai'Sa though, as a response to the Lucian.
So
does seem like it's going to be tough in lane.
Yeah, I mean, he's good on the Kai'Sa, but the problem is Kai'Sa you want to pair with a CC support, and so you end up picking Alistair, and Alistair into Lucian Braum doesn't really feel too good.
No. And Poppy into a million dashes also seems a little bit worrisome.
Yeah, I mean, Poppy's an interesting one because she got nerfed pretty hard in the jungle, and her clear is painfully slow now. So keeping pace in the jungle is quite hard as a Poppy, and keeping pace in the jungle is very important. And also for Gideon specifically, he is someone that even when he's playing stuff like Sejuani, tends to like to keep a good farm pace in the game. So I think the team fighting power and the value that Poppy has in terms of the 5v5 is great, don't get me wrong, but not the best farmer. And I expect to see Poppy falling behind eventually compared to the Wukong. So more threats, I feel like, on the side of BNK FearX, but I'm a little bit concerned about things like the bot lane matchup, potentially problematic. And also, you know, the Syndra can be a real force later on. Like if the Kai'Sa's diving in, you just get Syndra ulted. GG.
The Bro Diff from San Francisco. Thank you very much for that one. And let's see whether the Bro Diff is going to continue, because we thought that perhaps the Bros were going to have a tough time. And as it turned out, they are poised to pick themselves up their first victory here in the LCK Cup. The bottom lane is where our eyes are going to be glued, I think, for the majority of the time. With Diablo's Kai'Sa, it is a scary pick right in his hands. However, in this lane, it's going to be a tough time. So let's see how it goes. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. And already we are trading wards to see who is going to have control, and it looks like it's BNK.
Teddy popped the W to try and get a double shot to kill the ward, but it was just a little too late. That's so sad.
Yeah, a bit of a shame.
That would have been so nice if you got the ward kills early, just such a mental boost, you know?
And infinity more CS than your opposition always feels amazing.
Yep.
All right, but already you can see, I think Teddy's not going to be too worried about it because this lane should be pretty comfortable for them. But, you know, Kellen and Diablo have been able to play out lanes like this very effectively in the past, so anything could happen, and Namgung and Teddy are going to still have to play it very, very well in order to make this one happen. But it looks on paper like it should be something that could be quite difficult for this Kai'Sa Alistair to play out. As already do have some passives being thrown around. The concussive blows is going to be pretty dangerous here. Low range AD carry as well as a melee support. It's going to mean that everyone's going to be stunned up all the time. That's what it kind of feels like.
Yeah, a lot of power as well. I think the thing with the Lucian Braum is in the 2v2, you know, if you don't engage into it, and as long as you're keeping good space, like, you shouldn't get bullied out that hard compared to, like, longer range bot lane 2v2s. But I do think one of the things is that if you end up in a skirmish against them, it could be so punishing. So have to be really aware of that. You can see, like, we've seen Alistair get completely choked out of lane super early. That's not what's happening here. But they are getting pushed in. And if Gideon's ever playing around bot, you know, you feel so much better having a Lucian Braum to back you up.
Oh yeah.
Early on.
And he is moving towards the bottom side, as we can see. Currently keeping up as far as the farm is concerned, but we have a feeling that that is not going to continue as this game goes on.
Yeah, there was just, because obviously we saw Poppy all the time in the jungle, but they slowed it clear down, like a damage to jungle monsters. And also her ult. One of the things that really made it strong was like her ult, when you cancelled it, it went to like a 15-second cooldown, and they changed that to like a 30-second cooldown again. So it's a big reason why we kind of saw her just leave the meta.
Yeah. It was Gideon that had some really good performances on the champion, though.
Yeah.
So we'll see whether, if it's going to be anyone that makes it work, maybe Gideon is going to be the one.
Yeah, I still think it's playable, and I think in situations like this where, you know, the enemies have a lot of dashes, that's when you want to play it.
Well, Kellen kind of regretting his decision to go in, but yeah, sometimes you just want to press your buttons.
Sometimes you have to resist the urge, you know?
Yeah.
Sometimes it's like you're not going to get value out of that engage.
Well, he didn't. So you were exactly right there, Ox. Let's see whether he's going to learn from that mistake. As Roar the Slayer coming on through there as Raptor wanted to try and stop that back from coming through, but Roma is going to be able to make it back home. This top lane is going exactly how we've seen it go, as the Rek'Sai struggles a little bit in the earlier stages, and then you just cannot move her out of lane, as she just infinitely sustains forever and is very, very frustrating. So casting not going to quite be able to do enough damage as this game goes on, and probably should be able to sit there and farm as well.
We've also seen the Rek'Sai just be a complete menace in the late stages, just be so hard to deal with and be super tanky.
Oh, the flash out of the way of the Q. That's a bit crazy here from Clear.
Yeah, and I think there was a sense as soon as casting started moving towards the river that, like, you know, if he's moving towards the river, not towards his tower, you're like, oh, he's got backup. So Clear backed away, was like ready to commit to the 1v1. Well, I mean, I think losing Flash on Rek'Sai isn't the end of the world on top Rek'Sai. Obviously, it doesn't feel good losing that cooldown and not really getting more out of it. But I think we have seen Rek'Sai's get into the late game and just, especially for lower damage compositions, just be so hard to deal with. And when you look at Bro's comp, they don't have that. You know, you think Lucian, Syndra aren't like the highest damage for dealing with like a tanky champion, like cutting through it.
Yeah, especially when it's a dual threat comp instead of having damage out of the jungle or damage out of the top lane. Like, these are two tanks that are just not even really bruises or anything like that. There's a lot of tanky champions that do a fair bit of damage. Sion and Poppy, not really going to be those options.
Yeah,
so it's going to be full reliance on Roamer and Teddy.
As a Syndra, you don't really want to be ulting a Rek'Sai as well.
Yeah. Can't you avoid the ult as well by just pressing your Void Rush?
Yeah.
That sounds very rough. Well, we'll see how that one's going to go, because of course Diablo can also avoid a fair bit of the damage by using the shield from his Killer Instinct as well. Kellen likely not going to get one shot when he can just pop the Unbreakable Will. A difficult game for Syndra to really work out who to kill. Like, you could also accidentally throw an ulti into a clone. You know?
Don't do that.
There's all sorts of rough things that could happen.
Honestly, I think a big aspect is keeping people accountable, so when people are diving in, you have it ready, and then if Diablo does step forward, boom, you know?
Yep, true.
But it
so far,
I think having an early lead for Bro, I think will pay dividends in this one.
Right now, they are ahead. I don't know whether 200 gold is really something that you're going to explain as a lead.
Invest it, you know?
Technically it is, right? That's all we can say. As Clear just eaten some of that Fury and has just freshly teleported back towards this lane. You can see a couple of minions in the lead here for casting, but not really too much to write home about. As level 6 is gained by both of our mid laners. So Shockwave as well as that Unleash Power, both going to be up and available here for any skirmishes that are going to be ensuing. And BNK keeping up very comfortably here in this bottom lane as well. Not something that I was necessarily expecting. But I think Namgung and Teddy, the best times are probably ahead of them still. One-item spikes and things like that going to be feeling pretty good out of the Lucian. Okay, once again, it's a slower start. And, you know, the Bro and Brew, you know, things like this certainly are happening, as now Vikla could be in some trouble as the Bros look for the angle. Side flash here from Vikla to try and continue the assault. As Steadfast Presence comes on down, Shockwave to pull back the Poppy. And he does have to flash to get himself to safety. Meanwhile, battle towards the bottom side of the map as the Unbreakable Will for Kellen keeps him alive. And BNK able to dish back more than what they were given. Pretty impressive stuff here. Good sidestep as there's the Pulverize onto both. Teddy now looking a bit worse for wear. It's a flash forward and Diablo picks up the kill in the duo. Killer Instinct as he looks for Namgung at the same time. Now the minion wave. Oh dear, I think this is a dead Braum, and it is. Kellen walks it off, and it is 2 kills to start the game for Diablo.
And that's devastating for the bot lane of Bro to be losing that 2v2. We'll see how that played out.
Yeah, I take back everything I said about this lane being really difficult for Alistair Kaiser.
So Kellen hits level 6 as he backs away faster than anyone else, so he can ult and continue the trade here. Teddy really low on mana as well. And then that re-engage, so good. Teddy out of mana and Diablo flashing for the passive proc. And then here, I also love the ult, because even though he doesn't immediately kill him, he cuts him off, and it allows him to go for the re-dive to ensure the second kill.
Man, just beautifully played. And setting up for, like, that was going to be a point of power for the Bros. And now the opposite is true. Yeah. So they're going to have to change their game plan completely to play around some power elsewhere.
I mean, we've seen double carry compositions work before, but it's so important that your carries are strong.
Yeah.
So now when you're already seeing Teddy down 900 gold,
Oh, Culling to come on through here as Kellen is going to be the one to tank it up. Pulverize onto Namgung as the flash forward to try and lock this one down. Kellen, no unbreakable will, so he is very dead as Teddy continues to fight towards Diablo. There's a concussive, blows the barrier. Is it going to be enough? The answer's no. Piercing light, and Teddy finds the double back in the faces of those who just took 2 away from them.
So as I said, it's completely fine.
Yeah, completely playable. It's totally okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I think a big factor was, you know, the level 6 had come in for BNK Firex's bot lane. They'd burned those cooldowns, and then Bro came back with their level 6s, and you saw the culling being utilized, you saw flashes being utilized on the back of that, whereas BNK Firex didn't have theirs. It was just good cooldown management, and also maybe a bit of disrespect for the BNK Firex bot lane, having just won that 2v2, thinking, hey, we're on top. Well, you know, this is why Lucian Braum is strong. The passive stacking working very well there. And now Lucian with Essence Reaver is a massive spike.
Yeah, and also now has a gold advantage. So being able to swing back that gold, he was 1,000 behind, and now he's almost 300 ahead. So this is a big swing as we check out this fight one more time. And it was just BNK overextended.
Yeah. Hitting the Winter's Bite onto Diablo here, meaning that he has to back away. And the culling that was blocked there by Kellen. And then Kellen gets stunned up. Teddy here as well. Double auto dashing to continue the passive onto the Kai'Sa, and then a great piercing light at the end as well. Just really well played.
Yeah, the Winter's Bite to slow him down at the same time. Namgung actually playing this one pretty effectively as well. And so the Bros moving themselves into about a 400 gold lead.
And now, I mean, the Essence Reaver, even before this year, was a great spike for Lucian because it gave you infinite mana, AD, ability haste, but now you get that extra damage and you're rotating your cooldown so frequently, you're getting it a lot. Lucian loves when he has a strong one-item spike. You know, it used to be the Gale Force back in the day.
Yeah.
But I feel like the reintroduction of the Sheen effect on the Essence Reaver has been such a boon for the pick. So he's now in a really good position. And Diablo, who went for that call, still doesn't have his one-item spike, so you have to really be careful.
Yeah. Does mean, I mean, we've got double ultis available for both of these bottom laners, so possibly a more even battle. But Gideon is going to make it a little more difficult here for BNK. As Teddy looks to dive forward. There's the culling once again, but they do avoid a lot of the tail end of the damage. Glacial Fissure comes down, but the answering ulti is there from Kellen. And Gideon not quite able to make his presence known just yet, but that is a lot of pressure there towards the bottom side as Clear is very much farming between turrets at this point. He's going to be like behind the enemy Nexus soon. But he'll pick up that wave, and you've got Casting also doing the same thing, going to meet that minion wave as it passes the inner turret. Okay, top lane is just not really doing too much. It's a teleport towards this bottom side of the map. Okay, it's Clear making his way in, but already Kellen is just dead. Double knockup does come through, but the door is in position. And I don't know about that one, BNK. I'm going to put that in the whoopsie column.
Yeah, I mean, Kellen goes in, but with no ult, he just gets demolished. Great flash there from Roma.
Yeah, no shockwave to connect. And BNK, I mean, maybe they found out that Umpty is here in the house, and maybe they're now too intimidated of the Bros.
I mean, it seems like the Umpty buff is working because, bro, big advantage now. 2,000 gold in the lead. I mean, that bot play went perfectly. They got the TP from Clear as well. And yeah, Kellen goes in without ult, just gets exploded by the Lucian Braum. And then the peel is there to stop the Rek'Sai as well. And now Teddy in a very strong position, has a lot of the components for the Navori.
Yeah.
I mean, you see here, okay, he actually had the ult. Sorry, I thought it was down still.
Huh. It didn't look like he had the ult. And
Yeah.
level 1 Unbreakable Will just doesn't hit the same as some of the later levels. So, well played there by the Bros defensively, but I think that was largely on BNK overstepping and not finding the angle, as Clear also using his teleport to get towards the bottom lane means that he loses a lot of that power from the top side. Has now put together his first item. That Titanic Hydra is now done. But you can see Casting, a couple of waves in the lead, Sunfire Cape done, and so feeling very happy as this Scion. Okay, I still think it's playable here for BNK, as their composition does just kind of get better and better as this game goes on. But as you can see here, I mean, Teddy, as he approaches those two items, man, he is getting scarier and scarier. And Gideon is getting to the point where, I mean, he has his first item, might be able to start diving these turrets as well. if he would like to. As yeah, top lane is just not really interacting in this game.
Yeah, not much they can do to each other. Oh, Gideon doesn't quite get the stun there.
Yeah.
He's going for that Sundered Sky Poppy build we've seen a lot of.
Looks like BNK do not want to mess with this dragon fight. Just not with enough power around the map. Casting it rotated down from that top side as well. An Unstoppable Onslaught can get him there at a moment's notice. So Gideon going to be able to take this dragon without too much contest.
And honestly, Gideon's done a good job of keeping up a farm. Like I said, they slow down Poppy's clear, reduce the damage to jungle monsters. And I honestly thought that this would be a scenario where Gideon just falls behind in farm, but he's kept pace. So doing good there.
And it's not like Wukong is the fastest farmer as well.
Yeah.
I think with more and more items, Wukong farms more and more quickly, right? Because you do build a fair bit more damage compared to a Poppy. But right now, looking absolutely fine here for Gideon. Oh, and there are the quick blades done already.
Yeah, big
Teddy.
spike coming through.
So he is 750 gold. And I want to go back to what you were talking about as a possible con for the Bros, and that is their two-threat composition. That was the fact that, okay, we've got a Shockwave here in the mid lane, the flash forward from Clear, and Roma, he's dead.
Not much you can do there, I'm going to be honest. No flash, you're kind of stuck. Gideon gets a stun, but can't really do more.
Yep, Heroic Charge is going to be able to work there, but now Clear looking for Gideon. Does get the knockup. Cyclone comes down. Glacial Fissure is there, though. That is a decoy. And so that is not going to be the prize that the Bros are looking for.
They did take out that decoy, though. That was good.
That decoy was well and truly dead. Yep.
Yeah. They do force them away, get them low, and no real extra pressure is going to come out other than the kill. Casting getting some damage on this tower here, but TP's going to come in to defend that.
Yep. Rek'Sai making her way up. And so let's have a look at this one more time. Yeah. Just, where's the counterplay? Maybe
yeah, especially with the
flash.
Especially with the flash from Clear, just there's really nothing you can do. Bit of an unfortunate one. And you can see Roman was a bit hesitant, kind of knew it was maybe coming, but once you've walked up, you are kind of doomed. Now should be able to get this Herald.
Yeah.
Yep. Can you get the eye, though?
Looking for a fight here as Gideon down relatively low. Vikla looking for Roma. Scatter the Weak does come on through. Force of Will throws a blue buff at him. That's pretty cute. But it looks like the eye is just going to go to the wayside. Casting, I think, was considering moving over to try and take it. But BNK, I think, have successfully denied Shelly's presence on the map here in this game number 3. It's a little bit sad. I imagine she probably wanted to participate today, but it's just not happening. Not 3 games in a row. As BNK still defending here towards this bottom side, but they are starting to fight with a little bit more gusto. And the game is very, very even. Another Shockwave to come through as Vikla is just going to find a solo kill. And Gideon going to help finish that one off. And I don't know whether that's exactly going to give you enough back, as now the culling to be thrown towards Kellen and Diablo, but the Unbreakable Will soaks up a lot of that damage. Still the Bros fighting this one off quite nicely, as now Teddy looks for the angle and does not quite get it towards Diablo, but they still need to get out of there.
Yeah, I mean, Kellen tacking it up for his AD carry, but you can see the pressure being applied here by the Bro bot lane and have to back away. I think this might just be the turret. Should be able to pick that one up there.
Yep. And despite what's been happening in the mid lane, things still going pretty well for the Bros. We're going to check this one out one more time. Yeah, it just kind of shockwaves him.
Yeah, so much damage. And in the end, it ends up being more gold for the Bros because they get an assist as well. But you know, it's a flash burn by Gideon and Vikla really putting his stamp on the matchup. Also, you know, you're getting that kill gold on the Orianna, which feels really good.
And it's the mental battle as well.
Yeah, the mental battle is going well there. The Shockwave already doing a lot of damage, has gone for that Luden, so a lot of burst there. You know, we've seen so many Orianna builds last year that were a bit more anemic, right? A bit more defensive. The sort of like AP Bruiser. I'm very bulky, but this is like, I'm going to one-shot you. And you have a lot of setup for it, right? You have Wukong, Rek'Sai, or Alistar, all great setup champions for Shockwave.
And then the follow-up that you have as well is Diablo can just dive in and finish off everyone that is going to be so low after that high damage ulti.
And you only have 2 champions that you have to hit. Like if you hit Teddy or Roma with a Shockwave, that's fight winning. Like you have to hit one of them, and then they only have 1 carry left, and it's so hard to fight your way out with 1 carry alive.
And Roma only has flash to try and get out of the way.
Yeah.
They do decide to go for an engage. So that Summoner Spell is going to be so important as the Bros looking for a bit of a fight here, but there is Gideon being thrown around like a ragdoll, tries to heroically charge his way out, but a Void Seeker is going to be able to connect to find him. Still the Bros looking for the fight as Namgung going down very, very low, but it's Raptor that dies first. Clear gets into the backline, and so does Diablo as the Killer Instinct comes through. Teddy takes the Acathian Rain with him to the grave as it's a double kill for Clear. And now Casting has a very large health bar, but he wants to get the heck out of dodge, and he will successfully escape because he is very difficult to kill at this stage of the game. But B&K win themselves the fight pretty handily.
And B&K FX, just the ruthlessness and the target selection. This is exactly the sort of composition we'd see them play last year, and just they see a target and they go for it. Like here, Gideon felt like he overstepped a little bit. They know he doesn't have flash. They take him down, and you know, it's a lot committed to get him, right, with the Wukong ultimate used there and the shockwave. But here, right, even though the Wukong goes down, look what happens to Teddy in this situation. Kellen has the passive stack, ends up flashing for the stun, and it's both Rek'Sai and Kai'Sa just diving forwards for him. And just like in a moment, the fight is over.
Yeah. And nothing really that Roma could do. He had to just back away towards that top side as they all chased Casting to see whether they could kill him. Turned out the answer was no, but losing 3 for 1 is not what they wanted to see. And now the game is all tied up, extraordinarily even here in this game number 3 decider between the Bros and B&K.
I think this
much closer than a lot of people I think would have expected.
I think this is a problem, right? Your carries are mid-range, right, with Lucian and Syndra, and they have to do so much. And I think Kai'Sa as well just has so much more sustained damage. So I think they really need to target the Kai'Sa, blow her up as quickly as possible, and then that's really the big chance for the team fights. And I feel like this game, there's still a lot of time left in it, right?
Yeah.
Both teams only a dragon apiece, and gold is dead even at 20 minutes, so...
And it's an Infernal Soul as well, so each of these Drakes that they're going to be picking up from now on are going to feel pretty strong, augmenting the amount of stats that you do have. As now Casting will be able to charge up a cube. It doesn't quite hit Vikla with it. Phase Rush helping him out there, as well as Dissonance movement speed. As B&K now parking themselves, as far as the bottom lane is concerned, in the mid lane, just to farm waves over and over again. Next Dragon, 4 minutes, so it's going to be a while before we get a fight around that. Not entirely sure where the next objective is going to be, but you can see Clear having a very good time here towards this top side. We'll be able to wipe out this top lane out of turret. And 2 items already done here for the Rek'Sai.
There's been a lot of struggles just to break the turrets in this game, I feel. Just trying to get through them. Also Clear going, like, good amount of damage on this Rek'Sai with the Shojin and the Titanic. Like, he is wanting to get on squishy targets and put the hit down.
Yeah. And I say 2 items completed for the Rek'Sai. I mean, Casting does have 2 complete as well in the Thornmail and the Sunfire Cape. So the Scion's pretty scary, but just not quite as scary as what Clear can do if he does make it into the backline. As Raptor looking for a wraparound once again. Got to stop saying Rap and Raptor in the same sentence. Sounds a bit weird. As Q going to get charged up, so Raptor does get knocked up. Gideon looking for a bit of an angle. Unstoppable Onslaught does come in as they get rid of the cow. And now Namgung looking a little worse for wear, but Diablo out of this fight almost completely. Raptor, great defensive Cyclone as Kellen goes in. Namgung, I don't know about that flash, but it was aggressive. I like the idea, just didn't quite work out as Diablo gets into the backline, supercharges to get himself out, but I don't know whether that's what he wanted to do. The Unleashed Power comes through from the Syndra, and Kellen is hunting down Teddy to flash in from Clear to finish off the 80 carry. And now Roma is running for the hills. It is a 2 for 1 so far, but Gideon likely to die as well. Oh, never mind. Not quite able to get that last hit, but Casting not going to be so lucky as Scatter the Weak comes in, and down will go the cow as Roma is on the board. Speaking of roaming though, Raptor is looking for a bit of an angle as there is Gideon and Casting with basically no health at all. And it looks like they will be allowed to make it to safety.
Such a scrappy fight, and I think this is still the issue, is that in this one, Bro are so heavily focused on chasing down targets, but they end up sacrificing so much to try and get Raptor here. You know, they're chasing him down, they walk into the shockwave, Namgung is super low here and flashes forward to try and secure the kill and dies. And then look how much health Teddy ends up losing here. The Kai'Sa goes in for him, he ends up getting chunked out by the Orianna and by the Alistar. And then, like, you lose one of your carries in this crazy chase. So it's only Roma left who has damage. And you kind of realize, despite having these relatively healthy tanks, you have to back away because you don't have the damage to cut through the Rek'Sai. And Roma needs to wait for cooldowns. So even though you get that exit kill, it's very scrappy, very messy, and I feel like in this chaos, this is where BNK4X's comp works better.
Yeah. They have just a few more things that can do damage. So even though Diablo kind of kamikazed in that last fight, it wasn't exactly the end because Clear is just so strong.
That's the thing, if you lose the Kai'Sa, you still have so many damage sets, but if you lose Lucian, it's like, well, what do we do now?
I mean, can Clear just build a full item? No, not quite. But that's a lot of extra tanky stats. As he grabs himself some health, some magic resist, and some armor. Beautiful.
Okay, we have
love to see it.
IE on Teddy, which is nice, but he really needs like a pen item, like an LDR, before he's going to be doing considerable damage here.
Yeah, certainly will be able, like, if he ever starts hitting Diablo, for example, I mean, Diablo's just dead very, very quickly with this item build. But needs to be aiming for the squishies. I think you're exactly right.
I mean, to be fair, there's not that much resist, but the thing is, like, even just a chain vest plus the base stats on a level 17 Rek'Sai, and also Wukong gets so much free armor from his passive.
Yeah, true.
Really makes it difficult, so...
I think Teddy's main thing that he needs to worry about is Clear as well.
Yeah. I mean, this is just how the game is now with the role quests, is that Clear's level 17 and Teddy's level 12.
Oh my god!
And that's not like anything crazy, that's just how it is.
Yeah.
So, you know, good luck.
I'm not going to get used to that. That's an absurd difference. Casting is at least level 16. Looking to get that level up as soon as he can. But he is very, very far away from level 17, as you can see. Not a whole lot in that experience bar, and Clear is most of the way towards level 18 right now, or half the way, I should say. As all right, Infernal Drake goes over to BNK. Now they're looking for a potential fight here. Let's see what they can actually find. Good knock up onto Diablo there from Casting, who's just putting himself in front of the bros like a brick wall standing stalwart. The Commodore himself, Scatter the Weak is fantastic. Unstoppable Onslaught comes down as well as they get rid of the Rek'Sai from the fight. Kellen is just trying to distract as best he can, but he goes down. And there's the shockwave, but it's more defensive than anything else, and the bros stand their ground.
That stun from Roma was so good. Spread and hit 3 members across the fight. Catching Diablo as well was phenomenal, and now considering going towards the Baron. There's a ward though, that sneaky ward still spying them out, and BNK4X are moving over.
Yeah. Clear, coming in with 3 items now completed.
Information, they've seen them move off it, so they don't have to approach.
Yeah, and they're not going to.
What a ward.
That is, that's a powerful one. What are we calling that ward? Kind of want Gary.
Yeah?
Gary the Ward.
I like Gary the Ward.
Gary was a snail as well. I'm starting to remember.
He's not got much time left in this world.
No.
Yeah, this stun that comes through catches both the Orianna, the Wukong, and the Kai'Sa as well.
And in the meantime, Clear is in the sky because Poppy catches him. So almost everyone is CC'd in that moment.
Yeah, just really allowed Bro to move forward at their own pace. So, I mean, you can see, right, if Roma and Teddy are playing flawlessly, like, the composition can work, they can win the game, but, you know, the burden is really on them to make this happen.
Yep. And there's a slight gold advantage for BNK. All of that money is on Clear. Every single bit of it.
Okay, my math isn't adding up because they have a 500 gold lead and he has a 2,500.
Yeah.
So, that and more off that gold lead.
It is kind of ridiculous. As he does have those 3 items completed, casting a little further away from that third.
I will say once Teddy gets like 4 items and Roma starts to get a bit more items, I think honestly it gets a bit easier for Bro because right now it just feels like the carries just don't cut through the front line quick enough, but once they start to get like pen alongside like the capstone items, like you already get the IE for Teddy, but once he gets his pen item completed as well,
yeah,
that's when they can really just pump the damage as long as they survive.
We'll see whether they can, as Namgung puts up the door. There's the steadfast presence to avoid Kellen from doing too much with that headbutt, as Teleport brings the Scion into the fight. Casting is a brick wall once again. We'll be able to slow down Vikla here momentarily, but the bros not actually looking to start a fight right here. He's going to dash back and look for a little bit of an angle towards this Baron. Another ward in the back of the pit, so BNK with full information that they are not starting it.
This has been such a tense game.
Really intense, and so close throughout the entirety of it.
And the thing is, when you look at the group standings and the matchups between them, I mean, I feel like more so for Bro than for BNK FearX, but this match is important.
Oh, yeah.
In terms of, I mean, honestly, I say that, but for BNK FearX as well, when you look at some of the other teams in their group, like, you have to compete with HLE, with D+K, with KT, because you want to be in the top 2 of your group. Even if, like, if Group Elder wins, you want to be in the top 2 so you can go through to playoffs. So it's important for them to get as many wins as possible.
Yeah, it's a tough one, especially with how well DK is playing. HLE, of course, no slouches themselves.
Yeah, I think as much as they lost to T1, it was still a 2-1, right? So.
Yeah. And we do put T1 as one of the best in the league.
Yeah, rather good.
Yeah, rather good is probably what we're saying. We are a top 2 region right now from what we expect. But still very early days.
The thing is, you can't even make the joke about what have they done recently, because they won the Casper Cup since Worlds, right?
Yeah, they did.
So we can't even make that joke anymore.
I also think they played pretty well when they were in Vietnam immediately afterwards.
Yeah.
It's just winning, winning, more winning for the squad. And then being able to take down HLE. We'll ignore game 1. After that, everything looking pretty good. So, let's see whether the Bros can channel some of that, because losing game 1, that's what they did. Just need to now win the next 2, and it doesn't matter what you did in game number 1.
Okay, Dragon in 40 seconds. This is a major point of the game.
Soul point for BNK if they're able to lock this one down. But the Bros, they might just not care and just go kill Baron.
Yeah, they're going for it. I mean, it's 2-man on it. Just get spotted out, though. I think you have to back off. Baron is tanky. You can't just 2-man that if they know you're on it.
Yeah, and immediately they get the information, but Clear is putting the pressure on, right? This inner turret is going to fall, and that is not no money. That is a 3,300 gold advantage before the tower even goes down.
And Casting doesn't have TP, so you have to send Roma down there. And the thing is, if Clear TP's in, he gets that massive shield, it feels so much better. And that's just Dragon giving up.
Yeah, the Bros kind of caught napping here, just a little bit. They are clearing out vision around this Baron, but in the meantime, Raptor is just going to take this Dragon. And there is a Syndra now trying to deal with this Rek'Sai, but it means that BNK can walk up. They get full information, teleport to bring Roma in to make this a 5 versus 5, as teleports are coming in everywhere as well. Shockwave only hits onto Casting, but look at the Baron. It's going to be secured by the Bros, and they just walk their way out. BNK just a little slow.
So obviously, Baron for Dragon, we've seen those trades and often, very often favor the Baron. But the thing is, Baron with so much less gold than it used to be. So, up front, we need to see what Bro do with the buff, right? It's not enough just to say, hey, we got all that gold, we got all that experience. It's enough on its own. We have to see what can they push on the back of this buff, because right now, BNK FearX are 1 away from Soul. Doesn't feel really good to put them in that position.
Yep.
Also to mention, Teddy did delay his LDR here and actually start working towards a GA, so kind of switch things up a little bit here.
Kind of interesting. I actually don't mind it when you've got so, the durability on Bro is so high that you can just have Casting and Gideon kind of stand on his body while he's respawning. I feel like you do get a bit of extra value.
I think the GA is good. It's just, he had that BF sword before. He could have had a completed item for that Dragon fight, but I guess it didn't fight, so.
Yeah.
But now you have the Baron. If nothing happens on the back of this Baron, I feel like BNK FearX are okay that you took it. But if you get structures from it, then, okay, they've gotten 1 tower. That's a good reward. You can see the Baron power play starting to build up in Bro's favor.
1,800 now. Should be getting higher. You can see Clear with 4 items now completed. Steric's Gauge done, level 19. So close to level 20 for this Rek'Sai.
That's the thing. I feel like when people have level leads, so often you're like, well, they'll hit level 18, they'll stop. Not anymore.
Yeah, no. Level 20, now done for the Rek'Sai. That is the highest level Rek'Sai I've ever seen.
Yeah. And especially with things like Sterix, there are certain items that scale extremely well with base stats. And Sterix is an example, because obviously you get the AD based on your base AD, which keeps going up to level 20. So an item that definitely syncs well with the fact that you can go beyond level 18. Do have the GA completed for Teddy now. But yeah, I mean, it was more gold for Bro, but 1.68 gold isn't like a crazy amount. They didn't get that much in terms of structures.
And BNK, before the Baron went down, actually increased their gold by a lot. As oh god, okay, Romer is likely to just be dead. He's just dead.
That's not good.
No, I'm going to put that in the cons column as well. Not quite working out because you mentioned 2-threat comp. Now it's 1 threat. It's just Teddy. And the Baron that they were going to try and use to push down and get structure as well, it's Diablo is getting plates as Teddy looks to try and cull him. Had a minion wave there, which I believe just saved Diablo's life, as now the fight is on for real. Remember, the Romer is not there. Casting moving in. Clear down very, very low, but remember, this Rek'Sai is so powerful. Still, it is going to be the kill onto the Wukong. Taking the tunnel out is clear, but there are the knockups from Kellen. As the shockwave, gigantic from Vikla. Remember whose year it is, ladies and gentlemen. It might be Teddy's, as he does actually manage to get some work done. But Casting, he's the last man standing on this Scion, and he's not going to be able to stop Vikla this year.
Bro, trying to find the fight 4v5, and honestly, it looks pretty good until Vikla reminds them it's his year. And Roma just caught out in a pretty uncomfortable position, trying to push the side lane. Gets caught out by a Wukong, and there's so little you can do in this 1v1. The fact that you don't even have to flash as the Wukong, and then here, Diablo oversteps a little bit, and I think this is what makes him think we can do it, because the Kai'Sa's super low, barrier down. They try and make the fight. Teddy gets so much damage down here. You can see now this 4.5 item Lucian really starting to pump the numbers. But then the shockwave from Vikla, he's kind of stalled from the fight by casting, but flashes in so much damage. And Teddy does respawn and finish off the Kai'Sa, but
it's just not enough.
Yeah. And now, state of the game. 45 seconds until potential soul for BNK FearX. The gold is basically even. And a lot was burned. We actually have a Seeker's Arm Guard for Teddy. So he's like, my GA's down. I need something to keep me alive.
And Diablo has one too. They're all over the place.
It feels more regular for a Kai'Sa, but it is a more crit-based Kai'Sa. So yeah, I mean, they're just investing. I mean, why not? You're a 6-slot champion, right, with the 80 carry quest, so you have the space for it. It could be the clutch item here. Oh, Casting might have caught them.
Yeah, see whether he does find the angle as Teddy, Culling not really doing anything much of anything at all to Vikla. As, oh dear, the Rek'Sai on the flank angle looking for Teddy, has to settle for a knockup on a Casting as the 2-man shockwave does come on forward. Ulti out from Nangong doesn't do too much of anything at all, but the pros, they stand tall. Health bars looking a little worse for wear, but they are all still alive. Only one ultimate still remaining as Clear looks for a little bit of an angle here onto Gideon. And meanwhile in the 4v4, the flash forward, the Cyclone's massive, and the killer instinct from Diablo as he gets into the backline, wipes out the bottom lane immediately. And there is Clear finding Gideon. Void Rush to take down the jungler. And now Raptor and Clear are looking for the angle onto Roma, who is now the only one still alive. And that was the opposite of what happened in the last fight, but that may spell the end of the game as BNK. I mean, it took them a while this time around, but it looks like they are going to be able to take down the pros here in this series.
And Raptor coming in clutch, found that pick on Aroma previously, and they're finding that snapping gauge right at the end. Diablo's playing a dangerous game. That ult is still available.
Yeah.
I'd be a little careful if I were you.
He broke his arm guard, so he does need to be very, very careful. There's Scatter the Weak and a flash, but I don't know whether Roma's going to be able to do anything. There go the Nexus turrets. Headbutt pulverized from Kellen as they celebrate with a final kill. Diablo locks that one down, and BNK FearX going to go 2-0 on the week, but the pros, they made him work for it.
And you know what? I'm feeling pretty good about what we said earlier. I'm feeling pretty great about it. It is the year of Vikla.
I think it's the year of Vikla. I think Vikla is having a pretty good one. So what happened to this guy?
It was a 2-1 in all 3 games. I think he had some pretty monstrous moments. His form has been insane, and this team, right? Like, sure, this wasn't the cleanest series. It was a fight to get to the end, but, I think if he's in good form, I think this team really can be unleashed, because, we saw the bot lane be a big driving force for them last year, but if mid lane's popping off like this, then yeah, power to them. And bro, I think what's going to really feel unfortunate is that game 1, they were in control for so long and couldn't follow through. And this game as well, there were some good moments, but BNK FearX, I think definitely were favored in most opinions coming into this, but bro, putting up a good fight, but just weren't wasn't enough to get over the finish line.
Yeah, we have to remember as well that this Bro roster hasn't been together for all that long, and B&K were together for the entirety of 2025. So there is certainly some growing pains that the Bros are going to be going through and could be coming back stronger after this.
I think Roma definitely a better performance. I mean, I would say the bar was low, but definitely a better performance than we saw before. Gideon had a pretty good day, was having some great, especially the Vi game was pretty monstrous. I think Gideon doing a lot better. And Namgoon, I think Namgoon had some great moments.
Big step up, yeah.
Yeah, engaging. So, again, it's early days for Bro. You've completely changed your roster. It's going to take time. You know, the LCK Cup, you don't have much time to sort things out. Maybe it's going to be hard for Bro to really expect themselves to be winning the LCK Cup and going a fair stand. But as long as you're figuring things out, improving match by match, that's all you can really ask.
Yeah, let's have a look at some of the highlights here, as at the beginning of the game, we're actually going to skip the first 2v2, I'm pretty sure, as this is the one that the Bros were actually able to win out on after Diablo and Kellen were able to get the better of them, but this was definitely a better look, which did get the Bros out to a pretty good start in this game.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, for B&K FearX, the team fight decisiveness, I think, was such a big factor. There were a lot of moments where I just felt like the target selection was really excellent. You know, I think compositions where Devil's on picks like Kai'Sa and he can just fly in and follow up on the engages work so well. But Vikla, the shockwave in this one was just absolutely massive. And I just think, like, back all 3 games, he just had massive moments. You know, the shuffle in game 1, even though it didn't win them, but the big 4-man taunt in game 2, and then this shockwave, it just feels like he's trying to become the main character, and you know what? I'm believing in it.
Yeah, he's having those big plays, and it's looking really, really good. Having a look here at the final fight, was able to find another shockwave that did a decent amount of work in this one, but it did feel a little bit more like B&K just had a better angle for the battle, got all of the cooldowns down, got a bit of a reset, and then we're able to utilize, I believe it was the Cyclone really effectively
I think
to cut them down.
That invis into the Q and then just goes for the flash ult. And Teddy, even with the stasis, it's just not enough. You know, the follow-ups there, just really well played.
Yeah.
And the thing is, that's what you'll get, right? You have already a year of synergy in this roster over Bros, so that's working out. And wow, Vikla, top of the numbers.
That's a big number there for Vikla, having a very, very good day today. I have a feeling back-to-back POMs for Vikla on the week.
Wow.
2026 is a crazy year, man. It is such a weird year.
It's so deserved.
It's so deserved.
It's so deserved. And yeah, if you'd said to me like 6 months ago that 2026 is going to start off, Vikla's the guy.
Yeah.
Really?
Vikla, the guy that like picked Zyra by accident and forced his teammate to try and win with it, which they did. Then went over to North America, then came back, and then was quite disappointing. And now, maybe honestly, the best mid laner of today.
Honestly, this is my favorite stuff though.
So far?
That's the thing, is players will go through different phases, different levels of form, and there is nothing we love more than a glow up, right?
Yeah.
And Vikla's just, you know, what a performance last series and this series. And yeah, let's see how long the POM chain can go.
Exactly. Maybe he can just pick up all of them for the entirety of the LCK Cup. Maybe that's going to be the angle.
You think as well, this is a guy with Diablo as a teammate.
Yeah.
Right? And he's just chaining POMs.
And it's on like this patch as well, where the 80 carries just get all of this extra money, all of this extra ability to be that mega carry. And honestly, Diablo didn't have a terrible game either.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's Vikla. It was always going to be Vikla. There was no chance of anybody else picking that one up, especially after that incredible performance on all 3 of the champions that he was playing. And I love it when it's big plays that it's about as well. It's easy to know, right? Because he makes those flashy moments happen. And that was what B&K was all about before Vikla even got there, you know? That's what Closer was creating on this squad as well, has since left. But feels like that spirit has remained, and Vikla has started to pick it up.
And the thing is, when the team was doing well last year, he was so much more of just like a facilitator, like, you know, playing that sort of supportive role, and just I don't know
what happened. Morgana mid lane.
What happened in the off season, right? What was he doing? How was he training? What was he eating?
Practice is probably what happened, and now it's time for the interview with said Vikla. So take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Seer for the POM interview translation, joined by Vikla on the side of B&K FearX. Congratulations!
네, 빅나 선수 오늘도 승리를 가져가셨습니다. 패배를 모르는 BNK
A victory yet again. BNK FearX just won't lose. This is your second win and your second POM in a row. How do you feel? Now this is a back-to-back POM. Makes me really happy. And today's match wasn't easy, but I'm really glad that we were able to secure today's victory. Vikla has regained his memories, back in peak form. Him is what we have been hearing. So how would you rate your own form lately? I don't think I have actually improved as far as I would want myself to reach. So I think I have room for improvement, honestly. So what did you do to get to this point? I tried not to rush myself and try to, give myself a little more room to think through before I go ahead and take action. And now you guys are on a 16-match win streak against Bros. And that's an insane streak. So do you feel more confident facing them? I've never really paid attention to that. But I would just say, we can play better. So why? I feel like, we should be able to win. That's just how I feel like. And so, what do you think explains this sort of trend, this matchup? I wouldn't know how to explain that, to be honest. In game 1, the enemy left Azir open and you were able to blind pick him. So how did you react? No, because they left him open. After we take Azir, I just felt like even if we start out behind, we would be able to win in the end with Azir on the team. And game 1 was BNK FearX's win after a comeback, but the tables turned against you in game 2. So what was the feedback like before game 3? I feel like we ended up kind of rushing into, trying to play everything out, but we really wanted to try to pace ourselves throughout the game, and that's what really helped us out in the end. And you were against the rookie mid laner Roamer, and so from laning phase, you were playing pretty aggressively. So what was your impression? Roamer, just like his name says, he actually has really good movement. He roams around a lot, so he is actually a really good player. And you are wrapping week 1 undefeated, and you'll meet Genji and T1 next week. Any predictions? Given our own performance right now, I feel like Genji and T1 will be really difficult opponents to beat, but we'll do our best to make sure that we can, exceed expectations in the end. And your ex-teammate Prince is in the Korean analyst desk giving you high praises, and he seemed very proud of you. Don't you have good memories with Prince? Yeah, I've danced with him, I've sang with him. Prince is actually really good at dancing, so he has inspired me a lot. So are you a good dancer yourself, Vikla? No, not really. I do not know how to dance. So apparently at the Korean analyst desk, there will be a celebratory event. So please stay tuned. I will stay tuned. I'm definitely going to watch. And thank you for your contribution to the Elder Group. And that's the end of the interview with Vikla. And back to the space. Welcome, General Umti. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deer. Did you hear that? Deer is like, welcome, General Umpty.
Was it?
Yeah.
I actually didn't hear it, but thank you
awesome.
so much.
All right.
Thank you. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. We were reveling in the fact that Vikla has found his form at the end of last year and kept it here. 2 matches, 2 POMs for Vikla as BNK FearX close the door on Brion. It is 2-1. 12 out of 13, and Right Media, put it in the chat. Right Media, trolling.
Right, that needs to get their stuff together.
Getting it?
Okay.
In this game? I don't think so. I don't think so.
There's no world.
Any defense.
There's no world in which Diablo should have won POM for this. I mean, the Kaisa, okay, he had some good moments where he jumped in, but Vikla was very obviously the POM here. And then game 1, I mean, no. He was playing Xayah, he was playing well, but Vikla was the one making the big clutch plays.
Yeah,
I don't know, this was obvious for me.
I agree. I would say bottom was contestable. I would say Teddy and Namgun was playing well too against the Kalin, but today Vikla was performing.
Where's the bot one? Here's the bot one. You see this one?
Yeah?
You see this one?
Yeah.
No.
Gap.
This today.
Come on,
Vicla
Rate Media.
Playing well. All right, let's get to the comments here, and we'll start with one of you. All right, who's going first?
I'll go first.
All right, Brendan is going first.
So, Vikla equals Viclutch. And
Hey, that's pretty good.
the thing is, he generally, I feel like, to be completely honest, was a bit anti-clutch at times in the past. Like, there were times where he would be the guy who was fed. He would try to make this big play and like try to take over the game and then just kind of fall flat on his face. But actually today, you know, there was that one Galio moment, but I don't really blame that on him too much. Like, I think that was a team call to re-engage. His Azir and his Orianna were really clutch. He saved his ults for the exact right moments, rather, and he really did carry the team in the right moments.
There was no bromance today. Go ahead, T. What was yours?
What? Vikla is evolving. I think I use this word a lot in Korea. I think he's breaking his eggshell on himself because it is the very hardest thing for the veterans because Vikla is a veteran too. But I think this is what Vikla is doing and he's evolving.
I think that's a really good point because a lot of the time you think Vikla still has that rookie on KT winning Rookie of the Year, but that was in 2022. It's 2026 now. He needs to be able to make that next step forward and is able to do so today. Do we have any more comments here from our cast? Yes, we do. There it is. It is the year of Vikla.
Woohoo! I'm sorry, Ox. Actually, it's the year of doo-doo. We've been saying this every day. It's the year of doo-doo, even though they did go 0-2 this week. You just gotta wait. It's only January.
Just wait.
But props to Vikla.
Well, Vikla getting
never know.
a great start to the season, and I mean, you'll definitely take that if you're being KFRX. This guy shines big there from Helios. I like that one. Let's see, what else we got here from our Korean desk? Vikla's sword dance was gorgeous.
Then my
break
More
dance.
gorgeous.
More gorgeous
More
than my
gorgeous.
break dance. From Prince, I guess Prince is going to be doing some break dancing. There was like a...
Is it Prince?
Wait, I thought it was a Helios.
I thought it was Helios 2.
Maybe Prince want to do it together.
Maybe they're double break dancing.
Awesome.
Yeah, hopefully
get
we'll
that?
be able to get that because the Korean cast has been very funny. In BNK recent games, all eyes inevitably find Vikla. Man, there's Cloud Templar again, just hitting us with just big theory, philosophy.
It's either that or it's like Vikla. Like there's like two extremes of Cloud Templar puns.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Let's take a look now at the breakdance. This is the... What is happening? Oh my God! Helios?
Whoa. He's doing it. He's doing
Prince
it.
rapping?
Prince is doing the rap for his former teammate Vikla. Again, it's that time on FlyQuest together.
All right, Digon. Now it's your turn.
It's my turn.
You gotta one up them next time.
Yeah, next time.
Yeah, you don't have a prep
Thank you.
now, but
Thank
like
you,
next
Gaudas.
time.
Okay, Digon is doing next time, so who is rapping?
Yeah.
Umpty.
Umpty.
General.
Oh,
Okay.
General
what do
Umpty,
you
you have a
mean?
rap name. General, the General.
Yeah.
No.
Generally good at rapping.
So in that last game, there was one thing that we did want to touch on in terms of macro that both these squads can look back and try to better at. And it was at around 29 minutes, Baron's up, Dragon's up, and both teams' decision-making here could improve.
So I think Fear X was not actually thinking about Baron too much, but I think they had their call with the team orders about that actually Dragon 3 stack is more important. Even though they get the Baron, we can get the pressure of the second turret, and even though we get the second turret from the bot and we get the second turret from the mid, then the Baron gold got nerfed like a half. Actually, isn't it profit for us? I think this is a question for every team. Is Baron actually better than Dragon right now these days?
Yeah, I mean, it's always the question, and you have to remember the Dragon buffs are permanent, the Baron is not. I think the one mistake that BNK made, we were talking about this, is that they sent Raptor over to solo the Dragon. You know, they were able to do it a little bit quicker, but that meant that they could not contest the Baron at all. But it was essentially a decision they made, because if you're sending Wukong over to the Dragon, they know they're not going to be able to contest the Baron, so they're saying, okay, we want this third Drake more, we want to be on Infernal Soul Point, we want to have those extra stats, because eventually the Baron buff runs out, we get that extra gold from bot as well, and they don't get as much gold from the Baron, and we have those two Drakes, and we can win a fight.
Yeah, I will not say like Dragon is correct or Baron is correct right now, but since if you get a Baron now, if you don't push the two turrets, it's not going to be a profit now. Yeah.
Yeah, again, Ox hit on it earlier in the week. The gold was halved from last year's patch to this beginning of the season patch. So you only get 1,500 gold plus 300 for the Baron kill, 1,800 total. So Baron itself, not as worth compared to before. Something we'll continue to track as the season moves on. That does it for this first series match. As we take a look at the updated standings, it is Group Elder running away with it early. 5 wins, only wins by Gen.G and T1 for Group Baron. And as we always say, bros, there's always next week.
I mean, I heard that T1, which is the boss of the Group Baron with Gen.G, Faker said, let's fighting. But today was not.
Yeah, you know, bro, I do think they looked better in this match compared to their first match. So they have that going. They're at least going in the right direction. Unfortunately, they still have a long way to go because BNK also didn't play great tonight. I do think that they did skirt by with the victory with the 2-1. Bro made it kind of close. They were looking better. Just got to hope that they keep improving because we've seen a lot of teams fall apart at this point as well.
Yeah, well, thanks, bro. We'll see.
No problem.
We'll see what happens here. But we're not done with the action on this Saturday. Next up, one of the 2 teams that have only gotten to win here for Team Baron, Gen.G up against World finalist KT. We'll see that rematch of that Worlds matchup. Going to be a lot of fun. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you after the break.
쉬운 문제 푸는 것 같은데 뭐해? 모르겠는데 이거 아시나요 혹시? 100점 맞힌 사람 혹시 있어요?
이번 협곡이 어떤 테마인지 아시나요?
테마가 이제 데마시아 컵이라고 알고 있어요.
이번에 LCK 컵 개막을 기념해서 특별한 퀴즈를 준비했거든요. 데마시아에 대해서는 얼마나 알고 계세요?
제 전문이죠. 오래 살았죠.
녹서스 때는 너무 어려웠어가지고 그거보다는 잘할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
제가 녹서스 팬이라서 데마시아는 좀 싫어하거든요. 데마시아는 이제 질서와 정의를 중요하게 생각하는 국가라서 녹서스를 좀 더 생각합니다. 자, 준비됐습니다. 태블릿을 위해서.
다음 중 대마시아의 상징으로 옳은 것은? 아, 이거 너무 쉽다, 이거. 1번 대마시아.
아, 이거는 근데 너무 쉽다. 그죠? 첫 번째 문제라고 쉬운 거 내주신 거네. 아, 1번부터 너무했다, 이거는. 롤체 해가지고 또 최근에. 롤체 안 했으면 이거 못 맞췄다, 진짜로.
이건 너무 쉬운 건데 1번의 이 칼 모양이 대마시아
상징을 본 적이 없어가지고 그래도 대마시아 하면 상남자들이 많은 것 같아서 좀 로고도 좀 세 보이는 게 3번이 가장 세 보여가지고 3번 해보도록 하겠습니다.
백은이가 여기까지만 할게요. 아직 동생들이라서.
이거 뭐야? 대마시아? 다 모르겠는데요?
얘네가 대마시아 출신이었어요?
제가 알기로는 루시안은 대마시아 출신입니다. 의외로. 베인도 대마시아일 거예요, 아마. 베인이 쓰는 은하살이 그 대마시아산 은하살이라고 알고 있고요.
모르가나가 뭔가 정의적인 챔피언 아닌 것 같아서 약간 녹서스 쪽 아닐까요?
모르가나는 근데 확실히 아닌 것 같고요.
아니면 모르가나? 아니다. 정답 바꿀게요. 잔나. 왜냐하면은 케일이 대마시아 출신인 걸로 아는데 자매니까. 아닌가?
잔나가 제가 알기로는 자운인가? 거기라고 어디서 봤던 것 같아가지고 잔나로 하겠습니다.
발행이 이끄는 대마시아의 정예병 부대요? 백골 부대? 백골 부대는 이거 아니지 않나?
그 광희 형네 아버님이 백골부대를 나오셨다고 저한테 얘기해가지고.
근데 잘 모르겠는데 3번 아니면 4번 같은.
3번을 왜 깔리셨어요?
자주 들었어. 롤을 하면서 들었나 아니면은 다른 데에서 배웠나 좀. 네, 3번 할게요. 3번인 것 같아요. 어디 가서 백골부대라는 단어를 들었을 것 같지 않아서 그냥 뭐 롤에서 배웠겠죠. 네, 백골부대 하겠습니다. 불굴의 선봉대인가요?
네.
편집해주세요. 네.
재밌게 편집해드릴게요.
불굴의 선봉대 같습니다.
가렌은 딱 봐도 불굴의 선봉대죠. 4번 불굴의 선봉대. 이건 100% 맞는 게 가렌 대사가 내가 불굴의 선봉대다! 이게 있기 때문에 4번입니다. 100%.
대마시아 내에서 마법사들의 반란을 일으킨 흑막의 정체는 누구인가? 누구야? 사일러스.
반란을 일으킨 사일러스죠.
사일러스였던 것 같아요.
이거는 사일러스예요.
일단 사일러스는 감옥에 갇히지 않았나요? 뭐 흑막이니까 갇혔나?
사일러스 아니면 르블랑인 것 같은데? 르블랑이다. 사일러스가 마법사 치고는 운명이 너무 좋아가지고. 맞잖아. 그죠. 누가 어떤 마법사가 근력을 키워요? 맞잖아요.
운동을 좋아하는 마법사일 수도 있죠.
그러니까 좋아해도 무슨 사슬 들고 다니는데 몇 킬로인데 이게. 장난하나?
다음 자료가 설명하는 이 물질은 사일러스의 패시브 이름은? 예술은 폭발이다. 사실 킨드레드 Q 이름도 몰라. 화살세례인가? 화살세례. 패시브를 잘 안 읽어요. 패시브 개수를 보지.
힌트 좀 주실 수 있어요?
6글자 패로 시작하고.
패? 지지 베이커로 할게요.
6글자인데요?
베이커 파이팅. 이거 아는데. 뭐뭐 사이트인가? 뭐뭐 사이트인데 모르겠어요.
뭐라고 적으셨어요?
페이커 사이트로 했어.
사일러스의 패시브 스킬 이름은 페트리사이트 폭발이다. 이걸 어떻게 알고 있지 내가?
이거는 누가 봐도 알 것 같은데요? 대마시아 럭스궁 이거 하는 것 자체가 럭스궁밖에 의미하는 것밖에 없어요.
한번 해보세요. 보여주세요.
저는 여기 희생되고 싶지 않아요. 이분들로 이제 충돌할 것 같아서.
양손을 뻗는 느낌이 루시안이 손잡는 느낌이라 세나의 복수.
자, 그리고 마지막은 세나의 복수다. 마지막 자리 앞만 봐도 루시안인 것 같아서. 자, 이렇게 끝났습니다. 저는.
(80점)
최고 점수십니다.
진짜요?
3, 4번만 틀렸네? 전 이런 걸 안 해봐서 엄청 재밌었고요. 다음에는 100점 꼭 맞추고 싶습니다.
대마시아 주민이시니까 또 몇 점을 맞췄는지
예전에 갔다 와서 바뀐 부분이 있을 수 있겠네.
점수를 드렸습니다. 만족하시나요?
아니요.
아, 많이 못 맞췄을 것 같아요. 제가 약탈하고 그런 거에 좀 관심이 많아가지고. 아니 이게 다 틀렸다고? 잠깐만. 60점인데 학생들도 자기가 공부하는 주종목이 있지 않겠습니까? 대마시아처럼 정의로운 국가는 제가 좀 부족했던 것 같습니다. 나머지 공부 더 하고 벌칙 이행하도록 하겠습니다.
로쿠즈 태블릿 주시나요? 100점 맞힌 사람 혹시 있어요?
없습니다.
아 너무하네 여기.
스카우 선수는 몇 점일 것 같아요?
70점 이상일 것 같고요. 선수 좀 감이 좋아가지고. 네.
알 수가 없네요. 3번으로 찍을게요. 그래서 3번을 찍을게요. 그냥 1번 할게요.
잘 찍으시는 편인가요?
아니요. 다 찍기를 실패했구나.
어때요?
아무래도 중국 클라이언트로 하다 보니까 모를 수 있지 않나.
기회 삼아서 한번 대마시아와 친해지는 건 어떠신지?
고지인 것 같습니다.
사일러스가 틀렸네? 사일러스가 아닌 게 좀 충격적이고요 여기.
흑막의 정체 뭔가요?
흑막의 정체는 누구죠?
그럼 8번 혹시 뭔가요?
검은 창문은 다시 피어날 겁니다.
역시 사일러스는 그냥 바지 사장이었어. 아니, 그래요 이게 흑막 이게.
화이팅! 젠지 화이팅!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Chijijik Lol Park here for the LCK Cup. I'm still Atlas, still joined by Orcs, and we are ready to get into our semi-finals rematch from the World Championship, Genji versus KT. However, a little bit of a different look on the KT side, not so much on the Genji side.
Yeah, so Genji kept their roster the same, did have some changes in the coaching staff, but KT, the shake-up in the bot lane from their World Finals run, which is still crazy to say. Yeah. But I feel like expectations favored towards Genji, but you know, KT with a team that were thorn in their side at some critical moments last year, the most critical moment last year. And also, when we think about how the LCK Cup has been going, Group Baron are in desperate need of wins, and they're really relying on Genji, and also Genji in Group Baron. If you think about it, right, Group Baron are trailing quite heavily.
Yes.
You want to be, if you're in the lowest seeded group, you want to be first, right? That means you go straight through the playoffs. And right now, the race for first is between Genji and T1. Genji, you want to go undefeated, right? They are very good at going undefeated, but like...
And even the points are important, right? The fact that HLE were able to take a game off T1 could actually be important if Genji are able to get a 2-0 in that particular matchup.
So like KT getting an upset and throwing a spanner,
oh man,
that is just what they do.
Absolutely crazy. And as we can see here, another big series today, Worlds 2025 semifinals rematch. But you can see that's Dr. and Peter that are standing up there. No longer will they be there. And this time around, a little bit more of an eclectic bottom lane, you could say, in comparison. And I am looking mainly towards Ghost. We know aiming has been decent. You know, he was all right last year, wasn't too bad, it's fine. However, Ghost, a little bit of a question mark, and he will be starting today as well up against Duro. I want to now let you guys know some of the things that happens when an AD carry swaps roles. You get players like Kid from the LPL. Not a great example. I'm going to move on. Score, one of the greatest junglers in LCK history, was an AD carry.
Oh.
Beryl, the greatest support to ever wield the mouse and keyboard, was an AD carry and then moved to support. So Ghost going the way of Beryl. Let that sink in, okay? And if anyone was doubting Ghost before, may they stop doubting him now. And maybe don't look at the last performance. It wasn't the greatest, but he's only got up to go from here.
Last performance, they lost a game, right? And then they sub Ghost in, and they only won.
They did only win. The Nexus on the enemy side did fall down. And honestly, Beryl's performance in games wasn't necessarily the best, but he did manage to destroy a lot of enemy Nexi, okay? And that's all I'm going to say from here.
Yeah, and also, right, did Genji look extremely strong in their series? Yes. But maybe against some less competitive competition?
Yep. So I've been pointed out in chat that perhaps Carrier is a better player than Beryl. Look, I'd probably say that might be correct. And also,
you're accepting that?
Reckless also switched from AD carry to support. So there's another example of a player that only got better.
True.
I think that he definitely has his better years ahead of him.
Core JJ?
Core JJ, pretty good one as well. Yeah. Although, yeah, no, that's exactly the same. So, yeah, no, there's a lot of really good players that made that swap.
You'll remember Orcs' third All-Pro support platter was carry. Yeah, so
oh my god, he name swapped as well, so that was very confusing.
A lot of the goats.
That happened.
A lot of the goats.
Yeah, I would say so as well. Yeah, so there's a lot of positives here for Ghost making that switch over, and we'll see whether it is going to be successful. A lot of it was a little tongue-in-cheek, but I'm excited that it got Ghost back on the stage.
After hearing this list, I think supports should actually switch to AD carry, start the career as an AD carry, and
in fact, everyone should just switch to AD carry.
And then switch back again. Just you need a little bit of AD carry. It seems like it's the winning formula.
Yeah. Unfortunately, you're supposed to start there, and then you get better afterwards. So maybe we just need to only recruit AD carries into every other role. Yeah. Maybe that's what's going to have to happen from now. This is going to be a very difficult game for KT, is what I'm expecting. I don't think it's quite going to be the same as what we saw at the World Championship, but we'll see. Maybe there's some of that BDD magic that can come back once again.
Yeah, I mean, it is expectation is favored towards Gen.G because there's, you know, the added factor that KT are still trying to implement the fact they have a new bot lane, right? Gen.G, one of the two teams who kept their roster entirely the same. And it's also domestic Gen.G, right?
Yeah.
And yes, internationally, Gen.G were also very good up until the final tournament.
Is that a Duro horse plushie?
Oh my god.
How do we get one of those? I need it. That is so scary.
Why aren't we selling those?
We need to be selling those. She needs to be selling those. Oh my, put that into mass production right now. That is a cash horse.
Ship it. I can't remember what I was saying. And you know what? It doesn't even matter anymore.
Oh man, it's just so weird. And it's seeing Ghost in the support position and they're coached by Score as well. There's 380 carries on the stage right now. Ready to play for KT, which is just kind of nutty. I do think that perhaps Gen.G is still going to be the favorites here, but I'm looking forward to when this team comes together for KT, and maybe what they've been cooking is actually going to work out. Because one thing that I do know for certain is that Ghost is just a lovely guy.
Yeah.
Fantastic to play alongside as well, and very humble, and just a great teammate. So if it all works, and they get to have Ghost, who's just such good vibes, then that's only good things here for KT. But let's see what happens as we dive into the draft for game number 1.
Here's another thing, not last year, but the year before, when KT got that upset against Gen.G, which is that one series they beat them, it was on a new patch, right?
True.
And so maybe that's an angle as well. Gen.G sometimes not as quick on the new patch responding, so maybe. Those are the big ifs, right? We'll see. We'll see. Still think it's going to be favored towards Gen.G, and they do have first pick. And to no surprise, we're seeing... I feel like the thing is what ends up happening is all the picks... I mean, okay, with the exception of Nico, which is obviously we've seen loads of Nico, but stuff like Malphite and Jace, which is like new, they're just permabanned.
Yeah.
And then we end up with drafts which are like, well, we saw all this last year. So it feels like the exciting new stuff is just not allowed to be played.
Yeah, it's just on the ban list all the time. Speaking of which, we do have exactly those champions removed. The Azir as well. One thing that is just going to be taken away from BDD and Chovy the whole series. Orianna as well, another one. Big for both of these players. And so I think that these 5 champions will, like you say, just be banned every single game.
Yeah, the one I'm wondering about is that Rumble is still open.
Oh, true.
It's been a very common ban.
Vi as well has been banned a lot.
Yeah, especially Canyon has been pretty solid in Vi, but, you know, there's still a lot of jungle options open.
Well, let's see what the decision's going to be. It's just going to be Rumble. No, never mind. It's Ambessa.
Okay, will it be a first pick Rumble for Keen, or do they go in a different direction?
I'm going to write Rumble in right now. That's how confident I am.
There's also Yanara open.
It's going to be very difficult for me to cross out Rumble as well. It's a lot of letters.
Yeah,
so I'm going to really...
How big
it's a
did you
hard
write it?
commitment.
How big did you write it?
Like, it's the whole box.
Oh, you the whole box did?
The whole box.
Oh, you're saying...
You know what? You know what? Never punished.
Never
punished at all. Okay. Talia is going to be the follow-up. Didn't write that one in, but Talia Vi is something that we've seen already from the bros. Didn't quite work out for them, but this is KT.
Immediately, I think of 80 carries like Yanara, Lucian, you know, the fun ones who happen to be short-ranged, feeling very uncomfortable into Talia Vi. So for Rula, maybe playing something like the Ezreal or the Corki and playing at range. Varus also something you can play at a long distance.
Yep, also Chains of Corruption and Equalizer are pretty good. This is a combination that has been used many, many times throughout the years. And Chovy's Yone.
Ooh.
Okay.
It's been a while.
It has. And this is a fun matchup as well. This was Chovy's most dominant game of all time was on Yone against BDD. Lock Syndra. He can't lock Syndra. He's already playing Talia.
They did change the... So tier 3 boots give 5% lifesteal if you go the Berserker Greaves.
Yep.
They did change crits, so it's like full crits, but they also did tone down Yasuo and Yone to compensate.
Yeah.
So
they're basically the same.
Yeah,
as they were.
You're not allowed.
That would be pretty silly.
You're not allowed to make those champions have full crits. It would be a bit absurd.
It's perfect Sante though. Up into the Rumble here for Keen. So I think with Canyon not showing his pick just yet, We are seeing a pretty solid top side of the map represented by KT, but a lot of power picks here on Gen G's side, with Chovy on the Yone as well, something that he has caused a massive ruckus on in the past.
Yeah, interesting as well. So they banned the Bard out. They're clearly trying to trim like defensive picks that you can sort of peel with, but not really putting any bans towards the jungle away from Canyon. Maybe thinking that there's just such a wide pool still available that it's like you could throw bans there, but how much value are you really going to get?
Yeah, and maybe like the Vi doesn't feel like you have too many things that you need to take away. Like, what is a classic counter pick into a Vi? Don't really have too many things at the front of my mind right now.
I feel like Poppy was the OG, but she's been trimmed down so heavily.
And they will ban it anyway.
I guess, yeah. I mean, we did see it last series, Gideon doing a pretty good job with it, so
yep, they
will take that one away. Sivir going to be taken away. Obviously, something that we saw played quite a lot into the Varus with the Spell Shield as well. Because the Lethality Varus is what we've seen. Expectation is that's what we'll get here.
Yep.
Don't really think he'll get much time to auto-attack into Taliyah Vi.
I do not think so. I think he might be spending a lot of time trying to create screens away from his opposition. Speaking of champions that can do that, Ziggs, a little bit sad that Orcs has to have that one banned away. But Aiming is just now going to lock in Ezreal. I'm not going to write it in. I'm not that confident. But I do feel like he's probably going to play Ezreal.
I think the lane's a little rough. I mean, it's something you can obviously play at range, but...
Oh, are they going to do a Felios Thresh again? That would be fun. Instead, it's a cow.
That's something that just gets kind of poked out at his distance by the Varus.
Well, Ghost looks pretty happy about it.
They are just going to go the Alistar. I mean, Alistar I think is pretty good in the Yone, because when he does his Unbound Soul, you can just headbutt him away. Disrupt him.
What about Jungle Sylas for Canyon?
Honestly?
Thoughts? Musings?
Honestly, that's some good ults.
That's some good ults. That's what I'm thinking.
You have the AD already.
I'm a bit frightened that that could be something that's coming on through. But we will see the Rakan, the consideration here for Duro to start us off. That will be locked away.
Yeah, a little risky play the Rakan into the Taliyah, but definitely something he's confident with, and it looks like you might have had a great read there.
Should have written it down in the box.
Yeah.
Only 5 letters, though, so it wouldn't have been that much of a commitment. But still, this feels so strong. And Sylas has been doing pretty well in the jungle at the same time. Feels like everything's kind of a jungler. But never mind, just going to be moving over to a Xin Zhao. Come on, Canyon, have some fun.
That feels like he's like, oh, it'd be so cool if I picked Sylas here, and it's just like...
And you realize that he's at work.
Yeah.
You know? That's what it kind of felt like to me.
If you're in solo queue, you're definitely picking Sylas there. It's like, no.
Maybe they want to hold on to the Sylas pick for game 2 in case of a Malphite scenario. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe they're thinking down the line.
Maybe.
As Ghost will be thinking about the Ezreal for aiming, and we'll be locking that one away. So at least I got that one right.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe like Corki could have been an angle as well, although I guess not as much of an aiming pick. I mean, it's a playable lane, but I feel like you are going to get poked out a decent amount by the Varus. And with the Rakan as well, they're going to have more sustain than you in the 2v2. So I think, honestly, Gen G pretty happy with what they got in this situation.
I feel like KT are probably not too worried about it as well, though. I feel like Perfect is going to have a really fun game if he can survive the lane. I feel like Cassantes have been doing better and better into the Rumble over time. But then, you know, once you build some AD, build some armor, there's a Xin Zhao, a Yone, and a Varus that you're going to not be too worried about, especially if it's Lethality Varus. The armor just feels so much better.
Yep.
So Perfect might be having a bit of a moment here. And I feel like in their first series, Perfect was looking pretty good, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, it was looking pretty stable. And again, that's all you have to be in this lane matchup. Once you get that first item, that Koenig Rukin, it's pretty hard to like really lose out into the Rumble to get pressured out. So we'll see if you can just get to that point and navigate it. Yep, like the mid jungle for KT tends to be the pressure point, but especially with this composition, so we'll see what they can do.
Yep, it was going to be the most important part of this draft regardless, but it's also just based on the picks going to be absolutely huge, and especially when you've got Chovy's Yone to contend with, could be difficult. Let's get into it. Well, a little bit of a slow start to the fan chants for Gen G as well. I wonder whether that was by design. I feel like that would really be, you know, good for sticking up with the Genji vibes.
So actually, I was looking at the changes for the crit damage with Yone.
Yeah.
And he's got a little bit more crit damage before IE, and then a bit less after IE. But obviously IE has more AD on it, so... But it is still... He's still faring a bit better, I would say.
And it's exactly the same change as Yasuo, right? They just literally copy-pasted the text.
Yes.
It's very funny.
Yes.
I liked what they did there.
Yeah.
That was a Alright, Ghost having fun with a headbutt, which is, I mean, that's the most fun you get at level 1, is that one headbutt that you get in lane.
But it is one of the nice things playing this 2v2 with the Ezreal into the Varus, is this is the point where the Ezreal really has the advantage over the Varus. You spam those Qs.
Yep.
So the Alistar. We've seen so many Alistars just get completely bullied out level 1, and for once not getting that case. But I feel like once we sort of get level 2, level 3, that's where Genji's bot lane is going to get a lot more momentum, especially because the Rakan can just heal out so many trades.
Yeah, I actually, I do feel like it's probably better for Alistar than it could have been in some other lanes, right? It's like not Karma or Nico or something like that that can be really, really punishing. But Rakan is frustrating. I always discount the Gleaming Quill heals. I never quite give it the credit it deserves, as Chovy unbinds the soul, has a decent trade into BDD. He looks to get in front of the minion wave just to put the pressure onto Chovy.
And Keen's gone First Strike, so he's trying to print as much money as possible in this matchup.
Yeah, Chovy also able to do a fair bit of damage towards BDD here, but both of the mid laners looking a little worse for wear. And yeah, Chovy pretty good. Yone.
See, the thing is, right, I always think you need context in stats, right?
Got it.
And yes, this win rate's very good for Chovy on Yone. But you know what? Chovy just has a pretty good win rate.
He does have a pretty good win rate. Like what's his Galio win rate again? Is it still 100%? It's not, right? It's a little bit not 100%, but it's very, very close.
But especially when you think about like Genji's recent domestic win rate, like...
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of champions.
It's just pure LCK stats are just kind of not okay.
Yeah, they're kind of absurd. So, I mean, I'm not saying this to like dispute. Like, Chovy is very good at Yone. I'm just adding a little bit of context that like, he has a lot of stats like that.
Yeah.
Chovy's just pretty good. And does a lot of winning.
He does. And they might be continuing to do so here today. Just have to find out. BDD going back very early on in this lane to collect himself a tier. Same thing to be said for Chovy. Has gone for the fleet footwork just to keep himself as healthy as possible in this laning phase.
Oh, nice little ward at the Krugs that will spot out Canyon in a little bit, I think.
Yeah, he's right now...
Yeah.
It's going to be his first camp that is up and available.
Do you see Keen like completely covered himself defensively? I think Cuz was looking for a gank angle, but Keen wants to make sure he can keep pushing and won't get challenged here. So, just get the crystalline overgrowth proc. And just trying to farm as much money as possible. And Canyon does notice that he's been spotted, but is spotted nonetheless.
Yeah, does manage to clear out the ward. As Keen with the Flame Spitter is just making sure that Perfect has the worst time possible. That is continuing to be the case. As Perfect, as long as he picks up as many minions as he can, it's probably going to be all right. Just wanting to weather the storm as much as he can into this Rumble. The problem with First Strike, though, is that, like, yes, you're going to take a beating in lane, but as you're taking a beating in lane, you're like losing so much money to the opponent. It compounds the feeling of bad.
Yeah, I mean, it does mean the Rumble doesn't have phase rush, so if you get ganked or in some of those skirmishes, you just don't have as much of that mobility. You can often see like the Rumble procs it and then uses that extra mobility to kind of like, you know, just slam with the passive where you punch them with a drill.
Yeah, don't have to worry about the extra comet damage as well.
Yeah, but if you end up in a non-interactive scenario on lane where like the junglers don't come over and you're just farming, it's great. You end up with more gold, and obviously Rumble loves gold.
Ooh, Chovy having to flash. That's a really good start here, as Cuz getting engaged on by Canyon, though. The flash has to be used by him as well to get himself out of there. So mid lane flash for the jungle flash. And pretty even Stevens as far as that trade is concerned.
Yeah, I think it was a bit unfortunate for Chovy because he literally hit a minion just after that and hit level 6. So if he'd had his 6 before that play, would have been able to use his ult to get away from it. Obviously a much shorter cooldown, but does put a lot of pressure on BDD there and will force him to recall. But I think that's the state of the game at the moment. It's like recalls are just kind of whatever because the home guard power is so high. Now, I do like that Perfect's gone for a bit of a proxy here. The more you can avoid actually interacting and trading with Keen, the better. Don't let him use his first strike. So he's
he's doing it again.
Yeah, this is good.
We are clearing out every single wave. We'll be able to go for a bit of a reset here, and like you say, with the home guard, means that he will not miss anything. We'll have some time to do a little jig while he makes his way back to lane at the same time. And so the Cassante also avoiding just taking too much damage from the Rumble, and the first strike is a really cool move. Like that one a lot. Chovy back to lane here, up against BDD, throws out the ulti actually and collects BDD already because he's in position. And so just going to be softening up the Taliyah as she comes back from base.
Yep, saw an angle where you could just land it, connect it, and gets a heavy trade in. Doesn't mean he's down with that, but that's the thing, right? You use it, and then it's working that cooldown back, so...
Yeah. And BDD going to eat some honey fruit, and he'll be absolutely fine. Not really too much to write home about, as we're seeing slight lane advantage here towards the bottom side and the top side. Mid lane very, very even. In the jungle, pretty similar story. As we get out of lane, and as 2-item spikes are being hit, things like that, I think aiming is going to be feeling a little bit better. We know that he's very confident on his Ezreal.
I wonder what boots BDD is going to go, because we've seen the Ionians be really common on the Taliyah for the movement speed, so it's probably those, but...
Steel caps feel pretty good.
Yeah, I was going to say that the steel caps value is really high here for that extra durability. For those who don't know, they buffed the boots between like before when you got them for the feats of strength. Now it's 10% max health in the shield instead of 4%, so the value is actually pretty insane. When there's triple AD between like the Yone, the Xin Zhao, and the Varus, I mean, movement speed is pretty good, so we'll see where he ends up going. Obviously the Berserker Greaves for Chovy feel kind of mandatory. Yeah. And obviously the lifesteal definitely a nice stat.
Yeah, that one's definitely coming through as BDD doesn't quite find the big boulder. As flash in from Ruler just looks to try and kill BDD. All right, well, that's one way.
Yeah, was a ward there that spotted him out. Would have been crazy if he just reacted to the R flash from Ruler coming out of the rush, but did have the ward, did have the vision, so able to deny it. But Ruler does end up burning the flash, but it's a trade.
Yeah. Aiming now with a little bit of spare time for himself as he does get a bit of added damage towards Duro. But Ruler will be able to make his way back towards this lane pretty comfortably. Even delivers a nice little piercing arrow. So no harm, no foul, but will not have the flash for lane. That does mean that Ghost and Aiming is going to be feeling a little bit better.
Ghost and Aiming are doing pretty good in this lane. Like, I feel like there's a lot of scenarios where you can just get poked out by the Varus. Okay, I say that.
Yeah.
They are starting to get poked out a little bit.
That is the scenario you were talking about.
A lot easier to get hit by the piercing arrows, and also you land poke back, and there's the Gleaming Quill value from the Rakan. But so far they've been keeping relatively even in the lane, so not doing too bad. But I feel like that's the thing with Ezreal. You obviously want to be like poking down your opponents, landing those skill shots, but I think Lethality Varus just does it a little better in the laning phase.
Well, Cousin BDD coming on over to grab themselves some grubs. They'll at least be able to get the first one. It looks like they are going to collect all of them pretty comfortably. It was in trade for the Dragon. It did go over to Genji earlier. They do have a mountain to their name. Next one going to be an ocean. We'll have a look at what the soul is going to be. What are we feeling? I think it's probably Chemtech Soul time.
Oh man, no.
That's what I think. I mean, Orcs is here. He was paying very close attention in our first series, but you know, Matt, now we've had a bit of time off. You ate delicious homemade hummus earlier, and so you're probably just feeling a little bit more confident, comfortable, and not exactly paying attention. So it's probably going to be a Chemtech Soul. That's what I'm thinking.
It's solid logic. It's hard to argue with, but I really hope it isn't.
Yeah, me too. Stroby's going to get flung back here momentarily. BDD on the Taliyah. This is one of his most iconic picks. And Taliyah herself has not really been finding very much success here in the LCK so far. I don't think it's exactly her fault, but did start off with 2 losses very early on in the LCK Cup. That's all right. Ghost and Duro, Portal Combat.
I think there was that game that...
Do you notice as well, Ghost is playing Beryl's skin? All right, Chovy looking for the combo here as Huz going to turn up, but that is a great quickness. BDD still alive somehow, holding on for so long. Finally, Chovy gets over there and finds an auto attack, and down will go BDD for first blood. As under the turret they go, but Ghost is going to be able to walk his way out. Man, that was almost comical with the fact that BDD survived for so long, but was basically a dead man walking.
I think the value Duro got there was just absolutely massive on the Rakan. Able to get the sweep them up, and I think honestly KT not losing more there could be okay with it, but Obviously not how they want the skirmish to go. Quickness comes in, Ghost knocks him up, but then sweeps up 2, gets a double knock-up. Disruption comes in, Ghost and Cuz peeling to try and keep BDD alive, but he's so low, there's just no way to do it. And they kind of realize they have to disengage.
Yeah.
Nimbus Cloak keeps Ghost safe.
Canyon's also got a massive amount of value in that fight at the same time. And so, very nicely done, but only 1 kill. Still a 2,000 gold lead as a result. It's kind of nutty.
I think
they were able to collect a bunch of other stuff as well.
We've gotten the kill there. Ruler started bully aiming at a lane and got a couple of plates. Top lane, King's just been playing the money printer game. So
yeah.
That's where the gold leads come from.
BDD just built a wall, and now you've got Gen G taking a fair bit of damage. True Shot Barrage does go wide. KT will gain control of this dragon area. That is up and available. We'll see whether they can actually continue to take control, as now Chovy closes in on BDD. Has to get out of the way of the seismic shove, but still wins a trade pretty comfortably. And Gen G, I feel like they're sort of just naturally finding advantages over and over again. This is very similar to the domestic Gen G that we saw in 2025. And that Gen G did not lose. And now they'll just take Dragon as well.
Yeah. And BDD already low, especially when you're against... Oh, TP's coming in.
Yeah, a lot of teleports from coming all over the place. As there's a seismic shove, does collect a couple of them, as now Duro getting thrown to the side, but cease and desist is not going to do much of anything at all, and Ghost is just going to die. It is 2 into the blender, and Gen G now 3 on the board, and a 4,000 gold lead with 2 Drakes to their name, and man, oh, Cloud Soul, chef's kiss. You love to see it.
I was locked in. I was focused, but I just feel like Gen G so much more coordinated, and KT a little bit split with the fight. Cuz taken down before he could even ult, and Ghost didn't really get any help out there. Feels like this is textbook Gen G from what we saw last year. Oh, BDD.
Yeah, Chovy underneath the turret, and not going to be too worried about it. Snaps back, takes a stun with him, but doesn't really matter too much at all.
So you see, everyone's quite split. Like, Ezreal is miles away when this fight starts. Duro preps the ult, immediately CC's Cuz. Cuz gets exploded, BDD's trying to help over the wall, but like, aiming is only just there now. BFX and Cuz were trying to help, but like, the fight's over before... I just feel like KT didn't really offer any real resistance.
Yeah.
And Gen G were immediately a 5-man unit. And Duro starting the fight off with that immediate pick. His Rakan has already been getting so much value.
Yeah, Duro looking like a bit of a POM frontrunner at the moment, but still very early days. And Ruler now parking himself in this mid lane against BDD for the moment, but I believe we will have aiming probably moving over there as Ghost spotted on this ward, looking to Hex Splash his way out. We'll be able to do so. As, yeah, a few things missing, but that's okay. Aiming now has the Trinity Force completed as well. And unfortunately, BDD decided not to go for the Steel Caps. It is the Boots of Lucidity once again.
Yeah, and both AD carries are spotted. This has been the common thing now, are going triple tonic and cashback.
Oh, cease and desist onto Ruler. They will be able to catch him out. And there is Aiming collecting himself a bit more money.
That's a nice pickup. As I was saying, so triple tonic, pretty strong. You know, you get the three potions that give you the value. The first one gives gold, second one gives temporary adaptive force, third one gives a skill point. But the cashback, the reason we're seeing this a lot on AD carries is because obviously you get gold back every time you buy an item. And with the new AD carry quest, there's not much to say about this, you could do anything.
Yeah.
With the new AD carry quest, you're getting more items than ever. So
true.
It's 8% cashback on each item, and it means that when you have a big purchase like a Triforce, you're immediately getting that extra gold back for a little bit of extra value. So
and getting towards 2 items,
and then some.
Yeah, getting towards 2 items feels incredibly good, especially for an Ezreal.
Yeah,
I can understand it. Seraphs is now done here for BDD, but it doesn't feel the greatest. Helping be a bit more durable as, yeah, Keen gonna get Volt broken. And perfect diving in, but the flash immediate, and Keen should be able to get himself to relative safety. Now Chovy with some spare time towards his top side. I don't know whether Ghost is going to be enough to deter
trying his best.
This Yone, yeah.
Yeah, Cuz didn't have ult there on the bot side, so kind of touch and go with a Keen, 100% needed ult, but I think he was just scared of Cassante getting in range, so I think maybe did have to, but either way, able to shake off the gank. But it's Gen G picking up that Herald and keeping up the pressure on the top side. I think it's as well Chovy with Blade of the Rune King and the Gunmetal Greaves, the upgraded Berserker Greaves. has so much lifesteal already on this unit. It's really hard to actually like go up against him in a side lane because like BDD doesn't have that much damage. Like he has the Seraphs.
Yeah,
he's not. It's gonna take a while to chunk through him. Actually, BDD hasn't completed his quest yet. Has just completed it.
As you said it, was able to upgrade those shoes, but it certainly did feel like it took him a very long time.
I will say mid-quest compared to other quests, it's not that big of a deal if you're late. Like 80 carry and top, the later you are, like you're losing value.
Yeah, they're sort of like scaling quests.
Yeah, jungle as well is another one. And even support, because like you get the cheaper control wards, and we know LCK supports buy 1 million control wards.
Exactly.
But mid is the one where like it's, other than the actual item strength, it's not that big of a deal. Whereas 80 carry, jungle, and top, you're losing either gold or experience, or in jungle's case, both. But he does have those upgraded Ionians for the extra movement speed. We did talk about that earlier. Is going for the movement speed rather than the defensive value.
Chovy going to be able to finish this one off by the looks of things, and yeah, BDD not going to be able to deter him from that one.
But it's so hard, like he does, what, like 30% of his health? And he is recalling, but even if he didn't, he would just heal up off the next wave so easily.
Yeah. All right, Ghost now in position to maybe be in a bit of trouble. Decides to go forward, is now perfect, looks for the all-out angle. Let's see who's going to pick up, as everyone's getting knocked up all over the place. The Unbreakable Will from Ghost getting a lot of value, but there's the Equalizer. Speaking of value, as the Barbecue walks his way in, and Keen looks to try and burn them down. The Cow is going to be okay though for now. Duro going down very low himself, as now Canyon looking to try and get in there, but it's perfect. That's his target, and he's extraordinarily durable. Chovy not able to find too much of a target, but it's Soul Point on the table, and Genji, I think, are just able to take it.
Yeah, it was such a scrappy engage from KT, but they just weren't quite able to find Ruler. I feel like that was their target. Weren't able to connect onto him, and as a result, Genji's able to push forwards and take the dragon. And now looking for mid-tier 1.
Yeah, Rift Herald going to be utilized as well as Chovy comes in. There's the ulti sidestepped really nicely, and there's the combo. Chovy punished, and the turret is going to finish him off. Aiming collects that kill, cease and desist now onto Duro, as in the meantime in the bot lane, Perfect in trouble. He'll be taken down, but Duro dies as well. So cross map, it is a 2-for-1.
Yeah, we'll see if they can get anything more, if they can get the turret in return, but I think it's still a bit healthy. I guess Ruler can't walk up, but he can't clear the wave from distance. No, I think he's zoned off too far, goes to the Hex Splash. I think they should just get this.
Yep, Crystalline Overgrowth also helping them out there, so that is going to be that extra plate, and with the cannon, they should be able to do this. They also have 3 grubs, so this turret not long for the world. So that is that one taken down, but I believe the outer also fell in the bottom lane, as immediately, you can see there.
And the mid one is super low. On the other side, KT's mid-tier 1 is really low, so that would go down quickly. But this was just a bit of an overstep. So this initial play, Duro pops the ult and like interrupts the combo from Ghost.
Pulverize.
Yeah, so that was great peel from Duro, great disruption. And considering Ruler didn't have flash, the fact he gets back to the tower is insane. That whole passage of play fails because of that. And Cuz had ult still. He knew the intent was to kill Ruler, ult Ruler, take him out. And I think Duro did a phenomenal job of disrupting there. But then they burnt all those cooldowns, had to back away, and then it just kind of turned into this sporadic play where Keen and Canyon punished Perfect, and then Chovy just overstepped. I think as soon as you saw Ghost there and the seismic shove, you could have just pressed E and snapped back, but he felt himself a little bit too much.
Yeah, he was a bit sleepy, wanted to stay in the dreamland, didn't want to snap back to reality just yet. Understandable, but was to his death. Unfortunately, still doing just fine. 1.8k about ahead of BDD in this game, and Genji holding on to their advantage with now a Soul Point alongside it. But cease and desist comes down onto Canyon. Equalizer in once again, and Cuz has to deal with that one. Gets the big old shield though, and down goes Canyon with no response from Genji. That's beautifully done, but there is no Drake on the table. It's probably a decent time for Canyon to die, to be perfectly honest with you, especially with Chovy getting such work done here towards the top side.
Yeah, not really able to translate it into any objectives, but I do like that KT's answering back. When we think about how the gold lead was so significant early for Genji, it's smaller than it was way earlier in the game. They're keeping it within an arm's length, and it means one big team fight could be it for KT to get this back. I mean, you look at the fact that aiming is 4-0, approaching that big spike for the Ezreal with the Muramana and the Triforce. Muramana nearly stacked and has a significant goal lead over Ruler right now. And here, it looks like Cuz is so close to going down with the burn from the equalizer. But gets that Q off to the side, and the shield comes in from Perfect, I believe.
Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah, so...
Like, trying to figure it out, I'm like, that's not what a Vi shield looks like.
Pretty clutch there to keep him alive through the burns. And again, you know, that kill doesn't translate into much, but it's a bit of gold here, bit of gold there. Just keeping the game close enough. It's Dragon in a minute 40 and there's Souls. That's a delicate point. I think the movement speed, especially with a lot of these champions on the side of Gen G, can be really frustrating to deal with. Rakan in particular is one we often talk about.
Yeah. And Chovy really wanted that plate. Is not going to be able to find it just yet. BDD also doing the same thing here towards the top side of the map. And that is going to provide even more respite here for KT.
Yeah.
Clawing their way back.
Chovy's a menace in the side lane, and the problem is Perfect has cloth armor and no other armor at all. Against a Blade of the Rune King, I
feel like I understand it, right? Because he wants to not die to Keen. But Keen is the only one that's doing magic damage. And I guess Yone does do mixed damage, blah, blah, blah. But I still feel like you want to, like, maybe you could have the Rook Urn, but maybe all of the other items need to, like, not be magic resist.
Yeah, I think, like, Merc Treads makes sense for the tenacity, but, like, I feel like you needed a prior armor after that. You know? Especially if you're now being sent against the Yone. Like, a Blade of the Rune King, if you're all health and MR, it does not feel good. So.
No.
30 seconds, though, on this Dragon. You see TP coming in from Keen. That will give him that big shield. He's not quite level 16, though. If you can get some extra experience on this wave and hit level 16 before he ults, that would be big.
Yeah, Chovy has unbound the soul. Is just getting as much information as he can find. Cuz goes over that wall, grouping up with the rest of the team now. A teleport in.
Oh, look how close
from Perfect. 16. Yeah, Ghost possibly tagged here. My goodness, that poke is kind of ridiculous. As KT get control of the wave, as the Dragon has been started off here by Gen G. It's very healthy, though. They are more healthy than they were in the past. As Ghost still has the Unbreakable Will, but he might need to use it a little bit earlier than he'd otherwise want to, as the Dragon continuing to get taken down. As BDD looking for an angle, doesn't find the flick back, as the wall is now going to dissipate. As Duro wants to get in there. The Equalizer goes down. Not a lot of joy with that one, as there is Ghost being cleansed quite nicely. As, oh, they're into the blender. Chovy gets into the backline, and Ruler takes down the cow. But look at these health bars. Mel Gen G somehow keep themselves alive, as the carries from KT, they just couldn't finish anyone off. BDD's taken out, and there is Keen with the burn. It is somehow a clean ace for Gen G and Cloud Soul.
Gen G team fighting at its best. 5-0 there. I think a big thing for me was Keen on the flank, just threatening the backline constantly. So we obviously have the blender that happens towards the Dragon, but he equalizes here, goes up to aiming, chunks him on the top side. Like, look how low aiming gets, and him and BDD are like so concerned about Keen. And then this blender happens, the engage comes in again, Keen threatening the backline. So when this mixed fight happens, BDD and aiming just weren't able to participate because this Rumble was just running them down the whole time. Keen getting so much value in that fight.
Keen just kind of massive in this game. I was going to talk about it earlier on, didn't have an opportunity to, but he just sort of slowly but surely got himself to like 3 items. 3-0-3 right now on the Rumble.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he went cashback as well, so he's just printing money to like an absurd degree. And the thing is, he's so leveled as well because he's a top laner, so...
They're just like, Gen G's just playing Accountants League of Legends right now.
Literally just... You know, the thing is, we always talk about how Gen G just kind of like made gold appear from nowhere. They're literally just... They're just cooking the books, right? At this point. They are just...
I think they've got tariffs out or something like that, making sure they get all that money back or something. That's all right. Okay. Let's see what they can use this Baron for already. A 1,500 Rebel Baron power play on the table.
We need to put Gen G in charge of the economy because they figured it out.
Yeah, things are looking a little rough here in Korea, so we can maybe get a little bit of help. All right. There is going to be a little flick back onto Canyon, though. Grand Entrance not quite connecting onto BDD. Chovy now with an Infinity Edge, though. Ox, I am just worried.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage. That is a scary amount of damage. And also the poke from Ruler, a lot of threat of the hips. I mean, I say the poke from Ruler, also the harpoons from Keen. We saw what happened to Ghost earlier. the attrition that's coming in, I feel like KT at some point just have to engage, but like onto who? Ruler has the spell shield as well. Oh, that's Jovi.
Yeah, going for the block there. Cuz, good position, and he's just going to be thrown into... Yeah, thrown around like a ragdoll.
That's a good target.
Yeah.
And now looking to maybe engage on the top side. Look at Cuz and BDD on the flank.
Yep, getting over there. There is a control ward in position, but the rest of KT, they have a man advantage. Let's see whether they can make something happen. Chains of Corruption does not land. Canyon might be the sacrificial Xin Zhao as he's taken down low already. Perfect, just trying to hold them at bay as the rest of KT are closing in. Equalizer is great, though. Let's see whether Genji can turn it around. Already aiming is taken out, but Canyon has to sacrifice himself for it. Perfect, keeping himself alive as Keen goes golden. And he's got the flame spitter out. Cuz is still so dangerous, though, as Keen flashes on top of BDD. And this Rumble is just too strong, even in a 4 versus 5. Genji are too good.
Keen just runs them down. He did aiming as well. He got CC'd and he just ran at him and just cooked him. Every fight is just impossible for KT's carries because they're just getting toasted by Keen.
Maybe there's a reason why we've been seeing Rumble banned almost every single game so far.
You know, I get it.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. And this was a good pick. I actually think like the right idea here. I was like, the game's looking difficult. You need a pick. You need to engage. They find Chovy. This is the correct moves from KT. You can't fault them for what they're doing here. And then they're trying to navigate this next point.
Yeah. Coach Voice did come through here as well to give as much information over to Genji as possible. And here is the replay.
So watch aiming. Aiming gets engaged onto here. And then I'm pretty sure Keen,
far away
Keen
from the
just,
fight as well.
I'm pretty sure Keen just charges into him and just melts him.
Yeah. Yeah, no, Canyon dives on top of him. He gets knocked up by the 3 Talon strike, and then Keen just puts him in the barbecue.
My favorite thing is it's like a horror film. BDD's like, I'm so far away. And it's just like,
no, you're not.
You're not enough. Oh, man.
Not far enough.
Especially with the Cloud Soul as well. He's so fast.
Oh, it's kind of absurd. Okay, Keen 5-0, 5 right now on the Rumble. Yeah, this guy is kind of ridiculous. He's got a Magize. He's got a Magize Ox.
He's cooking.
He is certainly cooking. Chovy going to be able to take down this inner turret as well, and all of a sudden, it's an 11,000 gold lead.
You know, I think as well the fact it's a Cloud Soul. You know, you often have the phase rush on the Rumble, and that movement speed really valuable. But the fact you have the Cloud Soul now, it just means he's zooming
like
the
infinitely. Yeah.
The 10-stack Medjais as well for the extra movement speed. So, you know, even when you have like aiming with the Arcane Shift, like the Arcane Shift, and Keen just closes the gap still. He just runs him down with a Scrap Shield, movement speed too.
You need to Arcane Shift to somewhere where he can't just right-click you.
The fountain, maybe?
Yeah, over a wall would be good.
Yeah.
I think that's probably the only way to relative safety. And even then, you need to get the hell away from that wall as well, because he might just harpoon you to death. So it's just a little bit rough. Right now, Genji, full control.
Older 45. You know...
Oh, there we go.
Maybe just flip the Elder.
Yeah.
I think Genji should not flip the Elder.
Well, they might, as Duro possibly in an awkward position here as the equalizer goes down. Perfect is very, very dead. And Duro with the quickness is just hunting down members of KT. Aiming gets charmed up. The Ghost has to flash to get himself out of the way, and I don't know whether that's going to be enough to keep him alive. And it is not, as Ruler picks up the double. There's Chains of Corruption as well to lock down 3 for Genji, and BDD's getting the heck out of dodge.
That was a great call, BDD.
Yes.
You know, keep going to the base. Great call from Genji. Don't flip the Elder. Just kill them. It's that simple.
It's a good way to do it. They could go back to the Elder now, or they could kill the Nexus. It's either of those choices that they have available to them. Smorgasbord of options, not so many on the side of KT.
Yeah, I think playing it safe, the timers are a little short, and there's a lot of wave clear in the Talia, and they don't have Barons, so they're just going to go there. But here, Duro comes in with the quickness, goes to the teammate, W's in, gets 2, and then flashes to follow aiming. There's not the immediate follow-up onto him, but then Ruler ends up, I think, predicting... Oh.
All right, got a little bit of an engagement here as BDD took most of his health bar in damage. The Elder, though, in the meantime, is just going down lower and lower. True Shot Barrage! So close, but no cigar. Perfect is going to get eaten by a gigantic dragon from the sky. No, never mind, he's just going to get cooked
Run, Cuz, run!
by Keen as, Cuz
No,
also
Ghost,
just getting
leave!
chipped down. Ghost, no, he's like, no! My teammates will not die before me! And that may be the case, as, never mind, cuz, burning, still trying to go for it here. Has nice double pulverize, bit of a zoning.
Oh my god, the damage.
Seismic shove is, yeah, that's just kind of ridiculous. As Canyon's going to be able to help take down Ghost there. Perfect. Still dead for a while as well as KT. They are circling the drain well and truly. I hope the comms are all about what they're going to do in game number 2 and probably being pretty happy that there is going to be no rumble in that game.
Yeah.
Because in this game, Keen kind of took over and there was nothing that they could do.
Yeah, the money printer rumble goes hard.
It certainly does. As there's the knock-up onto Cuz. Oh, the Dragon almost got mad at him, but he's on the fountain, so that's going to help him stay alive. It may not be the same for the Nexus, though. As they have some respawning members, and Equalizer goes down as, oh my goodness, Genji just trying to pad the stats here a little bit as, oh my god, the Hungry Dragon is able to take down Cuz. A double kill here for Ruler as he's sniping them on the fountain, bobbing for apples here at the end of the game. Just kill the Nexus, guys, come on. As Ruler is going to go down, and that is going to spell the end of the game. Genji 1-0 over KT.
Yeah, I think Genji still good at team fighting.
I think Genji are pretty good, yeah.
Still good at macro, still good at making money. Keen still good at rumble. Yeah. Who would have believed that if you took Genji, put them in the LCK, didn't change their roster from last year, they're still pretty good.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
Yeah,
honestly.
You know, this breaking expectations.
Yeah.
But it's still only game 1, and KT definitely have opportunity to bounce back. But you know, the point you raised earlier was a phenomenal one. No more rumble, I think, is a great thing for KT.
I would say that's a huge boon. They've also taken away the Keen Sante at the same time, so maybe this is all part of KT's master plan for a win in game 3.
They do need a win in game 2 to win in game 3.
That is true. But if they do win in game 2, that's when we can start talking about it. Yeah, I mean, the damage is just disgusting, isn't it? That's almost 4 times as much as what Perfect was able to do. And of course, I mean, a Cassante is just not going to do that much damage. But Keen just kind of ran the whole game.
Yep.
There's not much more we can say. The fact that aiming wasn't able to really do anything either, they just got so incredibly outranged by Ruler at the same time. And yeah, Genji just doing some domestic Genji things, but what an incredible performance it was. And we'll see whether they can get themselves another victory here to help them stay in front as far as Team Baron is concerned. Time for us to take a short break. When we get back, the Space is going to break that one down and see whether they have any other insights apart from don't let Keen play Rumble ever.
It is a good one, though.
I mean, that's a good one. We'll start with that, and we'll see what else they have for us after this short break. We'll see you soon.
미드원들 풀 없어. 미드원들 노플이야. 나 12초 공 타워 먼저.
산테 나온 거.
산테 노플 녹음.
잡을만한데 다. 응. 와우.
야, 때려, 죽여. 죽여. 나 팔. 아, 씨, 진짜 뭐. 늙었어.
You can drag me, you can kill me, to try to stomp the flame out. Oh, angel sound echoes in the darkest hour. You can hunt me and you can have me, but you have no power. It's coming over the horizon like the morning sun. All of them is silence. For the ones we drew our courage from, this is salvation. I can see mercy on the hill. Don't let your faith dim. There is a light. The darkness can never.
Welcome back to the space as Gen.G take game one in a battle of these two top teams in the LCK.
Digon here, alongside the Valde analyst and the general to break down that last one. Gen G didn't make it easy, but they still got the job done.
Yeah, I think they actually picked very well. Like when they just picked Rumble first pick, and then they knew that they're gonna take the Vitalia. Then what we're gonna counter it? Then they just picked Yone, and then it's Chobi's Yone with the Rumble skin. It made the game.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people will just say, oh, Chovy thinks that Yone's really strong, or like this goes really well with the Rumble. But as you were saying, there's a lot more depth to it, and I think that it's kind of an easy bait to go for because Vitalia is quite strong, and it's not the first time we have seen this duo picked up. So it kind of leaves Gen G in a really strong spot to start it off, as we did see the Xin Zhao come in there eventually, and I feel like that was the right move actually, just to provide that front line to make some space for Keen to eventually carry the whole game, as we thought maybe it was going to be Chovy, but then he just died twice for not much reason.
I didn't say anything. As Valde's opinion.
Yeah, well, we got to call it like we see it. We got to see in highlight number 1 the setup around the Drake and the power of when the Rumble joins the fight and the ult comes on down looks super good. So let's take a look at that. The second Drake here.
Yeah, so I think the first, it looked like a good for KT because they just used ultis for like kicking them, and they actually didn't spend a lot of things. But the fight-wise, the champions-wise, was just stronger at Gen G at this time.
Yeah, I mean, it started off, you know, just vying for vision, and we did see the setup here, actually. Gen G are able to get position on this, and there's no Tilia wall, so as KT are kind of just running straight into them, and that leaves this empty spot for Duro to sit with no vision for KT and set up the beginning of this fight.
Yeah, I think it was quite... Just KT knew that if this game goes more longer, it's gonna be harder for us. So we have to do something, but we just don't have ults. So it's like, it was actually not a goal to fight here. I think they should wait for more time.
Yeah, a little skirmish there, and you can see the patience that Gen G has had. Again, one of the few teams in the LCK alongside with BNK FearX hasn't changed the roster. I've been able to watch some of their content as well. They've been playing so many games together. You expect this type of communication working out well, and it does so here in the second fight, where after, as you guys said, a couple of kills in the mid lane going the wrong way, they get it together and they put the exclamation point on this game at the Drake's ult.
So at here, I think the wing position with the Chovy and the Gin was really good, and that they were hitting the dragon and charging the stacks. So BDD tried to make some space for aiming, but I think the already Ghost got poked too much, and then Gin's equalizer was really great, and aiming used the E already, and then he gets the rockets, and then the fight was over. My full 0-0 Israel couldn't damage because of Mr. Gin.
Yeah, I mean, that's the real point here. It's that aiming was the majority of your gold. I mean, it was almost all of your gold. Like, Talia's not doing a ton of damage, but aiming ease over the equalizer, and then he has to run back over it and take a ton of damage. So he can't actually get close to this fight to do damage. And without Ezreal, this comp doesn't have enough damage. So as Gen G, you just create that ball. Ezreal's not hitting you, and you're just going to be totally fine. So I feel like the setup from Gen G was really good, and then also they didn't have the majority of their damage in that fight for KT.
Yeah, I think the very impressive thing is like BDD walled it for like, you know, disconnect the Rumble, and then after Gin just like didn't forgive them about that, they just disconnected and come back and kill aiming like that, like, you know, making a position very badly. It was very good equalizer with E.
Yeah, and that's what we expect there from Gen G. Despite the fact that we saw some resilience from KT, they were able to battle back after the tough start. But there are also a couple of other players on the roster that can make an impact on the team, and that's what's happening right now. It will be a substitution yet again for KT, the second time they've done that. Ghost got his start, but now he will be subbed out. Palu coming back on in to try and improve himself and recover kind of what happened in his first showing here at the LCK Cup.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think this game was a fault of Ghost. I think there were some iffy moments where he felt a little bit lost as to exactly how to handle the situation, which is rough because you're playing against a team that is fantastic in macro, but we'll see if Paolo's any better in this case.
Yeah. All right, well, we'll get to see who takes the glory here. Will it be Gen G closing this one out 2-0? Will KT fight back? Let's send it back on over to Atlas and Ox.
Thank you so much, Digon, for the throwback here and some more bro talent taking to the Rift in Palu subbing in for Ghost. And I don't know whether this goes along with what Ox and I were discussing earlier on, which is KT's broader strategy of winning game number 3, because I feel like when Ghost was subbed in last time around, the winning became better. and now subbing him out might be taking a step back, but I don't know. I am not the mastermind. You know, I am not Score. I do not have his gigantic brain. So we'll just have to see how this one is going to work out as Polo makes his way in. Maybe it's one of Polo's special tricks that they have up their sleeve that can get them this Game 2 win.
I think also something can be said that, you know, if you're sitting there with the coaches during Game 1, you know, they can converse with you and talk about, right, you know, this is what we need to focus on for Game 2. That can be like an active discussion. So when you go in with Game 2, you have all those ideas you can have. You know, Score talked about how they've been rotating their support players in scrims and how, you know, they've been alternating them there. So I feel like Gen G is obviously a tough opponent, and if they feel like they can potentially find an edge by switching out the supports, then I don't see any harm in trying it. But it's still a big uphill battle, especially with how Game 1 went, and really just how Keen took over the game. Yeah. I think often Perfect has been pretty good at neutralizing, but I think Keen really, the way he was playing Rumble was capitalizing on that. Like, oh, you want to play neutral? Well, I'm going to print money on the back of that and then just be a monster in team fights. So
that is precisely what happened. The Azir going to be the second ban here, going to remain on the ban list, as the Jace also just definitely always going to be taken away. So need an Orianna ban, need a Malphite ban, and I guess if you wanted to keep it all the same, then an Ambassador ban could come through as well. That Ambassador ban should have been a Rumble, but hopefully KT have learnt from that one now. Let's see how this one's going to go, as this time around it is going to be Gen G on the blue side. First pick priority over to KT, and we'll see whether they can make the most of it here. Speaking of making the most of it, a lot of time has now passed before that Orianna ban does come on through.
I also wonder, is there something you want to leverage as KT?
Ban Silas.
And ban... What do you say?
You ban Silas, and then you force him to ban Malphite, and then you get one of the other things, like Ambessa.
Yeah, but is Ambessa like that crazy that you're like, oh, we first pick it?
They want Rise.
They want Rise, but Malphite's still open.
Huh. Well, Malphite has also lost every game he's played.
Okay, think about this, right? Think about this.
I'll try.
Gen G ban Rise, right?
I'm thinking about it.
If KT first pick Malphite, you can just take Silas.
True.
And Silas is a flex. You know Canyon would play a jungle as well. I mean, King would probably even play at top. So you just take Silas and figure it out later.
Well, they banned the Malphite.
Okay, then it's Rise first pick.
That probably means that Chovy has a plan into said Rise. But I mean, I'm happy to write it in big letters into the box, because this one was pretty telegraphed. Let's see what the answer is going to be here, though.
I do like what KT have done to really cement this as like a, we're going for the strong first pick and we're trying to like limit options into it. To be fair, though, we haven't seen the Cassiopeia be 100% successful into the Rise, but definitely giving BDD the best tools possible, and he has often been the main character for KT.
It is weird, though, because Cassiopeia can wear shoes again.
Yeah, has changed things up.
Yeah, so it just doesn't make sense. Like, where does she wear them? Like, I don't know.
I also think Yunara in this position, like, Yunara Game 1 can sometimes be a little finicky, just because you have things like, I mean, you look at the picks that were in Game 1, right?
Yeah,
Vi, Talia, Alistair, Rakan, but they're all gone now. So a lot more freedom for this. Does put pressure on KT to pick some lockdown for this. And Genji looking at the Anivia into the Rise. This is something we've seen as a counter into the Rise a few times in the past few years.
Yeah, this was actually at Worlds, something that Chovy managed to find a bit of success on as well. Sort of drifting around the meta during the end of last year.
Yeah, and it also, it makes it a bit difficult because you really either want something that outranges it or something that can close the distance, but she's just so good at keeping things at bay. And KT picking Renekton, which, I mean, if you find a flank angle, sure, but otherwise, she can kind of just keep Renekton, kind of hold him. It's like when you put your arm out and hold someone's forehead.
Yeah. Yeah, the Renekton not exactly, it doesn't have very long arms.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he's just going to be waggling his little arms.
Maybe
around.
related to a T-Rex.
Yeah, a little bit like that. He is a dinosaur, after all.
I do like the Wukong, though, but, you know, Wukong syncs really well with Rakan, and that's off the cards. I also think that, like, often into Yunara, we've seen, like, in the previous series, Nautilus was super heavily prioritized, but Nautilus into Anivia is so miserable.
Yeah, that does not sound like a lot of fun.
So horrible.
Can help him reset his dredge line, though, by putting up an extra wall.
Yeah, helpful.
There you go. Okay, it's a Scion that will be locked in here for Keen. Just going to neutralize the lane instead of going for anything fun. I was thinking maybe there was going to be a Gnar or a Cannon, but instead just decides to pick a Scion and provide as much space for Ruler as possible. It's kind of what this one is all about. Already a lot of peel tools available for this Yunara, and not a lot of range represented by KT.
Yep, this is just really solid front to back being solidified by Gen G. It's going to be difficult to close the distance. Lulu ban coming out is no real surprise at all. We've seen Lulu, Yunara prioritized quite heavily. The question is, what are KT going to pick that's going to help close the gap? I feel like in terms of engaged supports, like Leona could make sense. Because obviously compared to other engaged supports who have to like try and close the distance and can be blocked out, she can throw the Solar Flare, stops the Glacial Storm from the Anivia. They're going to focus on AD carry bans, taking away the Aphelios and the Corki.
Well, let's see what this final ban is going to be. I imagine...
Are you worried about Bard, maybe?
Yeah, Brad could be an option.
Like, that can disrupt the engage.
It's Poppy
they go
instead.
For the Poppy again.
Well, I mean, there were no junglers locked in just yet. And so wanting to make sure that Canyon cannot play it. Also flexible into the support role at the same time. So no flexy shenanigans. But Gen G, they have their first pick here after our last round of bans. And let's see what they are going to be locking away. Could be a support, could be a jungler. I imagine jungle is probably where they're going to look and then allow a rounding out of the bottom lane once they see exactly what KT are going to be running down there. And the Ambessa is what Canyon's looking at. And that will be locked in. That's a lot of power here out of the jungle. We saw Lucid go completely ballistic on this champion only recently.
Yeah, can farm pretty fast, and also with a lot of sort of mid-range or short-range champions, you can kind of get stuck in and just melt them. Aiming, considering a Sivir, movement speed obviously nice if you're trying to close the distance, but is quite short-ranged. Ziggs is longer-ranged.
All right, well, the Ziggs is going to be the decision.
So longer range, better at dealing with the Anivia by far, but not going to do much into the Scion. And the Nautilus, I would not want to play Nautilus into this composition.
Well,
good into the Yunara though, I will say that.
Yeah, yeah. If you cover everything other than the Yunara, then it feels like a slam dunk, absolutely. Let's see what else is going to be paired alongside said Yunara though, because yeah, his time could be getting even worse as Duro is thinking about some horse pants and will be locking away the Rel. There it is.
We should get another look in the crowd of that horse.
Yeah, we do need the Duro horse back again. I imagine we will get a look in. We need to. Wait, can we see her? Maybe in the background behind Ryu there. Not actually the case. Two former KT players actually coaching both teams. Wow. Kind of cool with Ryu and Score on the stage. We have generations of League of Legends here in front of us. Don't know whether generations is quite correct, as of course, you know, we're dealing with a little bit less time than that, but that's fine. It's what it feels like. And I'm worried for KT, like very worried for KT as far as this draft is concerned. I feel like Gen G have so many tools. It's a well-rounded draft, and Ruler is just going to have so much protection in this game to just kind of do whatever the heck he wants.
Yeah, I think it's a tall task for KT. I mean, I think it's really hard to find a draft that's completely unwinnable, but I think it's going to be a hard task for Polu in particular on this Nautilus, playing into things like Anivia, Scion. You're such a squishy, engaged support, and you're kind of getting thrown into the mixer in this one.
Is that like Polu is like a cute little frog? Actually, really kind of like that. As here we are. I remember when that skin was banned, because the animations were just a little bit too powerful, but not to be the case anymore. It has been unleashed as KT, with this short-range draft and a Ziggs and a Dream, look to try and bring us to 6 games on the day. See whether they can. All right, KT fans in full voice here today. Let's see whether that's going to be enough to give them the gusto they need to pick up a victory and give us all of the League of Legends that we deserve and we want. I mean, it's a weekend, right? It's a Saturday. It's when we want to be enjoying as much LCK Cup as we possibly can.
It's also going to be the latest we've had weekend League of Legends in a while for LCK, because this is our first time having the late start for a long time.
It's going to be hard to know what day it is. It really did help me understand what time of the week it was.
Frame of reference.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now everything is just a 5 p.m. start. You know, I'll just never know. Don't ask me what day it is. If you ever need that information, I will not be able to help you. Especially when I'm running on very little sleep at the moment. As Canyon dashing around his jungle, will be starting on his Gromp. And, well, starting on his blue. And heading from the blue side towards the bottom side of the map. Same can be said for Cuz here, though, who has gone red to Krugs. So both of them will be meeting on the bottom side Scuttle. So he's going to be able to win that scuffle here. As Slurkle doing some work onto Polo, but you can see the wave is being held by Gen G very comfortably for the moment. Not something you'd expect to go any other way with a Ziggs kind of composition. Aiming wanting to have a few more buttons and a bit more AP before he can just make this lane completely uninteractive.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem early on with the Ziggs. It's just that, like, you know, you have your Q and then you wait in 6 seconds.
I mean, you can auto them. You got your short fuse.
Yeah, but it doesn't do that much damage early, and then Ruler's just like auto.
Yeah. All right, Sion has been doing a fair bit of losing. Do you think that's going to continue?
I don't think the odds are that high in this, but we'll see.
I'm glad they got their loss streak graphic out of the way, though, because Kane is generally relatively reliable at stopping those from being a thing. However, if we do want maximum League of Legends today, then that graphic could be very important and a possible reason why we might get it. It's Canyon getting some vision down for his team, but is otherwise just going to be moving towards this Scuttle. As that one does spawn, and Cuz just going to be moving towards the top side of the map, will be taking the top lane one, not looking for a fight against this Ambessa right now.
Yeah, Ambessa pretty fast paced in the jungle. I've heard this is the thing with champions that get put in the jungle because they have changes to make them do more damage to monsters. You know, Wukong was one who got that, and then they like reduced it. So now he's not that fast of a clearer. But Ambessa, she's pretty fast. So you can see she finished a full clear quicker than the Wukong did. It's not a major issue, but over the game she should outpace the Wukong. And that's kind of the game plan, is that you just clear fast, you aim to get your Eclipse online, because that one item spike is insane, and just kind of have insane value. Yeah. And I think that's generally something we see Gen G do a lot, just have good value.
Possible look in here for Canyon towards the top side of the map. As we've got a hook connecting onto Ruler, trying to offer a fair bit of damage back, but it's kind of difficult as the Ziggs still doing a fair bit of work here as Duro looking worse for wear, and aiming at full health. Able to get underneath this turret and start putting some pressure back on. Look at that, another bouncing bomb landing.
Once you get momentum in the lane, Momentum in the lane.
Yes.
Momentum in the lane as Ziggs.
He's lamenting the lane with a lemon.
Yes, the lemon in the momentum in the lane as Ziggs.
Polenta and lemon.
You can just keep landing Qs, and you know it's just gonna get worse and worse. So now Ruler's not in a position he can really walk up, and he needs to stack up his passive to really trade. You know, you're all about the burst trades as the Ziggs. You also have TP, so you can have.
Oh, flash out here from BDD as in they go. The egg is now down as Canyon just trying to protect the egg as best he can. And KT are going to be able to pick up first blood for BDD. Canyon will be able to answer with a kill on to the Rise. But still, first blood money over to BDD. Good to be able to talk about that again. And that is high value.
Yeah, I think the fact that you have the egg, the fact that Canyon's able to trade it back means you're pretty okay with it. Especially Golden and Ambessa feels really good. But still a nice early pickup there from KT. Cuz and BDD showing they could do the flash from BDD just at the last second before the stun was activated, and then Cuz is just like, yeah, I'm just gonna kill this egg.
Yeah, fair enough too. And BDD might have been able to get himself out of the way, but then I imagine Cuz would have been under a little bit more threat. I mean, it's a bit difficult. They probably needed a bit of the extra DPS to make sure Chovy couldn't get another round of spells off.
Yeah, the call was like, we have to finish the egg, because in a situation where Chovy comes back and stuns, and I think he still had his flash, so if he stuns and flashes away, then you're really cooked.
Yeah.
So they just, you know, secure the kill, you take that situation.
Wow, what an annoying champion. That's all right, this very aggressive train making his way towards the top side of the map. He'll be clearing out all of these minions very satisfyingly.
Yep. Chovy playing a little bit aggressive. We just have Duro to back him up.
Yep. And Polo going to have to flash.
Yeah,
Get out of the way.
Why you don't want to play Nautilus into Anivia.
Well, it's also why you don't want to be keen right now, as Hook didn't connect onto Canyon as well, as Polo is likely to die because everyone's distracted by Keen, who is still alive somehow. There's the Realm Warp getting BDD out of there, though, as the rest of Gen G now going to move around. Zombie Scion helping out here as well, as another great wall comes through. That's the end of Cuz, as now Perfect.
Can they find BDD?
Oh,
they did.
Yeah, they did. As the Glacial Storm, as Rune Prison comes on through, BDD wanting to give that kill over to Duro, and will be able to do so, and there it is. Perfect, just looking to try and crocodile his way out. And Gen G looking a little bit better after that one, is now aiming, throwing down a minefield, but
oh, what a satchel.
Ruler just getting thrown around. Yeah.
Oh, the ult?
Mega Inferno Bomb, and Ruler does have the barrier, but he absolutely needed it.
Yep, a lot of pressure there. I will say, though, it was really funny in that passage of play.
Oh god, that was very scary.
Thank the minions, they helped him out. But that passage of play, because we saw Keen survive so long, so he's kind of coming down here isolated. Meanwhile, Gen G forced Polu's flash. But he buys so much time, and also because he's a Scion, he's going to die and then have his passive. But the main thing with Scion passive is once it activates, everyone just runs away, right? But because he buys so much time, eventually, when it actually activates, Chovy moves in and walls Cuz in with him. So you just actually get to hit him. So he gets good value from the passive, and then BDD's trying to be cheeky, but gets caught out and just dies to the tower.
Yeah, did at least give the kill over to Duro, so I guess best case scenario. And Gen G only ahead by about 500 gold, not exactly the end of the world. As Canyon looking to start off this Ocean Dragon. You got Cuz moving down, but BDD is a fair way away. No Ghost available either, so should mean that Gen G will be able to just take down this Dragon. Duro with eyes on where Cuz is.
Man, Duro's so fair.
Yeah, he is. That's 700 gold in the lead. It's kind of ridiculous. As good stun connects onto BDD. As Chovy just flapping around this lane, having a very good time. Well, it's probably going to be relatively slow going in this one, as we do have an Anivia in the game. Of course, very understandably more of a scaling champion. Has been a game delayer of all time.
Oh,
that's a phenomenal wall there from Chovy. As, yeah, illustrating once again exactly what you were talking about there.
Yeah, I said it and it rings true every time I see it. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, you got subbed in for this and you're not going to have a fun time. I'm telling you. We're not going to have a fun time.
I hope it was actually Polo's decision and he wasn't just like forced into this, because it's really not looking like a whole lot of fun. Continuing to do so here as well as Polo with the aftershock, but he is just going to get publicly executed as, okay, Cuz going on forward, looking for a bit of an angle here. Is BDD able to fire out a lot of damage? Mega Inferno Bomb avoided majoritively, but BDD will be able to grab the kill onto Duro. And Keen allowed to live this time around as Ruler and Aiming once again fighting this one out. As Aiming, pool party skin as well, so shout outs to that one, definitely the best choice.
It was the right skin.
Indeed.
I will say at least KT's, Polo's teammates gotta have fun there. The rest of KT gotta have fun in that passage of play. So, you know, Nautilus, no fun allowed, but other people are doing stuff. Aiming also contributing with the ult.
Yeah, and actually doing okay in the 1v1 here in this lane as well. As BDD is almost just dead as he...
Oh, he missed it!
Oh, the flash, and Chovy is able to lock down the kill there. Somehow had enough mana and has a Catalyst, so that's probably why.
Yeah, Catalyst plus tier, it's really deceptive because it looks like he has no mana, but he actually has...
exactly.
Like, he actually has 240 mana right now.
All right, it's stacked up quite a lot.
Yeah, so... deceptive in these situations.
Well, Perfect, unfortunately, just spend some time in the sky unexpectedly. He will unleash their teleports.
BDD, it's just a bit unfortunate because I want to see exactly... Okay, we'll see this play first. But yeah, this is just the experience playing a Nautilus into Anivia.
Yeah.
You don't get to play the game. They did commit a lot to it. I don't think that was necessarily.
Cuz got a lot of value on his Wukong as well.
Yeah, did a lot of damage.
Knockups.
There is a lot of AoE from the side of KT. They can't just blend the people if they get a bit too close.
이거 미드도 좀 예민해. 라이즈 노텔이라 억지로 라인 풀려한다.
Yep, Chovy having a bit of a chat about the state of the Rise. Oh, that wall was so beautifully done.
Oh, he walked out and walked back in. He wasn't quite in it.
No comment until there was.
I think it might have been that thing, there was a pause about it, I can't remember where, but ages ago, where like if you pat out at the last second or something, it like...
Yeah, if you're clicking out of it while it goes off, then you don't get in.
Because where was it? Was it Caps who paused for that or something, like ages ago?
Yeah, I remember there was something about it, and it's the way it's coded. If you want to be in it, you need to be clicking in it while it's going off. All right, Dura comes on forward. That is going to be a miss on the public execution from Canyon, though, just barely. As Chovy just throws out a Glacial Storm.
Wait, Canyon went Ojin instead of Eclipse.
First.
Yeah, so going to be a bit bulkier, but I mean, to be honest, Eclipse is just such an insane spike on Ambassador. It's kind of surprising.
Yeah, it is a little bit strange that he's gone for that one.
But it does mean he's going to be a bit bulkier in comparison to the typical Eclipse.
Well, quest done. Chovy, the first one to do so. 2-1-4 on the Anivia, 700 gold in the lead.
And we can see his, oh no, never mind.
Yeah, nah, it doesn't quite have the shoes yet.
Yeah, we did see Aiming quickly follow with his quest. Also hasn't finished his boots, but they do at least go into his little slot.
Yep, he does have now a little bit more space in the inventory.
Which he did just fill it a second ago with the final triple tonic item. So he didn't need the space for a moment. There's the upgraded sock shoes.
Nicely done. Perfect is going to spend time in the sky again.
He knows where Perfect is.
Yeah.
It's like he has map hacks.
I think he probably watched Perfect on that ward walk into that brush. Then the fact that he was hitting him in exactly the right position. Can confirm that Aiming does not have map hacks. Throws the ulti to Narnia for some reason.
He thought Ruler was recalling that. We've all been there. We've all.
Yeah.
It happens.
Oh, that was almost a bouncing bomb hit. As Ruler is getting quite frustrated by this Ziggs hit on the bottom side. And yeah, now that Ludens is complete, just feels very, very good. Look at that. My gosh. Okay.
Yeah.
Does finish the quest, though, finally. Here does Ruler. And we'll be able to probably
one really annoying thing with Ziggs is, so they changed plates.
Yes.
Plates used to be, they got more resistances as you took down the plates. So each plate was the same amount of health, but the lower ones are tankier.
Yeah.
They've changed it, so now lower plates are more health, but the same resistances, so it's a better visual representation.
But it means
it means Ziggs can only kill the final plate with a base satchel.
Yeah, kind of.
So it's a bit of a nerf to Ziggs satchel value, because you used to be able to kill a lot more of the tower compared to now.
Very frustrating when there are Ziggs nerfs and you're on a cast with Orcs.
Tragic.
Absolutely. Some water balloons being thrown around here as Duru taking a fair bit of damage. There's the flash in from Kuz as they're looking to try and take down the Rel. Somehow it's her that takes this dragon, and Kuz trying to get some work done, but he's just dead to the Anivia as Chovy taking control of the battlefield. Another fantastic ulti out from Canyon, though, is now Aiming. Now that they've closed the gap, he is very, very dead. Ruler probably wanted that kill, but it's going to go over to the Ambessa. 3-0-3 for Canyon now in this game. And wow, 4-1-4 here for Chovy. It is a rough time for KT.
Yeah, honestly, in that fight, looked like KT had a good concept, you know, going for the... Oh,
flash forward onto Ruler, who flashes away immediately.
Yeah, going for the dive angle with the Realm Warp in from BDD, trying to get on the back line, but it just felt like they weren't fully able to commit damage onto Chovy. So we'll see the Realm Warp come in to try and commit onto the back line, but so much damage has already been put onto Duro. So, like, you look at Chovy, Nautilus is hitting him a bit of the Wukong ultimate, but Canyon's peeling, the wall comes in, the follow-up's not fully there, BDD backs off a little early, and you can understand because you can tell the fight's lost, but it just felt like the target selection wasn't that good, and the DPS, the consistent damage from Gen G is really good in return.
Yeah.
And they just kind of blended everyone.
And it was as soon as that bottom side of the fight was won, then the Ambessa immediately gets to ult over to the other side as well. So you just get so much value out of this champion, as Chovy is going to once again just push BDD out of this lane.
You know, I think what BDD could go is they change, you know, the Boots of Swiftness, the tier 3 ones?
Yeah, yeah.
They get 40% slow resist.
That would be pretty good.
It used to be, so it's 25% base, the upgraded ones have 40%. So I actually think that might be the play into Anivia. That being said, Merc Tread's also great because they give the shield and the tenacity, but if you want to like run out of the ult, the swiftness could be decent too.
Might be an angle.
But finishing your boots, definitely solid. That being said, he does want to finish his Archangels, which is also good on Rise.
Oh, teleport in here from Gen G. Meanwhile, Duro in a little bit of trouble. Is just going to have to flash to get out of the way. cute little satchel was in position there as Chovy not quite able to join too much of a fight, as it looks like Shelly is going to be the next focus. Canyon very far away from the potential battle as he does have a Krug camp up. As Perfect is almost just dead to Chovy putting down a circle.
Yeah, you don't want to play against Anivia.
No.
As a lot of these champions.
Maybe just at all.
Yeah.
Well, definitely not a 4-1-4 Anivia with a 2.5 thousand gold lead.
Yeah.
That might be part of it, as he does have the most gold in the game. Trying to figure out ways for KT to find their way back into this game is a difficult task, but I will give it to Orcs right now. How does KT get back into this game?
I think picks are a good idea, right? You have a lot of ways to close the distance. If you like realm up on people, that could definitely be viable.
Oh no! Oh, at least he manages to get in and get all of the minions. I thought that maybe Chovy was just going to be able to lock him out from everything ever.
Play around realm warp, play around picks, try and dive on the vulnerable targets. I think that's the MO, right? Ruler's flashless. But I think if they keep you at a safe distance, you're just never going to succeed.
Oh, Dura able to use that crash down very comfortably.
Also, turn back time and don't pick Nautilus.
Yeah, that could be part of it. That could be a pretty good angle here. As Kane just having a really good time here in this bottom lane all alone. And Chovy doing the same thing towards the top side. Getting towards turrets here for KT. It's feeling like a difficulty, especially with Anivia now that she has a couple of items complete. It's just really, really hard for your minions to survive. As at least there's aiming here as well on the Ziggs. Wave clear is something that KT certainly have as well. But I feel like Ruler is feeling a little bit better in this matchup at the same time, and so sort of not a whole lot is going KT's way.
I think it's at the point where you don't really have to interact with the Ziggs. You kind of just clear the wave, and he clears the wave, and you just run away, which is much better than being trapped in a lane and not having as much fun.
Yeah.
As it was earlier.
Well, we didn't actually mention that it's a Hextech Soul. That's a frightening prospect if Gen G are able to get towards that one. They already have a couple of dragons put together.
If they're already perma-slowed anyway, what difference does it make?
That is a good point. That is a good point. It's like everyone is Anivia once they get that one together.
If everyone's Anivia, then no one is.
Syndrome. What a fantastic character. Okay, KT trying to get this lane together. Did you know that Jack Black turned down being Syndrome in The Incredibles?
I saw that.
You know what? Cool. That being said, I still think whoever, I don't even know who did it, but they did a fantastic job.
Yeah, it was great. I feel like you see so many things with like casting where it's like, oh, this was originally the intention for the character. Like this is a person we were so set on, but they turned it down and we went for this person, and you just couldn't imagine their original intent.
Yeah. All right, we got a bit of a fight brewing here as Dura going down low, but so is Polu, who is continuing to have a bad time. There is another wall to make his life just unbearable. As now Perfect does get in there with that Dominus popped, and there is the public execution. Oh my goodness, BDD down already, cuz so far away from the fight is Perfect, getting so much work done. My god, this crocodile is gigantic. Everyone on Gen G just flashing away, but they flash to safety and keep themselves alive, aiming with nothing left in the tank, and he is the last man standing. Gen G win once again.
Yeah, it was a good effort, honestly, by Perfect, trying to do the most... Oh, Chovy? Well, he's egged. Oh, he's not. He actually... Yeah. Keen maybe some Roa healing might have actually saved him. Keen doesn't need Roa healing. He's just a tank.
He is. Polo also just... He hit the hook, and then it was the then what type scenario, and they didn't quite have an answer to that one.
I think the real lesson here is if you see Anivia on the enemy team, never pick Nautilus. Don't even think about it. Look at Polu. He just doesn't get to play the game. He
even flashes, and then Chovy's like, oh, remember I can make your life the worst. And he just puts down another wall.
Yeah, and Perfect comes in. Actually, Duro smashes the shield with his Q that he came in, the max health shield and the teleport.
Yeah.
But Perfect gets a lot of value here, flashing in, doing a lot of damage as of an Ecton. The follow-ups there from Cuz, but it's just not quite enough. You know, you think if they were a little bit less far behind, if there was, maybe a bit more items in the right place, that could have been, but the gold discrepancy is so absurd.
Yeah.
Maybe a couple of summoners not there, maybe if Ruler and Chovy didn't have flashes, that could have been, but Gen G very far ahead at this point.
Yeah, it is cresting the 8,000 mark here at 20 minutes.
You know what? now I have to move the topic of conversation to something really difficult.
Okay.
That I've been ruminating on for the past 10 minutes.
All right.
POM. Because it's really difficult because I feel like game 1 and game 2, different vibes, right?
Yeah, massively different. I mean, game 1, it's like Kane 800%.
And then, but I feel like Duro was also great in game 1.
Oh, true.
But then game 2, it's like Canyon Chovy.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, you know.
And like Chovy really just wasn't really doing too much in game number 1. Canyon, very similar story.
Yeah, so where do I go from there? You know?
I don't know. Maybe just go, like, let the recency bias take you.
No, because everyone always
remember how good Keen was.
Yeah, he was really good. And he had a lot of cute. Okay, he just played Sion this game, but
he read where perfect was on the map lots of times.
Yeah, it's just difficult because
watch him. No, later on in this game, he's going to hit a quadra Q, and we're just going to.
I mean, look, I already know who the POM is going to be because there's 2 factors at play.
Right.
Firstly, recency bias. And secondly, when in doubt, Chovy. So
that's a very good point.
It's probably going to be Chovy, right? But that doesn't mean my vote necessarily needs to follow those rules. I'm thinking about who I think deserves POM. But it's difficult because I mean, also, Ruler in both games was pretty solid.
Yeah, it's pretty
good. I think Ruler's been like, across both games, solid. I mean, he did get kind of beat up in lane, actually, in this one.
I think it depends on what your, like, concept of POM is, you know? Like, is it the average performance level? Is that what gets you it? Or is it the ones that were the most impactful, as Duro?
He did kind of get beat up in lane a lot in this one, but he, you know...
Isn't it sad as well? BDD doesn't even have his mid lane quest shoes yet. And Chovy stole his item.
Yeah, why doesn't he buy boots? That's your quest. Like,
yeah.
Buy boots, BDD, please.
He's trying to work out whether Swifties are actually the best choice.
I've stunned him with this with the decision. You know, is he going Swifties or is he going Merc?
It's all your fault,
one of them. Pick one of them. It doesn't really matter that much. Just pick a boot. Honestly, you can take Sorks or whatever. Take anything, just a boot. There's a lot of AD threats in the team. You can also go play Steel Caps.
So much Crystalline Overgrowth. Here's a POM play from Kane. Never mind.
Yeah, I'm sorry for the people watching. I'm already leaning into POM under the assumption that KT could still win the series. That is a possibility. Wow, I can't believe I suggested the fact that Gen.G would
Gen.G still have a destroyable Nexus on the map.
Yes,
that is very true.
That's a possibility. So, you know, sorry for jumping the gun a little bit. I apologize.
I don't know whether you really jumped the gun that much, in all fairness, but, you know, theoretically, there is the ability.
Oh, Polar!
Oh, he lived! Okay! Flash and try! Oh, never mind. Duro is just going to murder him. What the heck was that? That was a very weird interaction. Never you mind, as now Gen.G with a man advantage, but Canyon's very, very low. There's Mega Inferno Bomb as well as they're trying to do the damage here to Ruler. Oh my goodness, the CC is disgusting, but BDD does get a fair bit of damage down. Perfect, unfortunately, not able to do enough. And Gen.G just so good at controlling the battlefield. Ruler, the only casualty in the fight, and that will mean Baron goes down for Gen.G, and they can use that to push potentially for the win.
That was just domination. And again, just don't play Nautilus. I mean, it's just so funny the fact that it's not just the Anivia, but like, look how targeted. They see him. The Sion Q, the Slurkle, the War, the Umbessa ult. He's not a jungler.
And Duro was already there.
Yeah, guys, he's not a jungler. He's the support. No. And they just put so much effort like that. I'd understand if he was the jungler and they're like, let's deal with the smite, but it just feels like he picked Nautilus and it became personal.
Yeah.
Like, they just fully locked into killing him.
And KT, like, they wanted to kill Ruler, and you know what? They did.
They succeeded at that, so credit to them.
Well, Gen.G killed Cuz. They did do that as well. As now aiming, also potentially in a whole bunch of... Oh, that was sick from Keen! Give that man the POM! He deserves it. It's a double kill for the Sion. And yeah, BDD does now have said shoes completed. There that is. It's not going to matter too much as now Perfect dives in on top of Canyon. Canyon not looking too bothered by it as he just kills BDD. There is the ulti as Polo has now provided himself as the target.
Damage.
Why is Canyon's health bar so high?
He doesn't take damage.
He's still just dashing around. Polo's going to die as an afterthought. And yeah, Perfect realizing that he needs to just try and slice his way out of here. There's a Hextech Soul Ox. And that means that Perfect is going to need a little bit more, but he will be able to get back to the fountain and keep himself alive.
He's not a handbag yet.
All right, well, let's see where the Canyon is at. He's not killable.
Guys,
he's not
Canyon's
killable. He's just not killable.
He's 4 levels up on Cuz.
What?
He's 4 levels up
I'm
on
so
Cuz.
bothered. I mean, I kind of thought that Ambessa now, you know, after a year, is kind of okay. You know, she's an okay spot. It's not the case at all. Now I know why they banned the Ambessa instead of the Rumble in game number 1.
Oh my god.
Oh no. Perfect and Polu, both of them just having the worst time. And the worst part is, they chose this.
Max, who is my POM?
I have no idea.
It's so difficult.
I still think it's Keen. Like, I mean, watch this play.
This is
Look
pretty
at Keen.
sick.
Flashes for the knock-up. Well-deserved kill. Watch aiming.
Okay, this predict was good, but he didn't finish the channel on the Q.
Oh, it's still, I mean...
But he still hit him when he got the Hextech slot. It was pretty great. It was pretty cool. It was pretty slick.
But maybe Canyon's going to recency bias his way towards it as... Oh, here's the train for the POM! As in goes Keen, aiming so dead so quickly. Ruler's going to finally get himself another kill in this game.
If we're going by recency bias, that train was the last thing I've seen.
Exactly. There we go, Ox. We've sorted it out. POM for Keen. Phenomenal Scion play in this game. As KT, there is just no... It's almost a 20,000 gold lead.
Wait, look at Polu. Look at Polu.
Polu's trying to have a good time, and it's just not happening. Into the blender once again as the Crocodile is also taken down. BDD and Cuz on their fountain, but it's a triple kill for Ruler. There are 2 members in the fountain here. Everyone quickly dive. Give him the Penta. It looks like Gen G are not really interested in that as towers are going down. Oh, they're actually going in. They're looking for it. Cuz gonna get taken out, but it's Keen that gets the kill. And that is going to cement his POM for me. That is my vote going over to the Scion 100%. And Gen G will finish playing with their food and take down KT into 2-0 fashion.
Honestly, a little bit of styling on the opponents. I think game 1 was closer. Came down to Rumble, domination from Keen. Game 2,
Scion domination from Keen.
Bit of a victory lap. And now I'm going to let Max talk as I...
Are you still deliberating?
My brow.
We've got Ion waiting to pick up your POM selection. You got to hurry up, man.
I'm thinking intensely.
Oh, you better think fast. Come on. You know where to put it. Okay. It's right at the top. It's right at the top. Give it to the barbecue. There he is. Oh, looking absolutely fantastic. I don't actually know where Orcs put his vote, but we'll find out on the space.
You know what? I feel okay with my vote.
I very much hope that they're just all over the place. Like every vote is just everywhere.
You know what I actually hope for? I hope it'd just be great if I'm the only one and everyone else is just unanimous.
Yeah, that would be very funny. That would you're the only one that has a really hard time. Everyone else is like, yeah, it's obvious.
It was so obvious. Are you? What is wrong with this guy?
This guy's so stupid. You should have seen that Varus play. It was so good. Absolutely fantastic.
So I think some takeaways. Gen G, pretty good at League of Legends. Don't let Keen get Rumble. Don't let... I mean, honestly, just don't let Gen G get champions.
Yeah, I think getting champions is probably the worst part here.
Hey, Group Baron on 3!
Fighting back!
My question...
Gen G.
My question, okay, outside of T1 and Gen G, who's going to be the first to get a point for Group Baron? Because, you know, guys, Gen G and T1, doing great. Everyone else, step it up.
It's not looking like Bro. Let's have a look. Nongshim, the DN Supers, and the Bros outside of Gen G T1. I think it's the Supers that do it.
Yeah?
That's what I think. Wait, who's facing off against DRX first? That's what I want to know. If we find that out, then we might get our answer. Yeah, that's probably what I'll say. As this was just
honestly perfect and Cuz really trying here, but
they really did give it a good old college try.
No, I think the problem was this wasn't a World semi-final.
Yeah, it's a bit early in the year for that.
Yeah, so
it's a rough time.
We'll say they're charging. They're saving their power for then.
And you know, sometimes you just get counterpicked by an Anivia, like, and all of your picks really get ruined by it.
I'm really. If this wasn't a lesson
ignore
view,
the draft order.
If this wasn't a lesson view, if you see an Anivia, don't pick like short range champs. Like the Ziggs was good into the Anivia, but like definitely do not pick
Renekton.
Nautilus, I mean, Renekton have had a bad time, but Nautilus in particular, terrible into Anivia. Really not great. And the problem is as well, because they had the Scion and the Ambessa, by going the Ziggs, you just don't have enough sustained damage to kill anyone.
Yeah.
So
and we saw that happen. They did a whole bunch of like AoE CC and cool stuff happened.
Oh man.
And then it was just doomed.
Yeah.
It was a tough one.
Yeah, King got the last kill, so that ends in POM, right?
I mean, I think that he deserves POM by a country mile. I know that there were some in chat saying that it's probably a Canyon angle. And Canyon used to be the king of POGs back in the day.
Yeah.
So that's an understandable one as well. Of course, Chovy, the current king of POMs, so he is likely to be a hot topic as well. So we'll just have to see who it is going to be that picks it up.
Yeah, I don't mind the Canyon POM.
I don't mind the Canyon POM either. I think he had a very good
Chovy
series.
had a great game too. If it was player of the game, I think Chovy game 2. Oh, strong 100%. Argument, but you know,
it'd just be Keen and Chovy, and then we get the Keen and Chovy interview, and it'd be easy. But not quite like that. We're going to find out who it's going to be. It's going to be coming up in a couple of seconds' time. Very, very interested in who it's going to be, and it's Chovy. Recency bias, baby. Recency bias.
Nah, look, Chovy's a phenomenal player, right? And the Anivia game was phenomenal, but that Yone game, he was in like first gear.
Look at Chovy's face as well. Like, if I actually had all of the photos of the
He's
players,
like, I want you to give me POM.
Yeah, and Chovy's the one that's like, you better vote for me. I'd be like, okay, I will. I mean, I'm a bit frightened, and look, I'm conflict averse, so I'd prefer not to.
But what did I say during the game? What did I say? Recency bias? When in doubt, Chovy. I called it. I said it was going to be Chovy. I said it was going to be. I knew. And if it's unanimous and I'm the only person who didn't vote Chovy.
Oh, you didn't vote Chovy?
I did vote. No, I didn't vote Chovy.
I don't know who you voted for. So, was it Keen? Did you give it the Keen vote? Do you have a good comment for it?
I'll have to see. I haven't done my comment yet.
Do you have a good comment?
I don't know yet. I'll have to put it in.
Can you give us a hint on what the comment might be about?
Well, I have to think of it.
Give me a few letters. Can we hangman it?
There might be an R.
There's an R?
Maybe a U, an M, a B, L, E.
Oh, okay, we've got a few different options. But now it's time for the interview. Good night, everyone. Take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Chovy on the side of Genji. Congratulations, Chovy. With Genji's 2 consecutive victory, Baron Group has reached 3 wins. How do you feel? First of all, just getting the win feels great, but the 2-0 is even greater. You know, today was actually a 2025 World Semifinals rematch. And I'm sure this win was very desirable. What mindset did you play with today? After Worlds, it was a rematch. And, you know, I think we are really just more desperate about getting another win for Baron Group. But we just really wanted to focus on doing well in the match.
이렇게 경기를 잘하다 보니까 초비상이라는 말이 상대팀에서는 나올 수밖에 없었습니다. 1세트
Yeah, it looks like Chovy was absolutely crushing today. And in game 1, Genji went for second pick, but then you blind picked Rumble. So what was the idea?
럼블 1픽이 그냥 블루 1픽의 가치가 있었다고 생각합니다.
I feel like there was a lot of value in taking Rumble as the first pick on blue side. And in game 1, you actually played Yone, which was very effective into Talia. Is the matchup pretty similar to how it was before? Well, there is a little bit of a nerf on the Doran's shield, but I feel like it's actually pretty playable, and I think it really ends up being a skills matchup. And it looked like your team had faith in your Yone, and you did not let them down. So do you think it went as planned? With Yone? Yeah, it went really well. As the comp, Yone doesn't really have a lot to do, so you have to wait for the enemy to come in. And I was getting bored, so I was just trying to do something, and there were some incidents here and there. And in game 2, you picked Anivia against Rise. And you got a solo kill in lane, and Skilled probably stressed your enemy out. It looks like you really showcased why you ended up picking Anivia. So did it go as expected? Yeah, I think in the early game, the laning phase, it went as expected, and you know, after Rise ended up using all his abilities, I think it was just that one timing that Anivia really shines, and it's just the timing that I am able to really capitalize off of. Following last season, Gen G remains strong this year, and since you've spent 2 years with the same roster, what have you improved as a team? I think having the same roster is very advantageous in terms of really building up that synergy. So instead of focusing on, you know, the troubles regarding synergy, I think it's just adaptation in the end with all the changes that you have to really go through. And now, next week, you will face BNK FearX. What are your goals? You know, for us, we want to make sure to try hard to keep up and keep on winning all of our matches in the future. And we want to repay all of our fans' support by showing a good performance. And that's the end of the interview with Chovy, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear. And yeah. As we have our interview there with our POM, it is Gen G getting the victory, and it was Chovy taking this one away. Stealing this one. Deserving, as Umpty said, but maybe there were others more deserving that impacted the game differently. Oh, it's Media again. Not Media, Soup, and Chijijik. That's 4 votes. They can take it like this.
Also, VNcast just throwing one over to Canyon like, hey, your Mbessa was great.
Yeah, and that Korean analyst likes Chovy here. Okay, I can see that too. But Chovy did a mistake with Yone few, but he deserves it to game 1 and 2. He made a good place too. But I still think there was a very sad top laner there.
That's wild. That's so wild. I don't think we've ever had something like this before, where KR cast, EN cast, analysts were all aligned. I guess, okay, never mind. The Korean analysts also went with Chovy, so all right, whatever. But that's 2 votes out of the experts. But then the experts at home yupped us. They went, yup, it's Chovy.
I think one way to look at it is, obviously, I think we all here kind of agree that Keen's Rumble especially deserved it big time. But then you look at Chovy's Anivia, and they might say, well, he was able to beat BD very one-sidedly. He was able to control the game a lot on the Anivia. It was an interesting pick, right? It's not just like the most OP top laner in the game. So I can kind of see where they're coming from, but I do think Keen's Rumble was a lot more impactful than even Chovy's Anivia. So for me, that was why. And then his Sion was great as well, even though it wasn't that flashy. I mean, it was great. And KT did not pass the Keen test tonight. The Keen test is something that's been going on for a long time here at the LCK, and generally it's for top laners, but it felt like the entirety of KT was not able to get through Keen for both games.
True, like I think Keen, like especially at the second game, everyone thinks that it was not actually impactful, but the crab fight was Keen's carry anyway. And then you can't win Gen G if you don't pass wall Keen.
Yeah, wall Keen. I mean, they walked in to try to kill Keen in the jungle. That was a bad idea.
Should have ran in KT or roller coastered them in. I am still mad about this vote. There are 4 votes. 4 ARAM Mayhem votes. Oh my gosh. All right. Keen, good vote there by Ox. Ruthless on the Rumble. Selfless on the Sion.
I like this, actually.
Thoughtful.
Yeah. Good props to Ox for a good comment. He oftentimes doesn't have good comments, so you know when he does have a good one, we gotta shout him out. So good job, Ox.
Good job.
Don't worry, Umpty, you'll learn to make fun of Ox later. All right, Chovy is the vote here by Helios. Anyone playing against Chovy must be so stressful.
Well, the last game I thought the playing against Keen was more stressful, but Anivia was like quite impactful too. Yeah,
true. Yeah. was stressful. You know, game one, they were getting free kills, so that wasn't that stressful.
Ooh, okay, Prince, that's good.
Okay, this is good. This is good.
That's good. All right. Does it say, okay, do we switch now? We switch back to the other one?
No.
Okay, Duro also did well. Yeah,
I actually like it because I was very considering about that. I'm gonna go Duro or Gin because Duro was not doing any single mistake, but there was not an impactful play, I would say, but he was perfect play today.
Yeah, his Rakan was awesome. I think you and I, we were both like sitting there scratching our chins, like Keen or Duro. Like Keen Sion didn't like. Maybe Duro. He was very consistent. Chovy was not on our minds at all. We were like, Duro's definitely number 2. But yeah. Good job, Cloud Templar.
Yeah. And then our final one here from Pony. Keen was rock solid.
It is always solid.
It's the Malphite.
He didn't even play Malphite, though.
It's the Malphite. But he was a rock solid top laner.
What did Pony mean by this? He should have played Malphite? Maybe you say Malphite's OP in the
Did Pony watch the game?
Is he here today?
Does Pony exist?
Is he real? I don't know.
Has anyone seen that picture before of that man? Well, we do have a highlight that does exist from the last game. This was a decisive moment by Gen G around the Drake where they saw one of the players from KT recalling and decided to pull the trigger and start the fight. Let's take a look.
So at the first, Genji checked the Knowledge spacing with the Fairy Light and then, you know, just hit the Dragon when they think that they're the weakest timing. And then the Ambessa was very strong timing. And the KT decided very decisively to let's just go to the right side, far from the Yunara. But I think there was a miscommunicate by Amy. He didn't took the portal, so he was alone, and he was quite alone and doesn't have a skill, so Yunara could free deals it.
Yeah.
I think there were a miscommunication, I think.
Now, Umti and I looked at the replay and we were saying maybe Aiming didn't want to go into the ult because if you get a Ziggs like right into the thick of things, you know, maybe you're right on top of the Ambessa, maybe that's not a good look, maybe you just die instantly as the Ziggs. But the issue is that because his whole team went in and he was so far away from everybody else, going into the ult actually would have been better. Even if he did a bunch of damage and died, maybe his teammates can clean up because he was just so far away because he didn't take the ult. He wasn't even able to zone the Yunara either, so
yeah,
kind of unfortunate.
Yeah, so I mean, I think the Cause did a really good job of marking Duro when they were going to the right side, and then Rise and Knowledge just jump in, and then they just CC'd everyone, and then there was just no damage.
Yeah, again, a couple of Realm Warp oopsies from that last game. Also the one in the mid lane there by BDD, the solo kill that Chovy was able to pick on up. As it was a 2-0 victory for Gen G. They get themselves back on the board, 2-0, perfect start to the season. Woo! Not only today's score, but their series score, and really the hope for Group Baron, because right now it's looking, it's not looking good. It's not looking good.
And don't forget about T1. You know, they will be playing tomorrow. But Gen G definitely, you know, undefeated. T1 did take the 1-game loss to HLE, but, you know, you got to get those series wins, and we'll have to wait and see how they do when it does come to Super Week, which will be a couple of weeks from now, where we get the best of 5s, where it's worth double. And yeah, T1 playing tomorrow. Yep. Is HLE.
They will. The rematch of the 2022 World Finals, as Atlas loves to recall, where this year's Worlds will be held in New York, but this rematch will happen here in Lowell Park. And then Nongshim versus Hanwha Life Esports. Hanwha Life Esports trying to bounce back after that close series against T1. Y'all, that does it here from us at the LCK. On behalf of everyone, thank you so much for watching. Claps in the chat for the general. Great job, Umpty, on the global desk. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much, guys. Today was really fun. I want to join the global analyst desk more. Yeah, just thank you for inviting me here. It was so enjoyable.
Thank you for being here, Umpty, with us. Thank you.
We appreciate it. All right.
So nice.
Look at that one and wave, and we'll be back tomorrow for more LCK action. Bye-bye.
See you guys again.